Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Prologue, Forget Your Life. Start over. I'm back. Staring at his youthful reflection in the mirror, Mimizu Haruto's face showed a mix of surprise and, more profoundly, a sense of relieved relief. Since I've returned to my youth, I can make different choices now, change the things that have already happened. Perhaps I have regrets, but it's better than letting those events repeat themselves. The boy standing before the mirror murmured softly. Recalling the life he had lived, the moments he endured and those yet to come, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, his expression clouded with melancholy. Despite a similar beginning to that of the male protagonist in a cool novel, but due to Haruto's choices his life was forcibly turned into a tragic and depressing ending. If fate truly had an author, Haruto would have sought them out not for a polite conversation, but to express his heartfelt gratitude with his fists. So, the time rewind ability has been triggered, but instead of my childhood, I've returned to my teenage years from a disillusioned, unsuccessful 27-year-old back to the beginning of it all. Before stepping into his life as Mimizu Haruto, he had made a choice. It's a choice similar to the game Restart Your Life. It involved choosing different traits and distributing 20 attribute points among 4 categories. Having played the game before, Haruto knew most of the randomly assigned traits would be odd or impractical. He opted for the more sensible ones: eldest child, a trait that is to become the eldest child in the family. Blessed birth, a rare trait adding an extra attribute point. Time rewind, which is completely a matter of luck and may be triggered, or may never be triggered until death. When it came to allocating attribute points, Haruto hesitated for just a moment and refused to let his life become mediocre again. Leveraging the bonus from blessed birth, he focused on boosting his charisma. After all, he reasoned, life could be challenging, but one must at least look good. At first he had no memory of the past, until he was about 5 years old. He gradually recalled the memories of his previous life. Looking at his sisters, Mimizu Mitsuha and Mimizu Yatsuha, he raised his head and looked at the sky with a wry smile. The Mimizu family, influential in the rural Itomori district due to their role as guardians of local religious traditions, also retained some authority as former lords of the area. However, no matter how much authority they have, it is just a backward small town in the countryside, which is inferior to Haruto's original life. Things took a turn when Haruto entered elementary school. His father suddenly declared a vision to modernize Itomari, leveraging the family's influence to enter local politics. Starting as a town mayor, he eventually rose to the position of city mayor, much to Haruto's amusement. Haruto's mother, Mimizu Futaba, who should have died to an immune disease after childbirth, was alive and healthy, defying his memories. Blessed with his mother's delicate beauty and his father's youthful charm, Haruto grew into a striking figure. His looks captivated many, earning him confessions from classmates in Itomari and admirers during his studies in Tokyo, where his shoe locker overflowed with chocolates every Valentine's Day. His academic performance as a teenager was good because of the knowledge he already had, so even if he had forgotten some of it, it was easy after he picked it up again. Even though he was not always the first in the class, he was always in the top 10 in the grade. That was why he got permission from his parents to come to Tokyo to study alone. This kind of life should be considered perfect? Even if he did nothing, relying on his parents, he could already live a life that could be described as easy and affluent. But fate likes to play jokes on people. During his high school years, Haruto fell for someone he shouldn't have. Someone his father wouldn't approve of. Sawamura Sayuri. She probably doesn't remember anything now. Since time has rewind, those memories must have vanished. To her, I'm just a stranger. As fragments of his past blurred, Haruto sighed deeply. Falling in love with someone older wasn't shocking in a modern, progressive society. But a decade-plus age gap, especially when the other party was widowed with a child the same age as him, made the situation complicated. For example, there is a more than 10-year age difference between him and Sawamura Sayuri, which may be a bit old, but for Haruto's family, it is not something that is unacceptable. At the beginning, there was also a 12-year age difference between Mimizu Toshiki and Mimizu Futaba. For the sake of his wife, Mimizu Toshiki gave up everything he had in the Mizuguchi family, including his position as a university professor. He even voluntarily married into the Mimizu family in a society where women had a relatively low status. It was not that he was unable to accept this relationship with a large age gap. But when there is such an age difference, and the other party is already a widow with a daughter as old as his son, that is beyond what Mimizu Toshiki can accept. He firmly opposes the love between Haruto and Sayuri. Similarly, as Sayuri's daughter, Ariri, who is the same age as Haruto, could not understand her mother's choice and could not accept that he was the same age as her and she would need to call one of her former classmate father. The strong opposition from both sides' families became the biggest obstacle for Haruto and Sayuri to be together, but they could not abandon their families simply for their own sake. Therefore, as their relationship had never been acknowledged by their families, the two could only keep it secret and communicate secretly without their families noticing. This continued until the accident happened, when Sayuri's daughter, Ariri, discovered their relationship. Everything spiraled out of control. Originally, Ariri had already made an appointment to go out with her friends that day, leaving Sayuri alone at home, so she contacted Haruto, who was also free at home, and made an appointment to meet at Sayuri's home. There is no need to elaborate on the rest of the story. When Ariri suddenly returned home halfway, she saw a scene that she shouldn't have seen. As a result, what happened next caused things to gradually get out of control and eventually become irreversible. When things calmed down, Haruto lost his lover, and Ariri lost her mother and hated him. The aftermath left Haruto heartbroken, drowning in guilt for Sayuri's tragic end, and alienated by Ariri's hatred. Hated by the girl and misunderstood by his own father, he began his downward spiral from that point on. In the years that followed, Haruto became a shadow of his former self, staying alone in Tokyo, eating whatever he wanted, earning a tiny amount of money by contributing short stories to various magazines, while losing himself to alcohol and regret. His once vivid dreams faded into a monotonous haze of self-loathing. His mother and sister, who kept in touch with him, often came to Tokyo from Itomari to visit him because they were worried about him, trying to persuade him to move on. Mitsuo even stayed in Tokyo to take care of his daily life. As for his father, who had always denied his relationship with Sayuri, his mother said that he seemed to feel a little regretful. But he would occasionally call him, either to scold him for his cowardice or to encourage him to stand up again and return to Itomari to start his life anew. With a father who is the mayor, it might be a simple thing for him to go back to the well-established Itomari and start his life anew. However, he could not get out of the shadow of losing Sayuri. He attributed Sayuri's suicide to himself, which became an unsolvable knot in his heart and made him hang up his father's phone again and again. The beautiful memories turned into a cage that he couldn't escape from. The smile that was as bright as fireworks and the hug that was as warm as spring were followed by those dark and painful scenes that he didn't want to remember. Now I am back to my teenage years, and nothing has happened yet, Haruto resolved to rewrite his story. Even though he felt a little sad, he didn't want Sayuri to suffer that kind of torture and pain again. His heart might ache. I won't let her suffer again. Even if it hurts, staying away from her is the right choice. Glancing at the calendar on his desk, he exhaled slowly, lifting his gaze to the scenery from his window. Let me start my life again, a life without pain and regret. This time, I won't end up like a depressed loser. Chapter 2, A Beautiful New Life starts with helping your neighbors. There was a person lying on Haruto's bed. It was the person he met at the door of the apartment when he woke up in the early morning and was about to go out to buy things. A woman. Looking at the woman lying on his bed, reeking of alcohol and showing no signs of waking up, Haruto knew who she was. She was a neighbor, living in a nearby apartment on the same street. Though he couldn't recall her first name, too much time had passed, and they'd never interacted. He vaguely remembered her surname, Takazu. She was a single mother with a son around his age. She wore a revealing tank top and a leather jacket, the kind of outfit that screamed bold and fiery. Concerned she might be uncomfortable lying down in her jacket, Haruto gently removed it and placed it on the chair beside his bed. Originally, he had intended to take her back to her own apartment, but her level of intoxication rendered communication futile. Every time he asked, "Where do you live?" she'd slur nonsensical replies like, "You're handsome. How about we share a drink?" Resigned, Haruto, who was already unfamiliar with the area after years away, decided he had no choice but to bring her back to his place. He simply couldn't leave her unconscious on the street. After a brief internal struggle, he hoisted her onto his back and carried her to his small apartment, letting her rest on his bed until she sobered up. He even left a note on his desk, explaining that she could leave whenever she felt better. Then he stepped out to buy groceries and some daily necessities. However, when he returned, she was still lying there, mumbling incoherently in her sleep. Resigned, Haruto crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash. It seemed his new wastebasket would see some use sooner than expected. Initially, he kept checking on her now and then. But when it became clear she wasn't waking up anytime soon, he turned his attention to tidying up his apartment. The place was small, a one-bedroom unit of about 8 tatami mats. With the bathroom and kitchen already taking up space, There wasn't much room left for furniture. Haruto had picked up a potted cactus at the store, which he carefully placed on the corner of his desk. By noon, he started preparing his lunch. It had been so long since he'd last cooked for himself that he almost felt out of practice. Using the pre-cut ingredients he'd bought, Haruto began with a simple soup. He chopped kombu and carrots into small pieces, dropping them into a pot of boiling broth. The gentle aroma of the soup began filling the air as he replaced the lid and turned his attention to the other dishes. Takazu Yasuko felt her head throbbing as she stirred awake. Her mouth was dry, and the faint noises around her felt sharp and piercing, a symptom of the hangover she was nursing. Just moments ago, in the haze of her dreams, she'd been savoring a bowl of miso soup made by her son. But now, as her eyes fluttered open, she found herself staring at an unfamiliar white ceiling. Ceiling? A white ceiling? It was such a mundane detail, yet it struck her as completely foreign. Neither her small apartment nor her workplace had such pristine, calming walls. She also noticed the faint but pleasant scent lingering in the air. Pressing a hand to her temple, Takeo tried to massage away the headache. Blinking away the haze in her eyes, she began to take in her surroundings. The room was clean and minimalistic. Her leather jacket hung neatly on a chair, and on a modest desk sat a single cactus. Beyond the window, she caught a glimpse of a street she vaguely recognized. Rising slowly, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed. Noticing her shoes were nowhere in sight, she cautiously padded barefoot across the wooden floor toward the source of the faint noises. Sliding the door open, she froze. There, standing at the kitchen counter, was a young man. His clean, handsome features contrasted sharply with the world-weariness in his eyes. He was busy cooking, his movements calm and deliberate. The scene struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her breath hitched, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know this boy, but she wanted to. The sound of the door sliding open caught Haruto's attention. He turned to see the woman from his bed now awake standing at the doorway in a leopard print tank top, her long golden curls cascading over her shoulders. "You're awake," he said, lowering the stove flame. "Would you like some water?" Reaching for a clean glass, Haruto poured her a drink from his new water pitcher. Holding it out to her, he noticed the way her gaze lingered on him, wide-eyed and distracted. Takeo blinked, snapping out of her daze. She accepted the glass, her fingers brushing against his. Whether intentional or not, she seemed to cradle his hand for just a moment longer than necessary. Haruto stiffened, feeling a jolt of something unfamiliar. Quickly, he retracted his hand and stepped back. "Thank you," Takazu Yasuko murmured, her voice hoarse from the alcohol. Taking a sip, she finally asked, "I must have been drunk last night. How did I end up here? And where is this, exactly?" "This is Fuji Heights Apartments, next to Horisaka," Haruto replied evenly, turning back to the stove. "I found you passed out near the entrance this morning. I didn't know where you lived, so I brought you here. Your jacket's in the other room." Takazu Yasuko took another sip of water, her mind racing. "Ah. I see. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble," she said, bowing her head in apology. Haruto glanced at her briefly, intending to say something dismissive, but his eyes accidentally caught on her neckline. The slight motion of her bow had revealed more than intended. He quickly looked away, his ears burning. "It's fine," he said curtly, keeping his focus on the pot. "But now that you're awake, you should head home." Realizing she was overstaying her welcome, Takeo nodded. "Of course. My name is Takazu Yasuko. I live nearby, so if you ever need help with anything, please don't hesitate to ask." She retrieved her jacket from the chair and slipped it on. Before leaving, she stood at the kitchen entrance and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much for everything. I'll be going now." The door clicked shut behind her, leaving the apartment silent. Haruto let out a long sigh of relief. Though the faint scent of her perfume and alcohol lingered in the air, what stuck with him the most was her apology. That was unexpected. The smell of something burning snapped him out of his thoughts. Haruto looked down in alarm. His soup was scorched. Chapter 3, I copied myself, isn't that embarrassing? I'll need to buy some curtains later. Leaving the windows bare like this feels unsettling. Haruto glanced at the large floor-to-ceiling windows leading to the balcony and the smaller side window. Both were completely exposed, lacking the curtains that should have provided shade and privacy. The bright, open environment of the apartment left Haruto feeling uneasy. The absence of curtains on the large floor-to-ceiling windows leading to the balcony, as well as the smaller side windows, left everything exposed. What should have provided shade and privacy had been removed, likely taken by the previous tenants when they moved out. From his current vantage point, anyone living in the opposite building could easily peer into the apartment, seeing everything without effort. Having grown accustomed to living in dimly lit spaces, Haruto found it difficult to adjust to the stark brightness of this clean and orderly environment. "I'll need to buy curtains later," he muttered, glancing at the bare windows. And towels, cleaning supplies, and a few more tools. I picked up some smaller furniture this morning, but for the rest, I'll have to make a proper trip to a furniture store. Haruto had little experience living on his own or renting a place. When he moved to Tokyo from Itamari, he brought only his clothes, basic necessities, and some scattered advice from his father, advice he mostly ignored out of convenience. The apartment was practically a blank slate, completely empty. It had taken Haruto quite some time to adapt to the barren space when he first arrived in Tokyo. During that adjustment period, he relied heavily on convenience stores for meals and laundromats for his clothes. A rice cooker, an electric kettle, a refrigerator, a hairdryer, and a washing machine, those are the essentials. He listed out loud, pacing around the room. I'll be living here for at least 3 years, so skipping out on these items will just lead to sky-high expenses later. Although these appliances were expensive, they were ultimately more cost-effective than constantly relying on outside services. Probably about 100,000 yen for everything. Haruto estimated, scratching his head. Smaller items might only cost around 10,000 yen each, but big appliances like the refrigerator and washing machine, those are pricey. I'll need to be mindful of space, though. He glanced toward the entranceway. There was a designated spot near the door for a washing machine, which was a relief, but space for the refrigerator was much more limited. It couldn't be too large. I'll figure it out when I get to the electronics store, he reasoned. For now, I need to make sure I actually have enough money. Walking over to his desk, Haruto opened a drawer and retrieved a black wallet. Inside were his identification documents, bank cards, and some cash. Before leaving his hometown, his father had handed him 200,000 yen in cash, and there was roughly 350,000 yen in his bank account intended to cover living expenses until the summer. School tuition and enrollment fees had already been paid in advance, so he didn't need to worry about those. The rent for his apartment, 120,000 yen per month, had also been paid for the next 6 months. After that, however, Haruto would have to come up with the funds himself. His father, Mayor Minazutoshiki, had been very clear on the matter. I'll support you for 6 months to help you adjust to Tokyo. After that, you're on your own. If you can't even cover your own living expenses, come back to Itamari. Tokyo isn't the place for you. Haruto couldn't help but smirk at the memory. So, how did he manage to cover his expenses and rent after those 6 months? The answer was, through an unconventional arrangement. 1 year after moving to Tokyo, Haruto became acquainted with Sayuri Sawamura, a wealthy widow who managed her family's estate. Over time, their relationship deepened, and she took a liking to him. To give him more time to spend with her, she eventually bought out the very apartment he was renting, sparing him the burden of rent altogether. That's right, he was kept by Sayuri. By his 2nd year in Tokyo, he no longer needed to worry about rent. He kept 2 part-time jobs to maintain some income for daily expenses but otherwise lived comfortably. However, now that Haruto had resolved to distance himself from Sayuri, he couldn't rely on anyone else to shoulder his rent now. Maybe I can resubmit some of my old magazine articles, he thought aloud, pacing back to his desk. I could rewrite them if necessary. They're my own work, after all. Though Haruto had once harbored grand ideas of replicating famous literary works from his past life, the reality was much bleaker. Decades had dulled his memory, leaving only faint recollections of titles and authors. Reproducing those masterpieces was out of the question. But he wasn't entirely out of options. Haruto's own skill as a writer could still earn him a decent living. He once wrote a novel titled The Literary Girl and Her Lost Reason, which had been well received on a site called DNN. At its peak, it even ranked 3rd on the sales charts. When he first saw his name on DNN's leaderboard, Haruto couldn't help but marvel at the power of the internet. Publishing online really is something else, he had mused back then. Serialized magazine pieces typically earn him between 10,000 and 20,000 yen per story, depending on the publication. But his 100,000 word novel on DNN had netted him a much higher income, freeing up a whole month where he didn't need to work. Unfortunately, Haruto was now a 16-year-old high school student, and writing adult novels, let alone selling them, wasn't a realistic option anymore. I'll have to stick to something more proper, he sighed. Reaching for his pocket out of habit, Haruto almost went for a cigarette and lighter before realizing his current situation. He no longer smoked, but the instinct was ingrained in him. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax and smiled dryly. Well, I suppose that's one way of helping Mitsuo quit smoking, although she never seen me smoking yet. With his wallet in his pocket, Haruto headed out the door, determined to purchase the appliances and supplies he needed before nightfall. Chapter 4, Are you here to thank me or to find fault? Haruto's apartment was situated near Hori Slope in Koishikawa. Just a short walk south would bring him to the Koyashikawa Grand Shrine, and a bit east led to the bustling Koyashikawa shopping district. It was convenient, as most of the appliances he needed could be purchased in this commercial area. After paying for his household appliances and providing his address for delivery, Haruto's wallet felt considerably lighter. After spending the afternoon running errands, Haruto returned to his apartment, carrying several shopping bags of various sizes. He trudged back to his apartment. Once he set everything down in the room, he sank to the floor, utterly exhausted, his mind blank. So tiring. Hauling all that at once. Even if I've regained my youth, it's still a bit much. Haruto muttered to himself. Among his purchases were sheer curtains for privacy, a compact broom, a mop for the bathroom, towels for drying off, and cloths for cleaning dishes and cookware. After taking a short break, he carefully placed each item in its proper spot. Fortunately, the apartment's windows already had tracks installed, so hanging the curtains didn't require too much effort. He simply attached the purchased sheer curtains to the rollers, slid them into the track in sequence, and secured the ends with plastic fasteners to keep the rollers in place. The task was done in no time. Standing at 175 centimeters tall at just 16 years old, Haruto didn't even need a stool or ladder to complete the installation. A slight tiptoe and a reach of his arm were sufficient. What Haruto didn't realize, however, was that during the process of hanging the curtains, his movements were spotted by Kiramai, a neighbor from the apartment across the way, who was about to head out for groceries. It was nearing 4 in the afternoon, and with dinner preparation time approaching, Kiramai noticed her fridge was running low on supplies. She decided to head out to stock up before her daughter came home. But as she stepped out the door, a figure moving in the once vacant apartment across the way caught her eye. Having lived in the area for quite some time, Kiramai had a faint memory of the previous tenants, a pair of sisters who moved out about a year ago. Since then, the apartment had remained empty. Seeing a new resident now piqued her curiosity. Peering carefully across, she saw a slender yet striking figure pressed against the window, adjusting the curtains. Though the sheer material of the curtain blurred her view, she could just make out his profile, delicate and handsome, like the idealized image of a first love in a girl's heart. Her heartbeat quickened slightly as she watched the young man finish his work and step away from the window. Realizing she had been staring, Mai quickly pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her racing heart as a faint blush spread across her face. To think, after being single for so long, I'd find myself intrigued by a stranger. But he really is an exceptionally handsome boy. I wonder if Setsuna would like someone like him. She murmured to herself. Kiramai, being an adult, quickly composed herself after this fleeting moment of embarrassment. With a glance back at the opposite apartment, she resolved to find a moment to visit her new neighbor. Her figure disappeared down the hallway. Installing the curtains, arranging the appliances, and placing cleaning supplies in their designated spots took longer than expected, but by the time he was done, the apartment felt more like home. Having set up all his furniture and cleaned the place up, Haruto gazed around his tidy apartment. For a moment, he felt unsure of what to do next. After a brief silence, his eyes settled on the stack of writing paper and pen on his desk. Guess I should write something. Not having a computer is such a hassle. But even a decent one costs over 100,000 yen. I'll need to work hard. Haruto muttered, slapping his cheek slightly to pep himself up. He began recalling the serious articles he had written before, selecting suitable content to rework. Bit by bit, he started writing. As the sun set and the room grew dim, Haruto's eyes began to feel strained. Staring at the thousands of words he had written, he let out a long sigh of relief and closed his eyes for a moment to rest them. Not being nearsighted anymore feels strange, like something's missing from my face. He mused. Opening his eyes to the dim room, he felt a pang of familiarity. It reminded him of his past, those days of hopelessness, with only his writing desk and a dark room to accompany him. He stood up, intending to turn on the light. Ding dong. The doorbell's sudden ring caught him off guard just as he pushed his chair aside. A guest? Haruto muttered, surprised. In his memory, his first few weeks in Tokyo were spent in solitude. His relationships with neighbors were casual at best, consisting of polite greetings when passing by. With a sense of curiosity, Haruto approached the door and opened it slightly. Hello, I'm Bang. The door slammed shut. Before the visitor could finish, Haruto instinctively closed the door. Standing there, stunned, Haruto replayed the image of the fierce-looking young man he had just seen. After a moment of hesitation, he reopened the door a crack. The sharp-eyed boy stood still at the doorway. His expression, though slightly troubled, was shadowed by his bangs, making his gaze seem even more intimidating. Despite Haruto's extensive life experience, he had reflexively closed the door out of a natural defensive response. Forcing his trembling hands to stay steady, Haruto cautiously asked, "Hello, what's your business here?" The boy, appearing to be about the same age as Haruto, seemed momentarily annoyed at being addressed as young man. However, recalling how Haruto had just shut the door in his face, he decided against making a fuss to avoid further misunderstanding. Instead, the boy introduced himself. "Hello, please allow me to introduce myself properly." The formal tone and awkward phrasing felt out of place coming from someone with such an intimidating aura. Haruto, already feeling second-hand embarrassment, listened. "I'm Riji Takazu, the son of Takazu Yasuko, whom you helped this morning. I've came to thank you on her behalf." Haruto paused, finally connecting the boy with the woman he'd briefly assisted earlier. Feeling a little reassured, he opened the door wider. "So you're Mrs. Takazu's son. Please, come in." Chapter 5, Go and say hello on behalf of your mother. In the morning, Takazu Riji discovered that his mother had not returned home. His mother, who should have already been home and sound asleep, was nowhere to be found. He wandered around the house, even checking the door again, and it seemed she hadn't come back last night. This surprised Riji a little, but it wasn't something that made him overly alarmed or uneasy. It wasn't unusual for his mother, Takazu Yasuko, to sometimes stay overnight at the shop to take care of customers. It was an occasional occurrence, so he didn't think much of it. As an adult, his mother might be a bit unreliable at times, but she had always been there for him when it mattered. He had never once worried about her outside of the usual concerns of meals and daily needs. As a son, he trusted his mother. And sure enough, near noon, Takazu Yasuko came home. However, unlike the usual situation where she'd return home drunk late at night, shouting and causing a fuss, Yasuko entered the house and quietly sat down at the low table in the living room. This unusual calmness made Riji uneasy, and he couldn't help but wonder if something significant had happened. He casually asked her why she had returned so late. "Why are you coming back just now, Mom? Did something happen at the shop?" Hearing her son's concern, Takeo slowly lifted her head, blinking her heavily made-up eyes. "Riji, I think I've fallen in love." "With what kind of person?" Riji was slightly surprised. His gaze lingered on Takeo as she looked a bit flushed, her usual carefree demeanor replaced with an unusual shyness. But he didn't feel any negative emotions. Having grown up with his mother, and having considered this possibility many times, Riji calmly asked her about the person. Since he was young, Riji had been raised solely by Takazu Yasuko. For his sake, she had even severed ties with her own parents and had never reconciled with them. Over the years, she had single-handedly raised him, and Riji had always seen the hardships and pressures she bore. When he was younger, he might have been afraid that his mother would abandon him, leaving him all alone. But now that he was older and in high school, he was capable of living on his own. If his mother had truly found someone she liked, someone who genuinely loved her, he would have no problem with moving out and letting her pursue her own happiness. What kind of person? "Well, I'm not sure yet, I've only met him once." Takeo replied playfully. Riji, who had been hoping his mother had found someone to settle down with, felt his mood take a sharp downturn. His feelings were like a roller coaster, moving from emotional warmth as he imagined his mother walking down the aisle to a sudden cold realization. He sat silently, watching Takeo at the table, her hands cupping her face, her body swaying slightly, looking bashful. Had she really fallen in love just from one meeting? He remembered that his mother, Takazu Yasuko, used to be a normal person. What happened for her to suddenly become like this? "It seems I drank too much at the shop yesterday, and on the way home, I passed out. But luckily, the person who found me passed out in front of his door, carried me back to his house, and even let me sleep in his bed. The bed smelled faintly sweet, a true sign of a man with taste. I'm sure he's a gentleman," Takeo explained. "Someone carried you home?" Ryuji's expression became serious. His already fierce gaze, when set in this serious tone, appeared even more intimidating. "Ah, Ryuji, your eyes look just like your father's now. But what a pity, nothing happened." Takazu Yasuko sighed, as if she was still expecting something to happen. Ryuji, while feeling a sense of relief, couldn't help but feel a headache. "When I woke up, I got up from his bed and saw the person who carried me home, and I was like, ah." Takazu Yasuko let out a shy squeal, like a teenage girl. Ryuji sighed, rubbing his forehead, then sat down at the table, cross-legged, and stared at his mother. "So that's why you came back so late?" "After waking up, I came back right away because I was worried about you, Ryuji." "Did you thank him properly?" "Well, I said thank you." "Do you know where he lives?" "He's near Horisaka, living in an apartment called Fujiko Heights. He's very classy, and he's a handsome man." After hearing this information about the man from his mother, Ryuji decided to visit him and thank him in person. But when the door opened, Ryuji was stunned to see someone who looked around his age, a boy. The kind of person who would make Takazu Yasuko act so shy and scream. Riji had expected to be a college student or maybe a middle-aged man. But now he was starting to wonder if his mother had some special preferences. What was even more troubling was when the boy saw Riji, he quickly closed the door again, which made Riji realize just how intimidating his fierce look might be. However, before Riji could press the doorbell again, the boy opened the door once more. This time, the boy looked at him not with the usual fear but with a mature, composed tone. "Hello, is there something you need?" This young man, who looked about his age, spoke in a way that made Riji feel slightly uncomfortable. It seemed like he was dealing with an unusual person, but he still introduced himself simply. "I am here to thank you on behalf of M'(S. Takazu from this morning." Upon hearing Tako's name, the boy's expression changed to one of surprise, but then quickly seemed to trust Riji's words and opened the door, inviting him inside. It was the first time someone had trusted him so quickly, and Riji couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He also began to agree with his mother's assessment that this was indeed a good man. He's indeed a good person. While thinking that, Riji handed the boy the wrapped gift he had brought as a token of thanks. "This is a gift, to thank you for helping my mother." The boy hesitated for a moment but then reached out to take the gift wrapped in furoshiki. "What's this?" "It's a homemade bento. I wasn't sure what else to give, so. This is actually a big help. I just moved here, and I haven't had time to stock my kitchen. Even though I bought a rice cooker, I forgot to buy rice and other ingredients, so I've been relying on convenience store food to fill my stomach." The boy received the bento with gratitude. It wasn't a bento prepared by a beautiful girl, but he was certainly not the type to be picky. For someone of his age, it was a real treat to have someone prepare a meal for him. "Can I open it?" "Of course." As the boy looked at the bento with satisfaction, Riji felt a sense of pride. He had spent his emergency savings to buy the best ingredients, vegetables, and fresh meat he wouldn't normally buy just to make sure the meal would be perfect. "Please, take a seat." Since the apartment was still quite bare, the only places to sit were the boy's bed or a chair at a small desk. Not wanting Riji to sit on the floor, the boy pulled out the chair in front of the desk and invited Riji to sit. "No need, I'm fine standing." Riji, noticing this, declined the offer, but the boy insisted. "Please, at least try it. I'm confident about this dish." The boy didn't insist further but looked at the bento with a satisfied expression. He unwrapped the cloth, opened the lid, and was immediately greeted by the pleasant aroma of the food. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the fragrance, before taking a pair of chopsticks from the counter, folding his hands in thanks, and then picking up a piece of beef roll from the bento. "Excellent cooking. This is really delicious." After a single bite, the boy placed his chopsticks down, looking at Riji with an expression of surprise. He seemed genuinely impressed. The praise was not just polite flattery. The boy's skills were clearly on a level above his own. If someone hadn't been cooking for a long time, they might not be able to make food this delicious. "I'm so glad it fits your taste. I was worried that our tastes would clash, and on the way here, I kept wondering what I'd do if the bento didn't suit you." Riji smiled with relief, his cheeks slightly flushed as he wiped his nose. Since Kaifu and Tokyo aren't that far apart, the flavors of the food shouldn't be too different, right? To reassure him, the boy lied, explaining that even though there were some regional differences between Kaifu and Tokyo, he had been living in Tokyo long enough to accept its culinary style. Hearing this, Riji finally felt at ease. Looking at the boy, who seemed like a good person and about his age, Riji felt that he might actually become a friend. He decided to ask a question he hadn't earlier. "By the way, how should I address you?" I don't think I've introduced myself properly. My name is Haruto, from a small town called Itomori in Gaifu Prefecture. I'm a first-year high school student here in Tokyo. Nice to meet you. I'm Takazu Riji, also starting high school this year. Just call me Riji. I think we could be good friends. Nice to meet you." Riji extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, the boy smiled and shook his hand. "Well then, please take care of me during my time here in Tokyo." Later, a small girl entered her home, unwinding her shoes, and looked toward the living room. Her mother, who had been preparing dinner, glanced at her. "Back from shopping with Sakai again?" "No, today Sakai wanted to see the father of shoes at the zoo. We spent the whole day walking, and I'm exhausted." "Father of shoes?" The girl, Sakai, explained with a tired voice. "It's the shoebill stork. Its beak looks like a shoe, so they call it the father of shoes." "I see. By the way, did you know that new neighbors moved into the apartment across from us?" "The one across from us?" "Yes, the one that's been empty for a year. While I was out buying groceries today, I saw a boy putting up curtains inside." "So? Why don't you go and greet him on my behalf?" Karasatsuna, still exhausted from the zoo trip, sighed but reluctantly agreed to her mother's request and sat up from the couch. Just this once. Chapter 6, The Neighbor Who Came to Visit Tokyo? It's just like what I've seen on TV. After walking a bit, you'll come across cafes that stay open late into the night, wagashi, traditional Japanese sweets, shops everywhere, and some fancy restaurants that make you feel like your eyes are being overwhelmed just by standing at the entrance. You want to come to Tokyo? School's starting soon, right? How about you wait until summer break? You can bring Yotsuba and Mom along, too, and experience Tokyo together. Yeah, I'll send you some of Tokyo's local specialties then. Don't forget to share them with Yotsuba. Alright, it's a deal. After hanging up the phone with his younger sister from Itamori, where he had made plans to send some local Tokyo treats, Haruto sat at his desk, feeling a bit nostalgic. It had been such a long time, hearing his sister's sweet, youthful voice again. It made him want to visit Itamori, but well, school's starting soon. If I go back, I'll be rushing to come back here. The Shinkansen from Tokyo to Gifu Prefecture only takes about 2 hours, but from Gifu to Itamori, he'd need to take a local train for 2 hours. Buses only ran twice a day, making it impractical to rely on that option. There are still things to handle here in Tokyo. If I go back, there won't be enough time. As he looked around his apartment, Haruto took out a notepad and began jotting down what he needed to do next. First, I need to prepare a low table and cushions for meals and entertaining guests. Also, I haven't brought an umbrella yet, so I need to get one, otherwise, I won't be able to go outside if it rains. A few more utensils and... Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Haruto looked at the door, confused. It hadn't been half an hour since Riji left his apartment. Even if he had returned home, there wouldn't be enough time for him to take care of his mother and come back here, would there? He tried to recall when he first moved here, there weren't so many visitors. He had only started chatting with the neighbors after getting to know them over time. Haruto stood up and walked toward the door, unlocking the safety chain and opening it slightly. Even though Tokyo is often ranked as the safest capital city in the world, that doesn't mean it's free of crime. There's always a chance. And then there's the even more annoying type of person, NHK fee collectors. They're like ghosts that haunt you relentlessly. As long as you have a TV, or even an antenna outside, they'll show up and pester you until you give in and sign a contract to pay the fee. Then, they disappear. At least until the next monthly payment. It might sound exaggerated, but NHK fee collectors are a real pain. If you have a TV or even a phone, it doesn't matter whether you watch NHK programs or not, they'll still force you to pay the fee. Even if you bought a TV just to play games or watch rented Blu-rays, they don't care. Their methods are no different from thugs. Haruto had a very strong, unpleasant memory of them from his past. But as Haruto opened the door a little, the person standing outside surprised him. He recognized the girl. She was someone who lived nearby. They had met a few times in passing during school, but that was about it. I'm Kirasatsuna, I live in the apartment across from yours. I noticed a new neighbor moved in, so I thought I'd come and say hello. My mom made some kanpirigobo, braised burdock root, and... if you don't mind. Wait. Please wait a moment. The girl in front of him, small in stature and with a clear voice, was holding a thermos container with a dish. Haruto told her to wait, closed the door, and unlocked the safety chain before opening it again. Please, come in. No. Originally, Setsuna just wanted to drop off the kanpirigobo and introduce herself briefly before heading back home, but when she saw the handsome young man in front of her, hesitation flashed across her mind. No matter how much one might deny it, the fact remains that most people are visual creatures. Walking down the street, a man dressed in ordinary clothes with an average demeanor might approach a pretty girl and be politely turned away. However, when a stylish and eye-catching handsome guy approaches, the response is much more likely to be positive. Kirasatsuna wasn't just a visual creature. The boy in front of her was indeed attractive, with a simple and clean aura. His looks were delicate and handsome, making her momentarily think of her late older brother, who had passed away. A fleeting hesitation crossed her mind, but her feelings of affection and curiosity overcame her, and she nodded in agreement to enter his home. Well then, sorry to intrude, she said, slowly stepping into the apartment and gently closing the door behind her. She followed him into the apartment and, after removing her shoes, her delicate feet, covered in soft white cotton socks, touched the cool yet clean and smooth floor. Sorry, I'm still settling in since I just moved in. He apologized, looking down at himself, also barefoot on the floor. It was not quite early spring, and although the temperature wasn't high, it felt chilly to be walking barefoot. Are you living here alone? She asked, her voice calm, though her youthful demeanor made her seem more endearing than distant. Her appearance was lovely, with snow-white skin and a petite figure that exuded youthful charm. I forgot to introduce myself. he said. I'm Mimizu Haruto. You can just call me Haruto. I'm from Gaifu Prefecture, and I'm a first-year student at Toyosaki Academy, starting my independent life here in Tokyo. Gaifu? Setsuna was surprised, as she knew where Gaifu Prefecture was. Isn't that near Nagoya? She asked. Yeah, Gaifu is closer to Nagoya, but I chose to come to Tokyo for better opportunities. Haruto explained. When he first came to Tokyo, he did have grand plans for his life here, determined to build a successful career, but in reality, even after reincarnating into a world nearly identical to his old one, he hadn't really managed to achieve much. The only difference from his previous life was that he had gone from being a lonely bachelor with no romantic relationships to dating a girl named Sayuri. The combined years from both lives had already brought him close to 40, yet only now had he graduated. I don't really want to think about those memories, he thought, momentarily lost in thought. As he was about to pass through the narrow hallway and into the living room, he suddenly heard a TSK sound behind him. Before he could turn around, he felt a heavy pressure on his back. His body lurched forward uncontrollably, and instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his face. Thud. Clatter. The sound of a heavy fall echoed, followed by the sound of a food container spilling. The sudden accident caused Haruto to wince, despite his hands being in front of his face. He opened his eyes and quickly turned his head to check on the girl who had caused the mishap. Are you alright, Kara-san? Ugh. I'm fine. She replied, though her voice was weak. But as Haruto observed her, he couldn't help but blink in surprise. The food container she had been holding was now upside down on her head. The red ribbon on her hair had been stained dark by the sauce, and pieces of burdock root had fallen onto her head and onto Haruto as well. When she managed to lift her head, a few chili pepper rings fell from her forehead. Her disheveled and pitiful appearance nearly made Haruto lose control of his expression, but he pressed his lips together tightly, trying to disguise his shock as a look of pain. Setsuna, initially feeling guilty for tripping and causing the accident, was taken aback when she saw the pained expression on Haruto's face. Looking at the fallen chili peppers, she touched her forehead, feeling the warmth from the sauce. When she glanced at the burdock root in her hand, her cheeks flushed deeply. Her body trembled uncontrollably from both embarrassment and the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 7, Why not take a shower here? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel any pain? Noticing the girl trembling slightly from embarrassment, Haruto quickly reined in his expression and focused on her well-being. Setsuna lowered her head, her biting gently on her lip. Slowly, she raised her gaze toward the boy in front of her. Seeing his concerned expression, the intense shame she felt began to subside, if only a little. She shook her head silently. A piece of burdock root slipped from her hair, and the flush that had just started to fade returned in full force, painting her cheeks a deep crimson. Good to hear you're okay. Let's clean this up first. If you don't mind, I can help you pick the burdock out of your hair. Haruto offered gently. Setsuna initially wanted to refuse, but as she considered the situation, how she couldn't see her own head and how trying to clean it herself would likely be futile, she hesitated. Walking home like this and risking being seen by someone she knew would be mortifying. With her reason prevailing over her pride, she nodded lightly. Thank you. Another piece of burdock slipped from her head, but by now, Setsuna had grown numb to the humiliation. Resigned, she sat cross-legged on the floor, watching as Haruto got up from the ground. Are you okay, Mimizu-kun? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. Dusting himself off, Haruto rubbed his chest lightly but felt no lasting discomfort. Smiling reassuringly, he said, I'm fine. I try to stay in shape, so something like this won't bother me. Let me get a towel, just wait here for a moment. Haruto left Setsuna in the room and went to fetch a towel. After unwrapping a new one he had bought earlier, he soaked it in warm water from the bathroom. Returning to the room, he hesitated briefly before sweeping the scattered burdock root into the trash. Placing the trash can aside, Haruto sat in front of Setsuna, whose flushed face betrayed her embarrassment. Under her slightly averted gaze, he carefully reached out and began picking the pieces of burdock from her hair, one by one. Thankfully, since the dish was stir-fried, there wasn't much sauce to worry about. In the quiet room, Setsuna sat still, her senses heightened to every gentle motion as Haruto carefully combed through her hair. Stealing a glance at the boy in front of her, she noticed his calm, focused demeanor. His gaze held no trace of awkwardness, only clarity and indifference. Despite being a high schooler like herself, Haruto carried an air of maturity she had only ever seen in adults. His face was almost too refined, striking a delicate balance between masculine and youthful. To Setsuna, his gentle presence felt almost maternal. Her heart began to race. Face growing hotter, she dropped her gaze to the floor, hiding behind her lowered lashes. About 10 minutes later, Haruto finished picking out all the burdock from her hair. Disposing of the last bits in the trash, he declared with a smile. All done. Thank you, Mimizu-kun. I'm so sorry for causing you all this trouble. Setsuna's voice was earnest, but Haruto simply waved off her apology. It's nothing. Just a little accident. Honestly, I should be thanking you for your kind gesture. It's a shame I didn't get to try your Kenpirigobo burdock. A mix of guilt and other unspoken emotions stirred within Setsuna. Picking up the overturned food container from the floor, she looked at Haruto's warm smile and felt a pang of reluctance to leave. But she knew she had to. Next time, I'll bring you a fresh batch. I'm really sorry for today. I'll be going now. Alright. I'll look forward to the taste of your Kenpirigobo burdock next time. After helping her to the door, Haruto watched as Setsuna slipped her soft white socks into her shoes. She turned back toward him, her face once again flushing red as she bowed deeply. Thank you. Goodbye. Haruto nodded with a smile, watching as she hurried away. Once she disappeared from view, he closed the door, glanced at the stains left on the floor, and sighed. Well, better clean this up. It was already dark, and the streets were quiet. Thankfully, Setsuna didn't run into anyone who might have seen her in such a disheveled state. Rushing home, she entered the living room, where her mother, Kaimai, was waiting. Mai was sitting on the couch, watching TV while waiting to have dinner together with her daughter. But when she saw Setsuna walk in holding the food container, her hair stained with sticky black residue, and an unusually flustered expression, Mai's curiosity was piqued. What happened? I tripped. Setsuna replied curtly. Are you hurt? Mai stood up, concern evident on her face. She approached to check for injuries, but Setsuna quickly pushed the food container into her mother's hands. I'm fine. I'll take a bath first. You can eat without me, she said, heading toward the bathroom. Did your new neighbor see you like this? Mai asked casually. Yes. Setsuna's footsteps faltered briefly. Without looking back, she continued walking. Her heart felt oddly heavy as she replayed Haruto's face and actions in her mind. In the bathroom, she closed the door, removed her ribbon, and let her hair fall loose. As she pulled off her sweater, her mother's voice called out from the other side. What kind of person is he? Setsuna paused for a moment, then replied softly, he's a good person. Hearing her daughter's response, Mai's eyebrows lifted in surprise. She hadn't expected Setsuna to give such a high evaluation of someone she'd just met. A knowing smile crept onto Mai's lips. From years of living with her daughter, she recognized the subtle hesitation in Setsuna's tone. It seemed her daughter was finally stepping into puberty. Chapter 8, We Are Good Sisters, Would I Steal Your Man? The large appliances Haruto had purchased yesterday were delivered to his apartment this morning. After asking the delivery staff to help move them inside, he signed the paperwork. Standing in front of his brand new washing machine and refrigerator, Haruto decided to start his first load of laundry. He gathered the clothes he had left in the bathroom overnight and got to work. Setsuna? Setsuna? Huh? What's wrong? The sudden call from her friend snapped Setsuna out of her daze. She turned to Sei Sakai, who was sitting beside her, her face puzzled. You've been spacing out this whole time. You didn't hear a word I just said, did you? Still sore from their visit to the zoo yesterday, Sakai had decided to take it easy and stay home. But being cooped up quickly became unbearable, so she came over to Setsuna's house for a visit. However, something was clearly off with Setsuna today. She had been distracted and absent-minded, even as they tried to chat. Sakai couldn't help but feel curious and concerned about what was preoccupying her friend. Maybe I'm just tired from yesterday, Setsuna offered as an excuse. I feel a bit out of it today. Oh, right, you mentioned before that you were thinking about applying to Sakatama Girls' High School. Why did you end up at Sakaki Academy instead? Because it's closer to home. Besides, didn't you also choose Sakaki Academy? That's true. The mention of Sakaki Academy brought back the memory of yesterday's encounter. Setsuna's emotions stirred uneasily. The school she had once been so excited about now felt far less compelling. Sakai, who had been observing her friend closely, noticed the subtle conflict in her expression. Her curiosity deepened. What could be troubling Setsuna so much? Wait a second. Setsuna, do you have a crush on someone? Sakai asked, testing the waters. The question struck like lightning. Setsuna's pale face turned crimson in an instant. Her gaze darted away from Sakai's prying eyes, and she quickly denied it. And no, it's not like that. Sakai's eyebrows raised, her interest piqued even more. The girlish shyness of her usually composed friend made her heart race with excitement. Girls and romantic gossip went hand in hand, after all. For someone like Setsuna, who had always seemed indifferent to boys, this reaction was groundbreaking. The budding spark of affection made Sakai's inner gossip-loving nature spring to life. Scooting closer inch by inch, Sakai leaned in until she was right beside Setsuna. The sweet scent of her friend's shampoo wafted into her nose as she lowered her voice to a teasing whisper. So, what kind of person is he? Setsuna flinched, her body stiffening as she avoided Sakai's mischievous gaze. She kept denying it, trying to explain away her behavior. It's not what you think. I only met him once. He's the same age as me, but he lives on his own nearby. I was just curious, that's all. Despite the shame of being cornered, Setsuna worked hard to keep her tone steady, hoping to downplay her feelings. Oh, so it was love at first sight? Sakai teased with a grin. Who would have thought our little Setsuna could fall for someone? Her delicate fingers poked at Setsuna's soft, flushed cheek, unable to resist teasing further. Before Setsuna could react, Sakai wrapped her arms around her friend's shoulders and leaned her face against Setsuna's. With a mischievous glint in her eyes and a low, coaxing voice, she pressed for more details. Come on, tell me more about him. He lives nearby, doesn't he? Your neighbor? What kind of person is he? A handsome guy? Realizing there was no point in hiding anymore, Setsuna sighed softly. She reached up to remove Sakai's arms from around her shoulders, then picked up her cup of tea and took a small sip before answering. He's a student from Gaifu who moved to Tokyo to attend school. Last night, my mom decided to visit him to greet our new neighbor, but something unexpected happened. Setsuna briefly recounted the events of the previous evening. Sakai, who had been listening intently, looked a bit disappointed once the story concluded. She had anticipated a more dramatic or romantic twist, only to find the reality to be a relatively mundane misunderstanding. Still, it was enough to ensnare her friend's heart. So, this is what love feels like, huh? But from what you've said, he must be a very handsome guy. That's true. Setsuna admitted. Does he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Does he like anyone? I don't know. All you know about him is his name and the fact that he lives alone, right? Nothing else? Setsuna nodded helplessly. By this point, thanks to Sakai's pointed questions, she had came to terms with her feelings. Yes, she had a crush on Mimizu Haruto, but she knew almost nothing about him. Seeing the faint disappointment in her friend's eyes, Sakai suddenly clapped her hands together and stood up. Under Setsuna's puzzled gaze, Sakai patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. As your friend, how could I sit back and do nothing? He's new to Tokyo, so he's probably unfamiliar with the area. What he needs is a friendly guide. I'll go gather some intel for you. You just wait here for my glorious return. Watching her enthusiastic friend spring into action, Setsuna felt conflicted. It didn't seem right to send Sakai to question Kendo so directly. After all, she barely knew him. Don't worry. Sakai reassured her, noticing the concern in Setsuna's expression. I won't let him know I'm asking on your behalf. I'll just drop by as a friendly neighbor. Do you think I will steal the guy you like? No way. But. Are you sure this is okay? Relax. Trust my social skills, Setsuna. Once I've skillfully gathered all the information, I'll come back and report everything to you. Sakai gave her a thumbs up and headed toward the door. Setsuna sat there, gripping her hands nervously as she watched Sakai's confident departure. A mix of worry and anticipation churned in her chest. Click. The door closed. Setsuna closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Just as she was settling into wait, hurried footsteps echoed outside her room. Click. The door swung open again. Sakai poked her head back in, looking slightly sheepish. By the way, I forgot to ask. Where does he live? Apartment 201, Fuji Heights, across the street. Setsuna answered in a resigned tone. Got it. Be back soon. With that, Sakai disappeared again, leaving Setsuna alone. Staring at the closed door, Setsuna clasped her hands tightly, her worry growing stronger. Will this really be okay? Chapter 9, Sakai is standing before my eyes after washing all the laundry that needed cleaning and hanging it out to dry on his balcony. Haruto Mimizu found himself with little else to do. The furniture and appliances he needed were all purchased and set up, and earlier in the morning, he had carried home a low table and some cushions. Looking around the once empty room, now filled with a touch of life, a sense of satisfaction spread across his face. All that's left is to wait for school to start. The term begins. The day after tomorrow. He muttered, glancing at the calendar he'd pinned on his desk. A bold circle marked March 28th, the first day of school. Today was March 23rd. 4 days remained until he would once again sit in a classroom, resuming his high school life. The thought of returning to lectures in a school setting filled him with a vague discomfort, like ants crawling under his skin. First goal for this second chance at life, get into a decent university. Something manageable for someone in the arts, maybe Gakushuin University or Masashi University. Aiming for the University of Tokyo feels too far-fetched. Back in his original timeline, Haruto had considered higher education but ultimately abandoned the idea, relying heavily on financial support from Sayuri Sawamura, which hurt his self-esteem as a man. In hindsight, perhaps pursuing university would have allowed him to mend his relationship with his parents and maybe even soften Sayuri Sawamura's resistance to their relationship. How could anyone trust their beloved mother to a man with no plans for the future? The memory brought a touch of sadness to his expression. But that's all in the past now. This is a fresh start. Focusing on university seems like the right thing to do. Masashi's entrance requirements are around a 60 score. That would have been doable for the old me. Haruto thought aloud. But with almost a decade spent adrift in the working world, the academic knowledge he once possessed had long since faded. To meet the standards of a top 20 school in Japan, he'd need to put in twice the effort. Even if I get in, I won't have to worry about tuition. But preparing for entrance exams will be expensive. Private tutoring costs, and money. His gaze landed on the manuscript he'd finished yesterday. It was ready to be submitted to a magazine. Back in the day, he had connections with several editors who'd accept his submissions without hesitation. Now, without those ties, he'd have to mail his work to submission boxes and wait for responses, hoping for acceptance and eventual payment. While buying breakfast at the convenience store that morning, he had skimmed through the magazine rack for potential publishers. He found a few promising options and decided it was time to submit his work. Grabbing the neatly sealed envelope containing his manuscript, Haruto headed for the door. But as he opened it, he was greeted by a girl standing right outside. Her hand seemed to press the doorbell. The two locked eyes for a moment. The girl, with her shoulder-length hair and a stray lock curling into a distinctive edge, blinked, visibly caught off guard. It took Sekai Saying a moment to recover, but her initial awkwardness quickly gave way to composure. Hi. I'm Sekai Saying, one of your neighbors. I heard this apartment recently got a new tenant, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello. Oh, were you about to head out? Haruto regarded the girl with mild surprise. In his previous life, he didn't recall anyone being so eager to visit him, much less someone like Sekai Saying, a name he now recognized with unsettling clarity. Could this really be that Sekai Saying? The one infamous for, well, things best left unsaid? His gaze briefly shifted, and his hand instinctively moved to shield his abdomen. Huh? Sekai tilted her head, puzzled. Realizing he was overreacting, Kenshu quickly dropped his hand and gave a slight cough to cover his unease. I'm Haruto Mimizu, the new tenant. I was just about to go out to mail something. Perhaps we can talk another time? Mail something? Oh, let me come with you. You're new here, right? I can show you around the neighborhood while we're at it. Sekai offered brightly. Haruto hesitated but ultimately nodded. It wasn't like he had a good reason to refuse. Besides, as a newcomer unfamiliar with the area, her offer was actually helpful. Wouldn't that be troubling you, Miss Saying? Not at all. And just call me Sekai. No need to be so formal, alright then. Thank you, Miss Sekai. Geez, don't be so stiff, Mimizu-kun. As they left the apartment building together, Kenshu couldn't shake an odd sense of tension. Despite knowing Sekai was just a neighbor, his thoughts kept returning to the fictional version of her he remembered. Are you afraid of me or something? She teased, noticing his overly cautious demeanor. And no, nothing like that. I'm just not great at talking to girls. For someone as handsome as you? You're too kind. Haruto replied curtly. Their casual banter continued as they headed toward the mailbox, but unbeknownst to them, a pair of watchful eyes peeked out from the curtains of an apartment across the street. Karasetsuna knelt on her bed, looked downstairs through the gap in the curtains. A complicated expression crossed her face as she watched them disappear around the corner. Chapter 10, We Are Good Sisters, How Could We Run Away? In the quiet residential area, the location of the post box was still quite prominent. In his previous life, Haruto often sent letters to his family in Itamari, so he had some recollection of where post boxes were typically located. However, this time, he was accompanied by Sekai Saying, who wasn't familiar with the area, and together they arrived at a nearby post box. Although it was a post box, the ones in Koyashikawa weren't the usual red ones. Instead, for aesthetic purposes, they were decorated with pink sakura patterns, making them look very girly. Is this letter for your family? Just as Haruto was about to drop the envelope into the box, Sekai Saying, standing beside him, curiously asked. My family? Oh, right. I still need to send something to Mitsuha and the others. I completely forgot. I'll need to go back to my apartment and prepare another letter for them. Haruto muttered to himself. Her comment reminded him of the promise he'd made to his younger sister to send them some local Tokyo specialties. However, in the whirlwind of settling into his new place, the task had slipped his mind. He made a mental note to send another letter later. Sekai, having overheard his murmuring, realized this particular letter wasn't meant for his family. Then, is it for your girlfriend? Haruto slid his manuscript into the post box, then turned to glance at Sekai. Throughout their walk, he'd begun to understand that this world was subtly different from the one he remembered in various ways. The girl beside him, for instance, seemed to be just an ordinary, innocent high schooler. The absurd notion that she might be a threat to him was something he'd clearly overthought. Besides, moreover, as long as you treat a girl seriously and don't waver and make her feel insecure, there is no way such a cruel ending as bloody end will happen. No, it's not for a girlfriend. I've never had a girlfriend. This letter is for a submission. A submission? To a magazine. Haruto explained. If they accept and publish my work, I earn some money. My family supports me coming to Tokyo to study, but they can only provide some initial help with living expenses. The rest, I have to manage on my own. So, to make ends meet, I'm submitting articles to magazines. Haruto answered the curious girl's question straightforwardly, explaining his reasoning from the perspective of someone older and more experienced. Wow, that's amazing. Sekai's eyes widened in surprise and admiration. Having never had to worry about living expenses herself, she knew some boys worked part-time jobs to support themselves. But this was the first time she'd heard of someone submitting to magazines for income. In a society that deeply respected writers and intellectuals, even a magazine submission seemed like an impressive feat to Sekai. Moreover, Haruto's calm and composed demeanor as he spoke only made him seem more mature, qualities rare for boys his age. Her gaze toward him subtly changed. So, does that make you a writer, Mimizu-kun? A young writer? I wouldn't call myself a writer. To claim that title, I'd need to publish my own book first. Submitting to magazines is something anyone can try, even you, Miss Sekai. Me? Could I really do that? It's simple. Just write about whatever you want and send it in. At worst, they'll reject it. Kenshuk replied plainly. His straightforward answer made Sekai's originally expectant expression suddenly become discouraged. Getting rejected sounds like it'd be a huge blow. Maybe I'll pass. Seeing her hesitation, Haruto didn't press further. Everyone had their own perspectives, and he had no interest in forcing someone to change their mind. After dropping off his manuscript, Sekai began leading Kenshuk on a tour of the neighborhood. This area is mostly residential, so you won't find many stores around here. But there are a few 24-hour convenience stores. For shopping, head east toward Horisaka, that's the commercial district. You'll find clothing stores, salons, and restaurants there. Listening to her description of the area stirred a mix of feelings in Haruto. The last time he'd been here, no one had offered to show him around. He'd had to figure everything out on his own. It was only after joining some community events that he'd started meeting people and gradually becoming familiar with the area. If you're interested in local scenery and culture, head south. There's the Koyashikawa Shrine, a branch of the Chiyoda Grand Shrine. It's a great alternative if you can't visit the main shrine. Further south is the famous Koyashikawa Korakuen, an ancient garden with a rich history. Glancing southward, Haruto recalled his own visit to Koyashikawa Korakuen. He'd gone during Green Day when entry was free a month after he'd first arrived in Tokyo. But it was then that he learned that elementary and middle school students could visit the garden for free on weekdays. If I have the time, I'll definitely visit. Haruto smiled as he responded to Sekai, his gaze sweeping over the streets that felt both familiar and slightly alien. His expression held a trace of complexity. Sekai, who had been quietly observing him, noticed the subtle emotions on his face. There was something profound, a depth of feelings and a tinge of weariness she couldn't quite grasp. Without realizing it, she felt drawn to him, unconsciously closing the distance between them. Earlier, Mimizu-kun said, "You don't have a girlfriend?" A girlfriend? No, I don't. Really? I feel like you're even better looking than most idols I see in magazines. You must be really popular with the girls, right? Her probing question was only one step away from directly asking, "Why don't you have a girlfriend?" Sekai leaned in closer, her slightly shorter frame bringing her face almost level with Haruto's. Her expression was careful yet curious, her tone playful yet sincere. Haruto could sense an unusual atmosphere building between them. His pulse quickened, and it felt as if his hormones had been thrown into overdrive. Unlike his previous frail self, weakened by indulgence, his body now seemed to be waking up, energized by the girl's proximity and her lively demeanor. However, Haruto wasn't some inexperienced virgin incapable of keeping his composure. He looked at the girl beside him, her gaze steady yet hiding something unspoken beneath the surface. He was mildly surprised but kept his expression calm. "What about you, Miss Sekai? I imagine you're quite popular with the boys, cheerful personality, adorable looks. Do you have a boyfriend? Eh? Sakai froze for a moment, clearly not expecting the question to turn back on her. I don't, she admitted, her voice a bit softer. I see. Haruto shifted the conversation with a nonchalant tone, as if he wasn't overly interested in pursuing the subject further. But, Sakai suddenly exclaimed, her voice carrying a slight edge of nervousness. I do have a type I like. She glanced at Haruto, who seemed oblivious to her growing tension, his calm and indifferent demeanor almost frustrating. A pang of guilt flickered in her chest as she remembered why she was there in the first place, to gather information for Satsuna. Yet, that guilt was quickly swept away by a surge of emotion, an impulsive, overwhelming feeling that drowned out her rationality. Like a flood bursting through a dam, her thoughts spilled out unbidden. Someone like Mizuno, like Haruto. Haruto blinked, caught off guard. He stared at the girl beside him, her face flushed crimson. He hadn't expected her to be so direct. Meanwhile, just around the corner and out of sight, another figure watched from the shadows. Having grown curious, Satsuna Kira had left her apartment to follow the pair. She leaned silently against the wall, her usual indifferent gaze fixed on the two of them. But her hands betrayed her emotions, clutching tightly at the sleeves of her sweater. Chapter 11, The One Who Betrayed Me is Sakai. I'm back, Satsuna Ing. Sakai stepped into the apartment, gently closing the door behind her, and had a somewhat lost expression on her face. She had failed. The atmosphere had been good, just the two of them alone. The possibility of winning him over seemed high. Yet, he had remained completely unfazed, showing no surprise or embarrassment at her attempts. Instead, he had smiled lightly and told her he wouldn't consider dating anyone before graduating from university. Sakai found it hard to believe that any guy could seriously stick to a decision like that. It felt more like an excuse to reject her. You're back? What did you find out? As she entered the living room, she spotted Satsuna standing by the kitchen counter, busy with something. Sakai slumped onto the couch, leaning against the armrest. She gazed at her childhood friend's back and began to recount her findings. When I got to his apartment door, I ran into him just as he was heading out to mail something. I introduced myself as his neighbor, gained his trust, and then used the excuse of showing him around the neighborhood to spend more time with him. Satsuna, still facing the counter, didn't turn around. Her reaction seemed to calm, making Sakai feel slightly uneasy. Do you know who the letter was addressed to? To whom? Satsuna paused briefly before resuming her task. Feeling unsettled, Sakai got up and walked over to her side, only to notice what her friend was doing. You're sharpening a knife? Why? Sakai's unease deepened. She felt a strange chill run down her back, her guilt surfacing as she recalled her actions earlier that day. It's nothing. My mom's planning to cook some meat tonight, so I thought I'd get the knife ready. I see. Sakai trailed off, still unconvinced. Her gaze flitted nervously between the knife and Satsuna. Oh, right, about the letter. It was addressed to a magazine publisher. Apparently, he makes a living in Tokyo by submitting articles to them. Pretty impressive, don't you think? Satsuna's movements slowed momentarily. She glanced at Sakai before turning back to finish sharpening the blade. Satsuna. Yes. Could you maybe stop sharpening that knife for a moment? The sound is making me nervous. The sharp, grating sound of the blade against the whetstone was unnerving. Sakai rubbed her neck uneasily and inched back a step. Don't worry, I'm almost done. It won't hurt much. That's even weirder. Sakai blurted out. Desperate to change the subject, she added hastily, oh, by the way, he doesn't have a girlfriend. I even tried hinting about myself as a potential candidate, but he rejected me outright. He's definitely not someone who takes relationships lightly. The sound of sharpening abruptly ceased. He turned you down? You were following me, weren't you? Sakai accused, her eyes narrowing. Satsuna didn't answer. She simply rinsed the knife under running water, dried it carefully, and placed it back in the knife rack. Then, turning to Sakai, she gave her a calm, unreadable look. Feeling the weight of her friend's gaze, Sakai could only lower her head in guilt. Both of them returned to the living room in silence. Sakai sat back on the couch while Satsuna poured her a cup of tea. They sat across from each other. Let's continue where we left off. Satsuna said at last. Which part? The fact that he doesn't have a girlfriend? No. The part where you confessed to him. Sakai's face flushed with embarrassment. Folding her hands together, she bowed her head slightly and apologized. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Well, I really did start out just trying to test the waters for you. But as I got to know him, I couldn't help being drawn to him. I thought that if I didn't make a move soon, someone else would steal him away. So, you confessed? Sakai's expression became even more awkward. She glanced at her friend's calm demeanor and felt her guilt intensify. Yes. But he rejected me outright. He said he wouldn't consider dating until after graduating from university. Can you believe that? A guy as handsome as him, staying single until university? Setsuna didn't respond immediately, her expression remaining neutral. Sekai, you betrayed me. She said softly after a pause. I'm sorry. You're treating me tomorrow. Eh? Are you serious? Faced with Setsuna's impassive stare, Sekai could only sigh in defeat. Fine. I'll cover everything tomorrow. Shopping, food, whatever you want. Good. Then, you're still my best friend. You're so realistic. Sekai muttered under her breath, unable to hold back a wry smile. The two are good friends who grew up together. It can be said that they have almost the same interests and hobbies, so it is not surprising that they fall in love with the same person. For Setsuna, sending Sekai to meet him had been a miscalculation. She should have known better. She had been there when Sekai hinted at confessing to him, and when he rejected her. As angry as she might have felt, the truth was she wasn't overly furious. Instead, a sense of pity grew for Sekai, who had been rejected. Sekai, just like herself, had never been in a relationship or had someone she liked. Yet, unlike her own internal struggles, Sekai had boldly confessed her feelings and was decisively turned down. Just imagining it made Setsuna feel an overwhelming sadness. But to say there was no frustration in her heart at all. That wouldn't be true. The act of sharpening the knife earlier wasn't to harm anyone, it was merely to scare her friend a little. She wanted Sekai, who had run off to confess, to feel guilty and realize she had made a mistake. However, following Sekai without her knowing had been a bit much too. But seeing her friend, completely unaffected, already planning their outing for tomorrow, Setsuna's gaze wavered for a brief moment. By the way, why did you come back so soon? Did the rejection make you feel embarrassed? Setsuna asked. Sekai's expression shifted slightly, looking somewhat awkward but also filled with a tinge of fear. Not really. Well, yes, that was part of it. But there was something else too. I ran into someone a little intimidating. Intimidating? Setsuna raised an eyebrow. Chapter 12, Takazurugi. Did I cause you trouble? Takazurugi asked, glancing at the retreating figure of Sekai, who appeared a little downcast. He felt uneasy, wondering if he had done something too much. He looked back at Haruto, asking in a slightly worried tone. As he watched Sekai walk away, Haruto might have reconsidered his life choices. If it had been someone else, he would have likely thought about changing his approach and maybe starting to date someone from his age group. But when it came to Sekai, no, not at all. In fact, you actually helped me out quite a bit. Did you just come back from the shopping street? Takazurugi, carrying several shopping bags of various sizes, was filled with ingredients and seasonings. Ken immediately thought about his own apartment, realizing he hadn't stocked the fridge enough. It wasn't an issue right now, since school was on break. But once school started again, his free time would get much more limited, and having food prepped and stored would help lighten his load. However, looking at the amount of groceries Rigi had bought, Haruto couldn't help but think it might be a bit too much. The shopping street had a sale today. Rigi explained. It's a regular discount event at this time every month, and they usually only have small discounts on weekends. Haruto, still a little confused, asked, how long does it last? Ryuji faltered for a second under Haruto's sharp gaze, realizing that Haruto's focus was a little more intimidating than he'd expected. It lasts the whole day. Ryuji answered, a bit nervous. Haruto's expression softened and he nodded. The timing wasn't an issue after all. Do you need help? Haruto offered, noticing Ryuji struggling with the shopping bags. Ryuji, slightly surprised, didn't refuse the offer and handed over a few bags. Sorry to trouble you. This should be enough. Takazurugi said as he handed over some of the lighter vegetables to Haruto, then pointed in the direction of his home. My house is that way, it's a bit far from yours. That's fine. I don't have anything to do right now. Let's go, I'll visit your place, if you don't mind. Haruto replied. Of course not, you're very welcome. Ryuji said, his voice filled with happiness. It wasn't often that anyone visited his home, even his school friend, Kitamura Yosaku, had never been there. If Haruto came over, it would be the first time someone his age had officially visited his home. By the way, that girl from earlier looked a bit familiar. She must live around here, right? Haruto asked. Yes, her name is Sekai Sei-ing. Ah, she's from the Sei-ing family? As the two of them walked toward Ryuji's house, they casually chatted about some local news and stories. Though Ryuji didn't have many friends, he had lived in the area for over 10 years, so he was much more familiar with it than Sekai Sei-ing. Ryuji shared details about some quirky people in the neighborhood and things to watch out for. Haruto, who had been living here for almost 3 years, realized that there were things he had never noticed before. Memizu, you. Ryuji began, Just call me Haruto. Haruto interrupted with a smile. Okay, Haruto, you seem to know this area just as well as someone who's lived here for a long time. Did Sakai tell you all this? Yes, she told me quite a lot about the neighborhood. During their conversation, Haruto unintentionally revealed his knowledge of the area, which puzzled Rigi at first. But before Haruto could explain, Rigi had already came to a conclusion and reassured himself, saving Haruto the trouble of explaining. It's just up ahead, my house. It's a bit humble, though. Rigi said. No, it looks like a warm and cozy home. And the space seems much larger than my apartment. Haruto replied. They arrived at the door of Rigi's house. It was an older-looking building, though it wasn't bad at all. On the outside, it looked quite ordinary. Please, come in. Rigi invited. Sorry for the intrusion. Haruto said politely as he stepped inside. Upon entering the hallway, Haruto's eyes immediately fell on a purple lace bra lying casually on the floor. Haruto froze, his gaze shifting toward Rigi, but Rigi, unfazed, calmly placed the groceries in the fridge before turning to Haruto. Is something wrong? Rigi asked. No, nothing. By the way, where is your mother? Ken asked, quickly changing the subject. Mom? She's probably at work right now. She won't be back until early morning. Please, sit down while I take care of the food. Rigi replied. Okay. Haruto nodded. Rigi invited him to the living room and set a glass of water on the table. He then asked, so, what do you think? It not that good, right? No, it's actually quite nice. Compared to my old house in Gaifu, it's very similar, though my old home was a bit closer to nature and larger. Haruto explained. Looking around, Haruto could tell that Rigi's house was much better than his old home in Gaifu. At least when he was younger, his living environment was almost the same as Rigi's, except for the more natural setting and slightly bigger house. How about you and Mrs. Takazu? Haruto asked. Don't call her Mrs., that's too formal. Mom probably wouldn't like it either. Just call her Yasuko. Rigi corrected. Then, Ms. Yasuko, I suppose? Ken asked. Yeah, she'd definitely prefer that. Rigi said with a nod, sitting down as well. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry to put away the groceries. He was content to chat with Haruto for a while. Have you and Miss Yasuko always lived here? Haruto asked. I've already mentioned this, right? My irresponsible old man seems to have died. Since I can remember, it's always been me and Mom living here. Rigi replied. Ms. Yasuko is really impressive. Haruto said, unable to hide his admiration. Rigi raised an eyebrow, confused by Haruto's sudden remark. Raising her son alone for all these years and sticking with it in this environment. That's not something just anyone could do. She must have faced a lot of hardships but still didn't give up on you, Rigi. She's a truly amazing mother. Haruto said sincerely. According to data from the National Living Basic Survey, the poverty rate for single-parent families was 50.8%, with 14.9% having no savings, and nearly 40% of single-mother families lived in poverty. A survey in 2012 by the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare found that 57% of single-mother families were employed in irregular jobs, compared to 12.9% in single-father families. Just comparing these numbers makes it clear how difficult it is for a single mother to raise her child. For someone like Miss Yasuko who severed ties with her family and raised Rigi on her own, the hardships and struggles she faced were something only she truly understood. Just as Yasuko had finished getting ready for work and was about to leave, she quietly leaned against the sliding door. Wrapping her arms around her knees, she gazed out thoughtfully, a subtle smile playing at the corner of her lips. Sorry, Rigi. She whispered. I think I've really fallen for someone younger than me. Chapter 13, Shopping in the Shopping Street and Sending Gifts Home. Haruto didn't stay at the Takazu family for long. Their meeting was a mere coincidence on the road. He had only helped Rigi carry some groceries back home, and he had his own errands to run, including purchasing some discounted vegetables. After a brief chat, he said his goodbyes to Takazu Rigi and left to buy the vegetables. When Takazu Rigi returned to the living room after seeing the wise man off, he found Yasuko sitting at the low table, holding a cup of water and sipping it. She glanced up at him. That cup. It's the one Haruto used. If you want to drink, at least get a new one, okay? Rigi, who had entered the room by then, didn't seem too surprised to see Yasuko. He simply asked, You haven't gone to work yet? The bar work only starts in the evening. Yasuko replied, setting the cup down and sitting up straighter. I go early to clean up and prepare for the night shift. It's the same whether I go now or later. If you're home, why didn't you speak up earlier? It's not every day we have guests, especially someone who helped you out. Not thanking them is a bit rude, don't you think? Yasuko sat up properly, her gaze now serious as she looked at her son, Riji. The change in her expression made him a little uncomfortable. What's with the sudden seriousness? He asked. Riji, what do you think of the Haruto? Where's this coming from? He's a good guy. Why do you ask? Do you think you'd support me if I dated him? Riji's expression shifted as he squatted down and sat in front of Takazu Yasuko. He observed Yasuko in front of him seriously, confirming Takazu Yasuko's expression. Are you serious? I've always been serious. Yasuko replied with determination. I don't think you are, anyway Haruto is a good guy. Today, when I ran into him, I saw a girl confessing to him. He's only been here for 2 days, and already someone's confessed. Do you really have a chance? I'll try my best. Yasuko responded with determination, her small fists clenched like a little girl. Riji sighed helplessly. Do what you want, but don't make things awkward. He's still your neighbor. If the relationship becomes awkward, it will be very troublesome for me. As Riji went to handle the groceries, Yasuko was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected such a calm response. The expression on her face became cheerful and excited. She stood up and began to cheer herself up. Don't worry, Riji. I'll give it my all to win his heart. Meanwhile, Haruto, on his way to the shopping district, couldn't help but sneeze. He had the feeling someone was talking about him. After thinking for a moment, he figured it must be his younger sister, who lived far away in Itamari. Oh right, I should send her some Tokyo souvenirs. It'd be bad if she starts cursing me from Itamari. But what to send? That was a problem. Items like Japanese sweets and snacks, especially famous ones from places like Tokyo Station or Ginza, would be perfect, but they required quite a journey to get. It wasn't impossible to buy them today, but he still needed to shop for ingredients first. Maybe I'll just send her something simple. I'll text her to ask what she wants, and figure it out later. Knowing his sister, she'd probably ask for cosmetics from the fashion magazines or the latest trendy clothes. He thought he could buy her some of those, if they fit. Arriving at the small shopping street in Kashikawa, Haruto began his shopping. In addition to regular food and seasonings, he stopped at a pharmacy and bought some emergency medicines, including cold medicine, fever, and disinfectant spray, as well as band-aids. Living alone meant dealing with such things on his own. There was no one else to take care of him when he got sick. By the time he left the shopping district, his hands were sore from carrying heavy bags, and he was gritting his teeth to bear the pain. He hadn't run into anyone who could help, and after about half an hour of walking, he finally made it back to his apartment. Before opening the door, he set down his bags and looked at his hands, which had turned pale and swollen from the tight grip. He sighed in frustration before opening the door. As he entered, he briefly considered getting a bicycle, but quickly dismissed the idea. Forget it. It's not like this happens every day. The thought of buying a bike lingered only briefly, but the idea of dealing with the hassle of theft claims in Tokyo quickly made him reconsider. With nearly 40,000 bicycle thefts every year, whenever you ride a bicycle on the street, the police will ask you to show proof of your bicycle. It was too troublesome, so he chose to give up. He moved all the groceries inside, placed them in the fridge, and put the emergency medicines on his desk in a visible spot, stacking them neatly. I'll need to get some small storage boxes. As he unpacked the pharmacy items, he noticed some limited edition cherry blossom-themed wet wipes and cosmetics. He thought his sister would be interested in them after all. She was fascinated by Tokyo, and these were the kinds of things she'd probably be thrilled to receive. Cosmetics Unlimited Edition were a perfect match for her tastes. He placed them on his desk, planning to send them to Itamori the next day. There was also some stuff for his mother and his little sister, Yatsuba. Hopefully, they'd like them. Come to think of it, I should get something for father too. If I don't, even if he doesn't say anything, he might feel a little uncomfortable. A tie clip should do. He's not likely to care too much about the gift. Chapter 14, Jinbucho and the Visiting Girl. On the 24th, there was nothing special. When he went out to send the package, he didn't run into Seiyang Sekai again. He went alone to the post office, handed over the gifts and letters, signed his name, paid the fee, and now all he had to do was wait quietly. Sending it from Tokyo to Itamari would take about 3 or 4 days, so when Mitsuo received the package, she'd probably contact him on her own. There was no need for him to worry too much about it. Having taken care of mailing everything, the wise man made his way to a nearby bookstore. Since he was starting over, most of his knowledge of studies had been forgotten over time. Now, with a renewed goal of getting into an arts university, he knew he would have to put in the effort once again. He didn't have an exceptional memory, so the only thing he could rely on was hard work. Getting into a prestigious university like the University of Tokyo, with an entrance exam score of around 70, seemed a bit far-fetched, But aiming for a university with a score of about 60 wasn't out of the question if he put in the effort. In today's society, it wasn't necessary to go to university to find a job, but whether one could get into a good university was crucial. It determined both the minimum foundation and the upper limit of future achievements. Perhaps with a father who was the mayor, he could rely on his family's connections. Still, to live a good life, education was something he couldn't afford to ignore. Tokyo's largest bookstore district was in Jinbutsu, Chiyoda. There were nearly 200 bookstores, most of which were second-hand, along with a few discount bookstores. Haruto only had to walk down Horizaka, reach Kasuga Station, and take the train directly to Jinbutsu Station. The area was full of bookstores, and as he gazed at the vast array of books, his expression became somewhat complicated. If you asked what he liked, it was reading. Discovering knowledge he hadn't known before and immersing himself in the stories within books used to be one of his greatest joys. But over time, due to poor posture and lighting, his eyes had become strained after reading for a short while. The longer he read, the more his head would feel heavy and his eyes sore. As a result, he had stopped reading for quite some time. I need to be more mindful of my posture when reading. Let's see what books are here. His goal was to find some textbooks and perhaps some popular fiction. He was also contemplating whether he should use some of his spare time to write a piece of fiction of his own and submit it for a writing contest, hoping to win an award. He browsed the bookstores and found many books he was interested in. However, after seeing the prices, many of them discouraged him. He hesitated and debated for a while, ultimately deciding to hold off on buying them for now. The books weren't cheap, especially the ones he was interested in, all priced around 1,000 yen. One book wasn't too bad, but 3 or 4 would stretch his already tight budget far too much. Before his magazine submissions is approved, he has no stable source of income and can only endure it for a while. After carefully selecting 3 books he thought were both interesting and useful, Haruto returned to his apartment from Jinbutsu. Once inside, he unwrapped the protective plastic covering from the books and started flipping through the pages. Without a TV or a computer, this was his only entertainment. What's been going on lately? Why do I keep having these strange dreams? Ayuri sat in her room, staring at her drawing tablet, holding a pen and looking at the computer screen in front of her. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't focus. When she saw the red paint, she would think of the dream she had been having recently. A dark room. A man lying motionless in a pool of blood, and a knife dripping with blood. She could not understand why she had such a dream. She did not seem to hate anyone, the man's face was particularly blurry. Whenever she wanted to see it clearly, she would wake up and find it difficult to continue sleeping. Have I been drawing too many intense, heavy themes lately? Is that why I'm dreaming like this? She put down the digital pen in her hand, stood up silently, put on the green coat she often wore, walked to the window, looked at the lush green grass outside the window, and saw a beautiful woman in a kimono holding a sprinkler and watering the flowers in the garden. Watering flowers every day. I'd never be able to stick with something like that. Sighing softly, Ayuri turned her gaze away and returned to her desk. She saved her current progress, then opened her browser to check the reviews of her new work in the evening. The reviews are pretty good. Looking at the reviews online, Ayuri's mouth curled up slightly, revealing her cute fangs, and she nodded with satisfaction. But her smile didn't last long. Her brows furrowed, and she let out a frustrated tsk. They're reading gens, so why can't they just leave it at that? Why are they fantasizing about the creator? Are these people even sane? After seeing the unpleasant content, Ayuri closed the browser in a depressed mood. Her mood did not improve at all, but seemed to get worse. Sitting at the table, her mind couldn't help but recall the scene she had dreamed about recently. Who is that man? Why would I? No, I would never do such a thing. She shook her head, her golden twin ponytails swaying in the air, and Ayuri looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. There are only 3 days left before school starts. I wonder what kind of classmates I'll meet in high school. Starting at a new school meant rebuilding her social circle from scratch. Even if she had acquaintances attending the same school, there was no guarantee they'd be in the same class. Just thinking about it made Ayuri's stomach churn uncomfortably. Having spent his morning mailing packages and browsing books in Jinbutsu, Haruto devoted his entire afternoon to reading at his apartment. Without being disturbed, he finished reading about 1/3 of the book he bought. When he was about to take a break, the doorbell rang, drawing his attention towards the door. Glancing at the book in his hand, he slipped a free bookmark into place and rose from his desk. He walked to the front door and peered through the peephole. Recognizing his neighbor from before, he slowly opened the door. Ms. Kira? Is there something you need? Chapter 15, Sorry, Sekai, I win this time. Haruto wasn't particularly surprised by Setsuna Kira's visit. Of all the residents in this building, He had only interacted with 3. He had just returned from Ryuji Takazu's home that morning, and Ms. Sekai had recently been through a rejection. When someone knocked at his door, the first person Haruto thought of was Setsuna. Peering through the people confirmed it was her. The girl standing before him looked different from their last meeting. She was dressed in a black sweater that accentuated her petite frame, giving her the appearance of an elegant porcelain doll. In her hands, she held a food container. This reminded Haruto of the promise they had made during their previous encounter. "Burdock root?" Haruto asked. She nodded in confirmation. Haruto reached out and took the food container from her hands. "If you don't mind, would you like to come in and stay for a while?" Setsuna didn't hesitate. She nodded and replied softly, "Okay." Haruto stepped aside, making room for her to enter. This time, he was careful to avoid the mishap that occurred during their last meeting. At the entrance, Setsuna removed her shoes. Her soft white socks met the cold floor, making her toes curl slightly. A brief moment of discomfort flashed across her usually calm face. Noticing this, Haruto opened the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pair of slippers he had specifically prepared for guests. He placed them near her feet. "I noticed this last time, so I prepared these. Please feel free to use them," he said politely. Setsuna looked at him with mild surprise. She hadn't expected him to pay attention to such details, let alone prepare guest slippers. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and she nodded with a small smile before slipping them on. The two walked into the living room together. Haruto set the food container on a desk and turned to see Setsuna looking around his room. "It's completely different from the last time I was here," she remarked. "I hadn't settled in back then. I've finally managed to organize everything. Would you like something to drink? Juice or milk?" "Just water is fine." As Haruto went to get a glass of water, Setsuna continued to glance around the room. She seemed to be searching for something specific, but as her gaze traveled, her expression softened, relieved by what she didn't find. Haruto returned with a glass of hot water and placed it on a low table in the center of the room. He sat down and gestured for her to do the same. "Please, have a seat." Setsuna hesitated for a moment before kneeling gracefully on the cushion near the low table. She adjusted her skirt as she sat, her movements measured and deliberate. An awkward silence settled between them. Haruto found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to converse with someone so petite and youthful-looking, despite knowing she was around his age. He began, just as Setsuna also opened her mouth to speak. Both paused, startled by the overlap. Haruto chuckled softly and gestured for her to go first. Setsuna hesitated, her confidence shaken. She had been ready to speak, but now, her words escaped her. After a moment, she deferred. "Why don't you go first, Mamazu-kun?" Haruto nodded. "All right. I was going to ask about you, Ms. Kya." "Just call me Setsuna," she interrupted gently. The directness of her request surprised Haruto. It felt unusual for someone he had only met twice to insist on such familiarity. But the resolute gaze she fixed on him made it difficult to refuse. "All right. Setsuna," he said, testing the name. A faint nod of approval was her only response, though her satisfaction was evident in the slight lift of her expression. "Are you a first-year high school student as well? I forgot to ask which school you attend." "Sakakino Academy," she replied. "Sakakino. I've heard of it. It's nearby, isn't it?" "It's far away from Toya-Inazaki Academy, but it's near this neighborhood. Toya-Inazaki is on the south side, close to Chiyoda, and Sakakino is on the west side." "I see." Though Haruto nodded as if he understood, he wasn't entirely sure where Sakakino Academy was located. He sat in silence, unsure of what to ask next. Meanwhile, Setsuna fidgeted slightly. Her hands clenched and unclenched over her knees, hesitating for a long time, and finally mustered up his courage. About Sei-ing." Haruto's attention sharpened. He recognized the name immediately. "Sekai Sei-ing. She's my friend." "Miss Sei-ing from yesterday?" Haruto asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Setsuna nodded hesitantly, her expression uneasy. "The truth is, she approached you because of me." Even the confession. A complicated feeling stirred in Haruto's chest. He sensed this conversation wasn't heading in a positive direction. "She confessed to you to test if you were that type of guy. A prank, then?" Haruto's voice remained calm, he didn't seem angry. Setsuna bowed her head deeply. "I'm truly sorry." Haruto sighed, feeling torn between mild irritation and relief. If the confession was a prank, then Sekai Sei-ing didn't actually harbor feelings for him. That realization lifted a weight off his shoulders. "It's fine. If it was just a prank, it actually puts me at ease," he said, lightly tapping the table to signal her to raise her head. Setsuna lifted her gaze, confusion evident in her soft, crimson eyes. If it had been a genuine confession, I'd have to figure out how to interact with Miss Seinji moving forward. But since it was a joke, I can just treat her the same as before. Setsuna hesitated. She wanted to clarify that Sekai's confession had been genuine, but remembering Sekai's impulsive actions, she chose not to explain further. Letting him misunderstand might not be so bad. She thought to herself, pursing her lips slightly. Sacrificing Sekai's honesty gave Setsuna an opportunity to step forward. As she resolved to seize this chance, her gaze locked onto Haruto with newfound determination. Chapter 16. If your family doesn't mind. Setsuna wasn't particularly skilled at conversation. After a brief moment of silence, it was Haruto who found a topic to discuss, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere in the room. Does Seinji-san attend Sakekino Academy, just like you? Yes. Sakai and I have known each other since we were kids. We've been in the same school since elementary, and attending Sakekino Academy was a decision we made back in middle school. Haruto nodded in understanding at Setsuna's response. For most people, when choosing a school, they tend to pick one close to home unless there's a specific reason otherwise. It's more convenient, with familiar friends and less time spent commuting. People like Haruto, who left Itomori, even Gaifu Prefecture, to study in Tokyo, a completely unfamiliar city, were rare. Actually, rare wasn't entirely accurate. Many students from across the country came to Tokyo as ronin, repeating a year of studies to prepare for university entrance exams. However, high school students moving to Tokyo alone were indeed uncommon. Living in Tokyo was expensive, with high daily costs. Even working part-time didn't offer much relief, as a high schooler's time was limited. Many high schools even prohibited students from taking part-time jobs. If caught, the penalties could be severe. In cases of financial hardship, students needed to apply for special permission from the school principal to work. However, Haruto's situation was different. Writing articles for magazines wasn't considered part-time work by school standards. If anything, schools encouraged such pursuits, urging students to submit their work to magazines. And if Haruto managed to publish an award-winning piece, his teachers would likely address him as Mimizu-sensei during class, a hilarious image that briefly crossed his mind. The thought amused him so much that he found himself considering how to achieve it during his 3 years of high school. Perhaps he could write something praiseworthy and earn the title of sensei from his own teachers. Why did you decide to come to Tokyo for high school, Mimizu-kun? Setsuna's question brought him back from his wandering thoughts about potential storylines. Itomari is too tranquil, he said with a faint smile. The scenery and environment are wonderful, but there's no sense of urgency there. Seeing the slight confusion on Setsuna's face, Haruto opted not to elaborate further. Seinji-san mentioned you're not planning to date anyone until you graduate from university. Is that true? Her voice was calm, but her slightly unsteady gaze betrayed her nervousness. As she stared at him, Haruto realized why she had come. Her earlier words had hinted at her feelings, though she hadn't been as straightforward as Sakai Seinji's outright confession. Was it fear of rejection holding her back? As he observed the expressionless girl in front of him, Haruto couldn't discern her exact thoughts. He could only answer honestly. Yes. At least until I've been accepted into my ideal university, I won't consider romance. And if you met someone you truly liked? Her question caught him off guard. He looked up at Setsuna, noting her composed expression and calm demeanor, but her eyes held a flicker of tension and anticipation. Haruto hesitated for a moment, pondering her words and what might lie behind them. He finally replied, carefully choosing his words. If I met someone I genuinely liked. Setsuna didn't give up and pressed on. Do you like someone? The mention of someone he liked brought Sayuri's face to Haruto's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Instead, he looked at the girl in front of him, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. I don't know. Noticing the subtle shift in his gaze, Setsuna stood up from her seat and moved to stand beside him, looking down at him from her new vantage point. Setsuna? Haruto was momentarily stunned, unsure of what the girl standing beside him intended to do. From her position, she realized just how much taller she was while standing. Her gaze dropped to him sitting below, she pursed her lips and leaned forward with her head lowered. Her soft, fragrant hair framed her face as it fell beside her cheeks. The sight of her slightly trembling brows and the proximity of her face filled his view. Then came the warmth of her lips. It had been a long time since he had felt that sensation since then. But this was different. Unlike Sayuri's mature and fleeting playfulness, the girl before him was clumsy and inexperienced. She pressed close but seemed unsure what to do next. Her rosy and hot face seemed to be so embarrassed that water could drip out. Haruto blinked, finally snapping out of his daze. He felt her soft breath and caught the unique scent of her presence. His youthful instinct surged him to pull her into his arms, let go of any reservations, and give in to the moment. But his more mature, rational side told him this wasn't right. So, he made his choice. Raising his left hand, he gently pressed a finger to her forehead, creating a small gap between them as he leaned back. Her trembling eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her face, flushed with a deep red hue, gazed at him with a mixture of disappointment and lingering hope. Her voice was soft, trembling slightly, but the sincerity in her tone stirred something deep within him. Would this make you change your mind even a little? The scene playing out before him felt like a dream from his teenage fantasies now unfolding in reality. Haruto's emotions were complicated. If he had met this girl earlier, would the ending have been different? Faced with her heartfelt question, he paused. After a moment of silence, he lowered his hand and shook his head. I can only consider a relationship that leads to marriage. If your family can accept my presence and support your feelings, I wouldn't mind trying to walk that path with you. But if this is just about enjoying youthful romance... He hesitated, carefully choosing his next words. I don't want to hurt you. If your family can accept the idea of us together, I hope you'll focus your energy on your studies instead. Setsuna had been bracing herself for rejection when she saw him shake his head. But as she listened to his explanation, confusion and uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Slowly, she seemed to grasp his meaning. So, Mimizu-kun doesn't dislike me. If my family supports me, we can be together? If your family doesn't mind. They had only met a few times, and he didn't have strong feelings for her yet. But emotions could grow over time, cultivated through shared experiences. Haruto didn't want to repeat past mistakes or hurt anyone. Perhaps this girl could be the key to changing his life. If her family approved, maybe they could try walking this journey together. Suddenly a soft, fleeting sensation brushed his cheek. Before he could react, the girl beamed at him with a radiant smile. I understand. I'll tell my family I've found someone I like. So, wait for me, okay? With light, hurried steps, she headed for the apartment door, leaving Haruto alone in the room. He touched his cheek where her lips had landed, with a complicated expression. Chapter 17, Mom will help you judge the person you like. I already told you, I don't want to hear your voice again. If you keep harassing me, I'll call the police. After hanging up the phone, Setsuna's mother, Karamai, felt nothing but disdain for the man on the other end of the line. She stared at the unfamiliar contact number on her phone, not hesitating for a second before adding it to her blacklist. This wasn't the first time he had contacted her with a new number. He claimed it was for the sake of their child, urging her to reconsider his position as a father, and to give Setsuna a more complete family. Sitting in her office, Karamai glanced at her contact list, finding a friend who shared a similar experience. She decided to reach out. Yoko? It's me, Mai. Has that man contacted you too? Has he been in touch already? A wave of frustration rose in Mai's chest, though she quickly quelled it with a sigh of resignation. She had long known the man's nature, so why was she even bothering to confirm it? Yes, he contacted me. Be careful with him, don't let him fool you again. After a conversation with her friend, Mai understood her resolve. As a fellow single mother, they had formed a kind of alliance. With a sigh, Mai hung up the phone, placed it down, and glanced at the clock on her desk. After gathering her things, she left the office, preparing to head home. Years ago, when Mai was younger, she had worked part-time in a restaurant owned by her aunt, Yoko Sei-ing. Though they were close in age, Mai was Yoko's niece, which was the only reason she had ended up working there. It was there that she met Shun, a man she had thought would be her lifelong partner. However, she later discovered his secret. He had been involved with her aunt Yoko behind her back. Hailing from the Inawa family, a family that Mai despised with all her heart, she had no love for her mother or her lineage. After learning of Shun's betrayal, she immediately severed all ties with him, especially after discovering the blood relation between him and her aunt. Fortunately, the source of all this trouble, her despicable grandfather and biological father, Inawashi, had run away a decade ago due to debts and had been found dead in the sea. Though his body had been swollen from the water, Mai's mother and grandmother had still recognized him. Thinking about her family's history darkened Mai's mood as she made her way home, dreading what awaited her there. Setsuna, I'm home. Welcome back. As Mai entered the apartment, she felt something was different from usual. Setsuna was sitting in the living room, a solemn expression on her face. Setsuna. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. Mai, still in a bad mood, felt herself perk up slightly as she entered the living room. She placed her bag on the nearby shelf and sat down beside her daughter. What is it? I have someone I like. Mai was silent for a moment. On any normal day, she might have been more open-minded about Setsuna's relationships, encouraging her to date as a normal part of growing up. However, today, after everything that had happened, she was a little more sensitive. So, what kind of person are they? Setsuna hesitated. Despite having made up her mind to talk to her mother about this, she now found it difficult to explain. She lowered her gaze, nervously biting her lip, her hands gripping the sides of her knees. Could it be that new guy who moved in? Setsuna's eyes widened in surprise, unsure how her mother had figured it out. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Mamizu? Haruto, I like Haruto. Looking at her daughter's flushed face, Mai was taken aback. They had only met a few days ago, and yet Setsuna had already fallen so deeply. Wait, you've only met once, right? No, today was the second time. Setsuna, are you sure you like him? Mai asked, worried that her daughter might not fully understand what liking someone meant. I do like him. Setsuna met her mother's gaze, her face turning even redder. It was clear that she had put more thought into it, trying to provide reasons her mother could understand. Today, I confessed to him. And we kissed. Mai fell silent. She had always known Setsuna to be reserved, rarely showing her emotions, but now she was blushing and acting like a typical love-struck teenager. Mai's feelings were mixed. Though she was somewhat relieved that nothing more had happened yet, she was still concerned about her daughter's decision. Mai sat back, observing Setsuna carefully. Based on her daughter's posture, it seemed nothing too serious had occurred yet, which put Mai at ease, but she couldn't help but worry. You've only known him for a short time. Why tell me about this now? This kind of thing should be shared with your friends, someone your own age. Setsuna went quiet for a moment, hesitating before replying. She wanted to tell Sekai, her close friend, but after the last time Sekai had tried to run off with the news, Setsuna knew better than to share her progress just yet. At first, Haruto refused me. He wasn't planning on dating anyone before graduating from university. Mai raised an eyebrow, surprised. Given Haruto's handsome appearance, he was bound to be popular, especially among high school girls like Setsuna. It didn't make sense that he wouldn't be interested in dating. She suspected he was just brushing her off. But after I kissed him, he changed his mind. So, he agreed? Mai's shock and disappointment were evident. If a simple kiss was enough to change his stance, then Haruto didn't seem like the most reliable guy. He made a condition. Setsuna shook her head slightly, her voice calm. He said he would only date me if it was with marriage in mind. He doesn't want a relationship unless it leads to marriage. Mai froze. She stared at her daughter in silence for a long moment, then glanced toward Haruto's apartment. Turning back to Setsuna, she asked, did he really say that? Yes. Haruto said that as long as my parents approve of our relationship, he'd be willing to pursue it. But if they object, I should focus on my studies instead. Mai felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. The conditions sounded reasonable, but it also seemed like a way to gently reject her daughter. Mai stood up and looked at Setsuna. You're going to prepare dinner tonight? I'll go check out who this Haruto really is. If he's a nice guy, then Mom will consider agreeing to your relationship. But if he's someone like that guy, even if you like him, it won't work. Mai trailed off, a determined look in her eyes. She wasn't about to let her daughter fall into another bad relationship so easily. Mai looked at her daughter. Last time she asked her daughter to deliver the housewarming gift, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. She never expected that her daughter would fall so easily. Therefore, this time she wanted to personally test the other party's background and depth to see where the other party came from. Chapter 18, What does he mean? Is he interested in me? He opened the bento box and looked at the Kenpira gobo inside. It seemed slightly different from the one he had seen last time. The color and aroma carried subtle discrepancies compared to the batch that had accidentally been spilled before. Reflecting on the previous gobo and comparing it to the one before him now, he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference, likely because he hadn't tasted either. Perhaps it was all just a trick of his mind? Not long after Setsuna Kira had left, Haruto, now alone, didn't dwell on the emotional implications of the young girl's feelings. Instead, he resumed preparing his dinner as if nothing had happened. With the Kenpira gobo she had brought, he decided against making any additional vegetable dishes. A simple pork miso soup and a Japanese-style hamburger steak rounded out his meal. He quietly sat down at the low table, ready to eat. "Itadakimasu," he murmured as he clasped his hands together. Ding dong. Holding his chopsticks, just about to take the first bite of his meal, he froze at the sudden sound of the doorbell. The abrupt interruption shattered the prospect of enjoying a warm, comforting dinner and filled the room with a low grumble of his still empty stomach. His gaze shifted toward the door. Hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should pretend he wasn't home. With a sigh, he abandoned the thought. Reluctantly, Haruto stood up, placed his chopsticks across his bowl, and walked to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a woman standing outside, someone he didn't recognize. However, her features bore a striking resemblance to Setsuna Kira, who had just left a short while ago. As he thought about the sudden confession from the girl earlier in the day, who had boldly expressed her feelings. Haruto opened the door, his expression a mix of complicated emotions. Standing before him was a woman who seemed slightly out of place at his doorstep. "Good evening. Are you Mimizu Haruto?" "I am. May I ask who you are?" "I'm your neighbor, Setsuna's mother, Kiramai. I hope I'm not intruding." Haruto blinked in surprise. Although he had caught a glimpse of her before, seeing her up close now left him momentarily dazed. Her mature elegance and gentle demeanor carried a charm that could instantly win anyone's favor. Even in her calmness, there was a faint warmth, like the touch of a spring breeze or the gentle caress of sunlight. However, the subtle sadness in her eyes tugged at his heart. At that moment, Haruto realized why her daughter, Setsuna, had fallen for him. Still, something about Kiramai's gaze seemed slightly off. "Of course. Please, come in," Haruto said, stepping aside. He could guess why she was here, no doubt to discuss Setsuna's sudden confession. He wouldn't refuse her a chance to clarify things. Fetching a pair of slippers, he invited her inside. As she walked past him, Haruto couldn't help but notice her graceful figure, her movements carrying a maturity that set her apart. He quickly averted his gaze, silently reprimanding himself. Mai, however, didn't seem to notice his distraction. Her eyes wandered around the apartment, taking in its clean, neatly organized space. Her gaze lingered briefly on the steaming dishes in the kitchen before she turned back to Haruto. "Did I interrupt your meal?" she asked apologetically. "Please don't worry about it," Haruto reassured her. "What brings you here, Kira-san?" She paused for a moment, carefully choosing her words. Then, her expression turned serious. "Let me get straight to the point. Do you have any feelings for my daughter?" "That's very direct." Haruto was momentarily taken aback but answered without hesitation. "Your daughter, Setsuna, is certainly charming, but since we've only just met, I can't say I have any special feelings for her. If you're here, then I assume you're aware of the condition I gave her?" Mai nodded. "You mean the part about needing her parents' approval?" "That's correct. While love is a matter between two people, it's also more than just that. If a relationship grows serious, it naturally leads to thoughts of marriage, which often requires family approval. If parents oppose it, it can lead to painful outcomes. To avoid such heartbreak, I believe it's best to establish clear boundaries from the start." Mai listened thoughtfully before posing another question. "Even if I were to agree, are you certain your parents would approve?" Haruto hesitated. The conversation was taking a strange turn. Wasn't she supposed to be against her daughter's early romance? "Normally, they wouldn't object to a healthy relationship," he replied. "Though my father is rather traditional and strict, my mother tends to be more open-minded. I suspect that even if I were to date someone significantly older than me, she'd accept it." "Older than you? How much older?" Mai's heart skipped a beat, and her pulse quickened. His words seemed to strike a chord, filling her mind with thoughts she couldn't suppress. Older women? Could he mean someone like me? No, surely not. But what if? Chapter 19, So you like older women? Trying to shake off her racing thoughts, she asked cautiously, "So, you wouldn't mind dating someone older than yourself?" "Age isn't a concern for me," Haruto said earnestly. "If I love someone, that's all that matters. Love isn't about numbers." Mai was taken aback by his straightforwardness. It wasn't common for boys his age to have such views. Most were drawn to girls their own age or younger. The fact that he didn't mind older women made him seem both mature and dangerously charming in her eyes. Even though Kiramai has been single since giving birth to Setsuna, she has not thought about starting a family again. Her own conditions are not bad, and her figure has not changed after giving birth to Setsuna. Many men also show interest in her on a daily basis. But for some reason, she had no feelings at all towards the men around her. In the past, she had always used the excuse of considering Setsuna's feelings to convince herself, but now, looking at the boy in front of her, Kiramai had to admit that the reason she was not interested in those men was simply because she didn't like those older people. She is no longer young, and even if she walks with Setsuna, not many people would doubt that they are sisters. She has begun to age, so she feels repulsed by men of similar age. She couldn't accept that she was no longer young. Only young boys, and only when facing those young people who were still young, could she feel that she was still young. Looking at the young man in front of her, Kiramai understood her own heart and her own thoughts. She clasped her hands in front of her body and gently covered her heart, feeling her heartbeat that was no longer calm. "Mimizu-kun, would you mind dating someone older than you?" "Well, personally, I wouldn't mind," Haruto admitted, "and my mother doesn't have any special requirements in this regard. But my father has always been stubborn and can never accept things that challenge common sense, so he may prevent me from having any relationship with women older than me. Even if he allows it, he will never let me have a relationship with a married woman." Haruto noticed her shoulders relax slightly, her gaze less intense. However, her eyes still seemed to linger on him longer than he expected, which made him unable to understand. Wasn't she here today to discuss something about Setsuna? Why are you so obsessed with the topic of older women? After a brief silence, Mai stood up. Thank you for being honest, Mimizu-kun. I already understand that Mimizu-kun has no feelings for Setsuna, so even if I agree to Setsuna dating you, you are just cooperating with Setsuna to satisfy her beautiful fantasy as a girl, right? Thank you, Kira-san. Haruto replied, relieved that the conversation was finally veering back to Setsuna. Miss Setsuna. And I still don't know enough about each other. Maybe it was because of my momentary affection that she wanted to date me, but I have been in Tokyo for too short a time, and there are still many things I need to understand and deal with. I am afraid it is difficult to take care of her feelings, so. Most of them were excuses, but Haruto had come to Tokyo, and there were indeed a lot of things that needed to be dealt with in the next period of time. Even if he was dating Setsuna, it would be difficult for him to always take care of her feelings. He did not deny that he felt empty and lonely during this period, but that did not mean that he had completely let go of everything and recklessly date girls. The reason why he proposed to Setsuna that they should date after their parents agreed was because he felt empty inside, and Setsuna's initiative made him waver. Although he seems mature and considerate of the future needs of both parties, he is just confused inside. I understand. I will persuade Setsuna to reconsider this matter. However, Setsuna has been very stubborn since childhood. Once she has made up his mind, she will not give up easily. Mimizu-kun. I know what to do. Mai's eyes shifted to the dining table and the small container of simmered burdock root. Did Setsuna make this for you? Huh? Following her gaze, Haruto noticed the dish on the table and froze for a moment. His reaction confirmed what Mai had suspected, her daughter truly liked this boy. Mixed feelings stirred within her, but she managed to maintain a calm demeanor. That child seems to really like you. If it's possible, I hope you'll seriously consider being with her someday. Right now, you're uncertain. I don't support you dating Setsuna yet, but if there ever comes a day when you truly fall in love with her, then. Mai trailed off and glanced at the clock. It's time for me to go. I'll take my leave now. Let me walk you out, Mrs. Kira. Just call me Mai. She said with a smile. Mrs. makes me feel old. Alright, Mai-san. I like the sound of that. She replied, chuckling softly. Well, I'll head back and have a talk with Setsuna. Standing at the doorway, Mai looked at the boy before her, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. As she walked down the hallway, her elegant figure disappeared into the staircase, leaving Haruto standing in the doorway, catching the faint scent of her lingering perfume. With a sigh, he returned to his room and shut the door behind him. At home, Setsuna paced nervously. She had attempted to prepare dinner but found herself so distracted that even cracking an egg ended with shells in the bowl. Her chaotic emotions resulted in a simple, hastily prepared meal as she waited for her mother's return. Click. The sound of the door unlocking immediately drew her attention. She turned toward the entrance just as Mai walked in. Mom. I'm home, Setsuna. So? How did it go? Mai closed the door quietly and walked into the living room. Meeting her daughter's expectant, anxious gaze, she hesitated briefly before smiling gently. Of course, I agreed. After all, you're my precious daughter. It's your first love, do your best, alright? Hearing this, Setsuna collapsed onto the sofa in relief, her entire body slackening as if a weight had been lifted. Mai felt a pang of unease and guilt in her heart but maintained her calm smile. That said, Mai continued, even though I agreed to let you date Haruto, there's one condition I hope you'll accept. What is it? Setsuna looked up, her cheeks flushed with excitement, struggling to contain her joy as she awaited her mother's request. You have to tell Mom about your relationship with Mimizu-kun. At least let Mom know how far you have developed. Only then can Mom feel at ease letting you date Mimizu-kun. Okay? Setsuna blinked in confusion, unsure why her mother was making such a request. However, the prospect of being allowed to date Haruto had consumed all her thoughts, leaving her no room to question it. She nodded eagerly. Alright. Chapter 20, Please respect my dignity as a man. The morning after it was the 25th of the month, with the start of the new school term drawing near. Haruto woke up early, completed his morning routine, and reheated the leftover miso soup from the night before for breakfast. Sitting in his room afterward, he found himself lost in thought about what to do next. I thought about writing an award-winning novel, but it's not like that's something I can just whip up easily. He had submitted a manuscript to a magazine earlier but knew their response wouldn't arrive for at least 3 days, given the usual pace of editorial work. The magazine published weekly, so he figured it would take at least a week to hear back. Glancing at his calendar, Haruto realized it was Tuesday. Sitting idly in his room, he found himself reminiscing about his past life as an adult. Even during his most aimless days back then, he could freely wander into rental shops or adult sections in bookstores without hesitation, purchasing magazines or DVDs to pass the time at home. Even if I tried writing that kind of story now, no one would accept it. Besides, I'd have to wait 4 years until I'm legally an adult again. 4 years seemed like an eternity. By then, whatever stories he wrote might just gather dust and mold in his room. I wonder what Sayuri is doing these days, he murmured. Meanwhile, at the Sawamura residence Sawamura Sayuri had noticed something odd about her daughter recently. Yuri had been spending more time alone in her room, lost in thought. When Sayuri went to call her for meals, she often found her staring blankly at a peculiar drawing. As she approached her daughter's desk one day, she glanced at the drawing and was relieved to find it wasn't anything inappropriate. Instead, the picture was dark and gruesome, depicting a blood-soaked scene. A man lay motionless in a pool of blood within the shadows of a dimly lit room. Is this your latest work? Sayuri asked gently, her voice breaking through Yuri's trance. Startled, Yuri woke up, turned around to look at her mother, her mind went blank for a moment, and she hurriedly prepared to close the painting in front of her, but when she was about to click the X, she remembered that her mother had entered the room at some point and probably saw everything clearly, so she gave up such a useless action. A revenge story? Sayuri mused. Is it about an innocent girl being manipulated by this man, and after a period of degradation, she repents and takes revenge with a knife? From the drawing, Sayuri could vaguely make out the silhouette of a girl holding a knife. The figure seemed uncannily similar to her own daughter. It's not like that. Sayuri sighed in resignation at her mother's words, her gaze still fixed on the drawing in front of her. Recently, I keep dreaming about this image every night. I'm not sure what it means. I haven't gone out lately, but for some reason, I keep dreaming about this strange man. And Sayuri found it difficult to utter the word kill. For her, it felt too heavy and extreme, so she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Sayuri, who had originally just wanted to check in on her daughter, froze slightly as she listened to Sayuri's words. A strange expression crossed her face, as if something had crossed her mind. Her gaze flickered for a moment as she stared at her confused daughter. You're dreaming about a stranger? Sayuri asked. Maybe it's just a coincidence. You've probably been thinking too much. You've been exposed to all these dark, heavy works lately, and it's causing you to think these thoughts. Just relax, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Do you want me to take you to see a psychologist? Psychologist? Sayuri, who had been planning to argue that her dreams weren't just a coincidence since they had been happening for several days, immediately reconsidered when she heard the word psychologist. Her mother's suggestion seemed reasonable. I think you're right. I probably just need some rest. The lunch is ready, so you can eat whenever you want. I'll go downstairs first, so don't let it get cold, Sayuri said with a smile as she left the room. After leaving her daughter's room, Sayuri placed a hand over her chest. The words Sayuri had said made her think of the dreams she herself had been having lately. Unlike her daughter, whose dreams seemed to be recurring, Sayuri's dreams were more like fragmented scenes, visions of herself interacting with a strange young man. To be honest, Sayuri had considered remarrying after Sayuri's father passed away when Sayuri was still a child. However, she hesitated, worried that Sayuri wouldn't accept it. The happy scenes in her dreams, she had written off as mere fantasies, simple wishful thinking to fill the emptiness inside her. But now, hearing her daughter's words, it seemed those dreams might not be entirely normal. His name. What was it? In the dream, I think it was Haruto? As Sayuri thought about the name of the man in her dream, Haruto himself was. Haruto. Looking down, Haruto saw Setsuna sitting in his lap. Initially, he had wanted her to sit elsewhere, but when he moved to sit at the desk, she had directly come over and settled in his lap. Do you like reading? She asked. Well, there's not much else to do. Books are the only thing I can read, he answered, his voice soft. Also, is it okay for us to be this close? It's fine. After all, my mom already agreed to us dating, Setsuna said. Setsuna lifted her head, her face flushed with a soft pink hue. Happiness and contentment shone on her face, and for a moment, Haruto couldn't voice the confusion that had been building up inside him. When Mai had left yesterday, she had told Setsuna to think about the matter carefully and hadn't expressed full support for her dating Haruto. Her serious expression had made Haruto certain that she wouldn't approve of him being with her daughter. But now, from Setsuna's own words, it seemed he had received a completely different answer. Did Mai-san really agree? Mai-san? Did my mom tell you to call her that? Setsuna asked, surprised as she looked into Haruto's eyes. At first, I called her Mrs. Kira, but she said it made her sound old, so she asked me to call her Mai-san instead. I see. Setsuna nodded. As she sat in Haruto's lap, Her body trembled slightly, the proximity causing a rush of emotions. Haruto, now fully aware of his own youthful vitality, nearly lost control of his own feelings. Chapter 21, What Bad Intentions Can a Mother Have? When will brother come back? Mitsuo had already heard this question more than 10 times. Sitting in front of the television, she glanced sideways at her younger sister, Yatsuo, who was sitting beside her. In a rural town like Itomori, there was nothing to pass the time. The adults could gather together in the evening or afternoon for drinks and conversation, but for the kids, the only entertainment was television and outdated comics. The nearest bustling city to Itomori was Nagoya, which was more than 160 kilometers away. It would take at least 3 hours to get there, and then another 3 hours to return. Mitsuo sighed at the thought. She was frustrated with the thought of living in such a rural place. I've told you many times already, you were right there when we spoke on the phone. He'll be back when summer vacation comes. And the Tokyo souvenirs? I want to know too. The last time she had heard from her irresponsible older brother, he said he'd sent souvenirs from Tokyo, but she had no idea when they would actually arrive. I also forgot to tell him the specific things I wanted. Who knows what strange things he'll send back. Yatsuo, with her twin pigtails, stared at her sister for a moment before quietly turning her gaze back to the television. The Shining Little Witch is starting, I want to watch it. Honestly. You only act like a little kid at times like this. You're not cute at all. Mitsuo, who had been watching a variety show, had been trying to gather information about Tokyo and big cities to help her fit in better when she moved there for high school. However, she reluctantly handed the remote to Yatsuo. It wasn't that she didn't want to keep watching, but when her younger sister made such a request, she had no way of refusing. If Yatsuo complained to their mom or grandmother, she would definitely get scolded. With the remote handed over, Mitsuo turned her body and lay on the tatami mat, staring at the old-fashioned ceiling light. She sighed deeply. I really want to go to Tokyo. Geez, sister, you're so noisy. Does Haruto have 2 younger sisters? Haruto, who had completely lost interest in the book in his hands, was sitting with Setsuna in his lap. Realizing that things were heading in a dangerous direction, he tried to maintain some distance to avoid any regretful actions. Using the excuse of getting tea, Haruto asked Setsuna to temporarily move away from his lap, giving him time to calm down and avoid any physical reactions that might give him away. Mitsuo and Yatsuo. They're both studying in our hometown of Itomori. What are their personalities like? Setsuna wasn't sure if she could consider herself to have sisters. She was aware of her connection to Sekai Ing, but she didn't know the exact relationship. When she asked her mother, she had received only vague answers. Born into a single-parent family, Setsuna had often wished for a younger sister. Now that she learned Haruto had 2, she couldn't help but feel curious. Haruto, not sure what to talk about with the girl sitting in front of him, thought about his 2 younger sisters. Mitsuo is lively, but can be a little shy around strangers. She dreams of living in a big city, a pretty normal girl. Yatsuo, though younger, is quite mature for her age and helps with household chores. She's a good kid. Yatsuo is the older sister? No, Mitsuo is. Although he wanted to admit that, in terms of personality, Yatsuo seemed more like the older sister, he had to admit that Mitsuo, the eldest, was 8 years older despite her carefree nature. Setsuna sat down at the desk, setting the teacup down, while Haruto stood beside her. Mitsuo and Yatsuo. So shouldn't Haruto be called Futaba? Noticing the connection between the names Mitsuo and Yatsuo, Setsuna curiously looked at Haruto and asked. Futaba was my mother's name. As for mine, since I'm a boy, it was chosen by my father, who was adopted into the Mimizu family. They followed the female lineage tradition of the family. So, I ended up being called Haruto. When my younger sister was born, she inherited the hot part of the name. Setsuna was intrigued by Haruto's explanation, especially about the Mimizu family's female lineage. But she understood that some topics were off-limits, so she shifted the conversation to something else. Later that afternoon, Setsuna stayed at Haruto's apartment. For Haruto, her presence made him feel less lonely, but he couldn't focus on anything else. He just quietly watched her until evening when Setsuna prepared to leave. Haruto. Setsuna approached Haruto, her adorable face tilted upwards as she closed her eyes. She lightly brushed her lips against his cheek in a soft kiss. Just before Haruto could react, Setsuna, her face blushing, was already walking toward the door. See you tomorrow, Haruto. When the door clicked shut, Haruto stood in the living room, looking troubled. He gently touched the spot where Setsuna had kissed him, his bitter smile revealing his inner conflict. Should he accept her feelings? When he was with Setsuna, his empty heart felt warm and fulfilled feelings he hadn't experienced in a long time. He sat down on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. So, what about my san? Didn't she say she'd try to persuade her daughter? Meanwhile, Mikra, working in her office, sneezed lightly, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Did Setsuna miss me? She looked down at the work in her hands, knowing she had to finish it before heading home. On her way, she planned to stop by Haruto's place. Maybe it's because I felt my daughter's sincere feelings that I couldn't stop her. Haruto shouldn't mind, right? Chapter 22, My-san, I understand, so please. Worried about the possibility of encountering her daughter when she returned home, Mikra, unable to find any excuse or opportunity to go out, decided to go directly to Haruto's apartment after work. The desire to see him had gradually taken root in her heart, and it sparked a focus and energy she usually didn't have. She finished all her work for the day, passed the remaining tasks to her employees, and left the office earlier than usual. Leaving early helped her avoid the rush hour, and as the sun set, she found herself back on her street. She saw the lights on in her own house, which calmed her a little, then her gaze shifted to Haruto's apartment across the street. The lights are on. He must be home. Still somewhat worried about running into her daughter, Mai decided to double-check and called home to confirm. She took her phone out of her bag and dialed the number. After a short wait, the call connected. Setsuna. Mom? I might be late getting back tonight. Could you start preparing dinner? Are you working? Some work-related matters. You'll have to handle dinner tonight. I understand. Alright, then. Take care. After hanging up, Mai, her mature and graceful face lit by a faint smile, walked slowly toward Haruto's apartment. She reached the door and rang the doorbell. After Setsuna had left, Haruto spent some time thinking, then decided to start preparing his dinner. As he was rinsing the rice and putting it in the rice cooker, the doorbell rang, forcing him to put down the rice cooker and head to the door. He opened the door and was surprised to see the charming, mature woman standing there. He hadn't expected Mai to visit at this time. Sorry to disturb you again, Mamazu-kun. Mai-san, please come in. Sorry to bother you. Once inside, Haruto went straight to the rice cooker to set the timer before turning back to greet his guest. Mai-san, just finished work? Looking at her hair neatly styled and her makeup still in place, Haruto noticed the contrast with the more relaxed look she had when she visited yesterday. Today, she gave off a much more business-like, competent vibe. Her appearance, with her sophisticated demeanor, left Haruto wondering if this powerful woman persona was something he preferred. Meanwhile, Mai felt a slight disappointment at his calm reaction. I was thinking about some things on the way home, so I wanted to talk with you, Mamazu-kun. That's just right. I have something I'd like to ask Mai-san as well. After pouring a cup of tea, Haruto invited Mikra to sit, and they both settled at the small table in the center of the living room, each ready to discuss the matters on their minds. As Haruto looked at Mai across the table, her poised and elegant posture, he allowed his gaze to linger on her for a moment before quickly averting it to the teacup before him, falling silent for a moment. Although it's just a small matter, Mamazu-kun, if you have any questions, feel free to ask first. It's about Setsuna. Without hesitation, Haruto voiced his lingering concerns. Yesterday, Mai-san, you told me that you would try to persuade Setsuna after returning home, correct? Mai had already anticipated this question, but when she met Haruto's sincere, slightly troubled gaze, she couldn't help but avert her eyes for a brief moment. Yes. I did say that to you, Mamazu-kun. After I returned home, I did talk to Setsuna about it, but Setsuna has rarely liked someone. As a mother, I can't simply ignore her feelings. So, Mai-san, do you think Setsuna's feelings toward me will lead to a good outcome? At this point, Mai's expression became more serious as she fixed her gaze on Haruto. I do have some doubts about this as well. But I wonder, Mamazu-kun, if you don't mind answering me? Originally, Haruto had been asking Mai the questions, but now, upon hearing hers, he didn't refuse. He remained silent for a moment, looking at the mature and graceful woman before him, then nodded slightly. Why is it, Mamazu-kun, that you are so concerned about the future? You're already thinking about the outcome, even though you haven't reached the point where you need to consider it. You're being cautious as if you've lost something before, and you won't even take the first step? As Mai spoke, Haruto's face seemed to momentarily clouded with melancholy, as though the young boy before her had already experienced a tragedy, leaving a sense of sadness and pity. Mamazu-kun? Mai's soft call pulled Haruto from his thoughts, and though his expression softened slightly, the sadness still lingered around him, a weight that even Mai could feel, making her mood turn heavy for a moment. Maybe it's just like you said, Mai-san, I'm afraid of losing something. I'm just a coward, afraid of being hurt, so I don't want to take that step. Then why not just decisively refuse Setsuna? If I do that, Setsuna will be hurt too, won't she? You don't want to be hurt, but you also don't want to hurt others. Why not be brave and take that step? For a moment, Mai forgot her initial purpose for visiting and began comforting Haruto as a sisterly figure, offering him advice. Seeing the vulnerable side of the pure and delicate boy in front of her, Mai's nurturing instinct kicked in, and now, all she wanted was to see Haruto smile gently, making her feel at ease. Date Setsuna. Setsuna has never liked a boy before, and as her mother, I'm also quite concerned. But if it's you, Mimizu-kun, I have no worries. You're such a kind person. I fully support you two being together. Haruto looked at the encouraging woman before him, unsure how things had came to this point, but her words made perfect sense to him. The best way to forget the past is to look ahead, to stop lingering in the past and focus on the future. Was he the only one bound by the past, unable to move forward? How much longer would he stay lost in this sorrow? Slowly raising his head, Haruto met Mai's gaze, and with a soft nod, he spoke. Mai-san. Chapter 23, Hey, tell me, Mom. After receiving a call from her mother, Setsuna began preparing dinner at home. I'm back, Setsuna. The sound of Mai-Kira's voice came from the entrance. Setsuna, who had almost finished preparing dinner, turned to look at the living room. The woman in formal attire walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. Setsuna glanced at the miso soup that was nearly done, took a spoonful, and brought it to her lips, gently blowing on it before tasting it. Not too salty, not too bland, just right. The dinner is ready. It'll be ready to eat in just a moment. You should wash your hands first. Mai sat down on the sofa, her face flushed. She looked back at her daughter, who was standing by the stove, and seemed not to notice anything unusual. She gave a soft response, stood up, and headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Setsuna, meanwhile, quietly finished setting the table, placing the dishes onto it. However, after setting all the dishes on the table, she carefully packed the remaining miso soup and other dishes into food containers. I'm going to deliver a portion of dinner to Mimizu-kun, I'll be right back. While Mai was in the bathroom removing her makeup, she paused upon hearing her daughter's words. She thought of saying something to her daughter, but the words got stuck in her throat. By the time she decided to speak, the footsteps had already faded, the door had closed, and it was too late. Mai looked at her reflection in the mirror and lightly touched her cheek. Her skin felt smooth and radiant, making it hard to believe she had a daughter who was already 15 years old. She might not look that young, but she certainly appeared youthful. Because I like more mature and composed women, my relationship with Setsuna might not have a happy ending, so should I prepare myself for that? Thinking about the boy's words, Mai felt her emotions become a bit complicated. Should she feel happy, or should she be worried about her daughter? She sighed softly as she stared at herself in the mirror. What was she thinking at this point? Meanwhile, Haruto, who was cutting daikon radish and preparing the miso soup, was interrupted by the doorbell. It had been just a little over 10 minutes since Mai had left, and another guest had arrived. He paused his chopping and walked to the door. Standing there with a slightly excited and expectant look was Setsuna, holding 3 food containers, which she handed over to him. Dinner, the dishes I made myself. For a moment, Haruto stood there, looking at the expectant expression on the girl's face. He took the containers from her hands, but before he could say anything, the girl pursed her lips and closed her eyes, as if waiting for some sort of reward. Haruto, facing such an innocent and cute girl, stood silently for a moment before moving a little closer. With her eyes closed and unguarded, the girl stood before him. Her slightly trembling eyelashes seemed to indicate her nervousness. Haruto bent down slightly and gently kissed her on the side of her face. He then took a step back, moving to stand by the door frame, watching as Setsuna slowly opened her eyes. Good night. Good night. The girl, satisfied with her expectations, smiled at Haruto. She said good night and slowly walked away from the door. Haruto, however, stood there looking down at the food containers in his hands. He glanced back at the dinner he had been preparing. I'll just make pickled radish. Meanwhile, in another apartment several floors away, a black-haired girl named Sayaka was observing the scene with a pair of binoculars. When she saw Haruto kiss Setsuna, an expression of realization crossed her face. Just as I thought. I knew it, after he turned down my invitation today, saying he had something to do, it couldn't be anything good. Has it already progressed this far? Only 2 or 3 days. Sayaka set down the binoculars, sitting on her bed with a helpless look on her face. She knew that someone like Haruto Mimizu would be easily pursued by girls, but she didn't expect Setsuna to move so quickly. He said he wouldn't consider a relationship before university, but it looks like Setsuna's already captured his heart. She glanced at herself in the mirror, confused, thinking about her own figure. Didn't they say that guys like older women? Will anyone actually like someone as small as Setsuna? Feeling like she had been too harsh, Sayaka slapped her own cheek. No, since Setsuna already has someone she likes, and things have already gotten this far. As a friend, I should congratulate her. But still, I'm not happy about it. Sayaka. As Sayaka lay on her bed, grumbling with frustration, the voice of her mother, Yoko, called from outside her room. Sayaka immediately stopped and buried her face in her pillow, her pale legs kicking the bed, pondering what she should do next. Tomorrow, I'll try to test Setsuna. See where they really are in their relationship. Rolling over, Sayaka looked at her phone, deciding against contacting Setsuna for now. She lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. You already know the situation between your daughter and me. But you still have these feelings for me? Shouldn't you feel ashamed? But even I want someone to be by my side. Really? Then let's make this our little secret, Come into my arms, then. Haruto? Haruto, this is our little secret, okay? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew louder, and Mai slowly opened her eyes, still in a daze from sleep. She looked at the door of her room. It's already 7 o'clock. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for work. Mai suddenly sat up in bed, glancing around. A feeling of emptiness and loss washed over her as she sighed softly. I know, I'll get up right away. And the door opened, and Setsuna's face appeared in the gap of the door. Why did you call Haruto's name while you were sleeping? Cold sweat instantly spread across Mai's back. Chapter 24, Setsuna Kira and Sayaka Saying. Mai Kira looked at her daughter, who was sitting across from her, staring down at the breakfast in front of her. Half an hour had passed since they woke up. During that time, neither of them had said a word. Mai couldn't figure out how to break the awkward silence. They sat quietly at the dining table, eating breakfast. Mai guessed her daughter's feelings at the moment and wondered how to ease the strange atmosphere between them. Isn't it almost time? If you don't hurry, you'll be late for work. Just as Mai was brainstorming how to explain things to her daughter without causing misunderstandings, Setsuna's voice broke through her thoughts. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was almost time to leave. Mai quickly stood up and began gathering her things to prepare for work. I'm going to work now. I'll leave the cleaning up to you. She gave the task to her daughter and hurried toward the door. Just before she left, she looked back at Setsuna, who was still eating breakfast at a leisurely pace. Mom's looking forward to some good news from you and Haruto. As soon as the words left her mouth, the door closed behind her, and Setsuna, left alone in the living room, stared at the table. Mai had already disappeared. Setsuna sighed softly to herself. It might be because of Sayaka's earlier actions, but she was now suspicious of everyone, even her own mother. Despite Mai's obvious support for her relationship, Setsuna couldn't shake off the doubts. It's all Sayaka's fault. She whispered under her breath, took another sip of her miso soup, then set down the bowl and silently began cleaning up the table. Setsuna, I'm here. Setsuna, who had been preparing to go find Haruto, was surprised to see her friend standing at the door. Looking at the blocked doorway, her eyes flickered. School's starting soon, Sayaka. Don't you need to prepare for anything? School is school, but it's still vacation time. I'm going to enjoy it. By the way, Setsuna, how's it going with Mimizu-kun? At Sayaka's question, Setsuna's face turned slightly red, and her expression became a bit awkward. What? No, it's nothing. Just normal. I saw it, though. You two kissed each other goodbye last night, didn't you? As Setsuna, blushing deeply, stood there, Sayaka stepped into the room, leaned in close, and whispered softly in her ear. With her face flushed, Setsuna looked at her friend in silence. Why? I was just bored, looking out the window. But then, out of curiosity, I glanced outside and saw you. You were standing at Haruto's door, and I didn't think much of it until I saw what was going on between you two. Looks like things have progressed a lot already. No, it's just. I confessed and he accepted. Seeing her shy friend, World felt a complex mix of emotions. She reached out and hugged Setsuna tightly, nuzzling against her. Hey, have you told him about me and you? Yeah, Haruto knows. Well then, let's go visit him. Let's introduce him to me, your dear friend who's made such a big sacrifice for you. As the days passed, the start of school grew closer. Tomorrow would be the last day of vacation, and the day after, they would all go to the school for the opening ceremony. Sitting in his room, Haruto reflected on the time he had spent at school. His feelings were mixed. Eerie. Huh? Thinking about it, nothing had really happened between them yet, and they didn't know each other at all. Once school started, he just had to avoid interacting with her, and everything would be fine. Just keep a distance. That's all he had to do. Sitting at his desk, he opened the book he had started reading. He'd only gotten through a little less than half of it, but he planned to finish it before school started. After reading just 3 pages, he heard the doorbell. Setsuna. Glancing at the book in his hand, He closed it with a bookmark and went to answer the door. "Good morning, Setsuna." "And say Ing-san." Standing at the door wasn't just Setsuna, as Haruto had expected, but also another girl, Sekai. She had come with Setsuna to visit him. "Good morning, Haruto." "Good morning." Haruto greeted the two girls as they stepped inside his apartment. It was Sekai's first time entering Haruto's place, and she curiously looked around. This was the first time she had actually entered his room. The last time, when she had come to visit, he had been busy with something else, so she hadn't had the chance to see the inside. Now, standing in the tidy room, she was surprised. Having the common belief that a boy's room would be messy, Sekai hadn't expected much from Haruto's. But looking at the neatness of the room, she was pleasantly surprised. Her eyes turned to Haruto, noticing how he carried himself with polite, composed manners. His room was so orderly and clean, and that seemed to fit his calm demeanor. Was this really that surprising? In fact, it seemed like it should be expected, right? Walking in behind Sekai, Setsuna's eyes never left her friend. She had noticed Sekai's gaze was constantly on Haruto, and while she didn't show any outward reaction, inside, her guard was up. She was ready to defend herself, to keep an eye on her friend in case she made a move on Haruto behind her back. Chapter 25, Today's Loser Say Ing Sekai. As if to declare her territory, the moment they entered the room, Haruto poured the tea and sat down. Without hesitation, Setsuna climbed directly into Haruto's lap, right in front of Sekai. Sekai's gaze lingered on Setsuna, who was seated snugly in Haruto's lap. She opened her mouth as if to say something but then closed it again. "What is it, Sekai?" With a calm, natural expression, Setsuna turned her attention to her friend, addressing her question. "Well, even if you two are dating now, isn't this level of affection in front of me a little?" A little what?" "Nothing." Faced with Setsuna's utter lack of reaction, Sekai could only swallow her words. She silently picked up the teacup in front of her, using it to hide her awkwardness while drinking. As the host of the room, Haruto glanced at Setsuna sitting comfortably on his lap. He no longer felt the initial awkwardness. With a small sigh, he looked down at the girl nestled against him, picked up his tea, and took a sip. About last time, things might have gone too far. "Setsuna has already explained everything, but I think it's best to formally introduce myself again." Sekai's gaze lingered on Setsuna for a moment. Feeling suffocated, she quickly shifted her attention upward to Haruto's face. She gave a slightly different introduction than last time, her tone sincere. "My name is Ing Sekai. I'm the same age as Setsuna, and we'll both be starting as first-year students at Sakekino Academy this spring. Setsuna and I have been close friends since childhood. Last time, I was just curious because Setsuna seemed to have someone she liked, so I came to check things out and to test the waters a little." Clasping her hands together in front of her, Sekai bowed slightly, her voice filled with apology. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble. It's all in the past now. I didn't take it to heart, so you don't need to worry about it." Haruto's response was calm. The day Sekai confessed to him had left him genuinely surprised. After all, it was their first meeting, and receiving a confession was something he had never experienced before. However, once Setsuna explained the situation, everything made sense. After all, what kind of person confesses at first sight? And considering the weight of the name Ing Sekai, it was clear the incident was more a playful test than a genuine confession. Sekai studied Haruto's composed expression and realized he truly hadn't taken her confession seriously. Her lips curved into a stiff smile, a pang of disappointment hitting her heart. She hadn't expected her confession to leave zero impact on him, causing her to doubt herself briefly. But self-doubt lasted only a moment. Her curiosity about their relationship quickly overtook her feelings of loss. "So, back then, you rejected me by saying you didn't plan to date until after university. But now you're willing to date Setsuna. Was that just an excuse to turn me down?" Sekai's expression turned sly as she asked her question, subtly poking fun at the reason for his rejection. Hearing this, even Setsuna sitting in Haruto's lap tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. She raised her pale neck and looked up at Haruto's face, wanting to know what had changed his mind. Under the gazes of the two girls, Haruto quickly understood Sekai's intentions. Guessing her playful probing, he responded honestly without hesitation. "Back then, it was our first time meeting. We barely knew each other, so when you expressed your feelings for me, I was taken by surprise. After careful consideration, I used that reason to turn you down." "So you really said, I don't plan to date before university? Just to reject me?" "No, I genuinely believed that at the time. But later, when Setsuna approached me to explain your prank confession and shared her feelings for me, I also used that reason to turn her down." Sekai blinked in surprise. She hadn't known Setsuna was rejected as well. She glanced at her friend, still sitting in Haruto's lap, a bit stunned. And then? But Setsuna's feelings were incredibly sincere. After thinking it through, I told her that if her family agreed, I would give our relationship a try. Setsuna's family knows about this? Sakai was dumbfounded, her gaze snapping to her childhood friend. Setsuna nodded calmly and then, as if emphasizing her claim, shifted slightly to snuggle closer to Haruto's chest. Your mother didn't object to this? She's very supportive. Setsuna's single statement sank Sakai into silence. I see. Even your mom supports this, ha. Ha ha ha. Sakai's forced laughter hung in the air. The room grew heavy with an awkward silence, making even Setsuna wonder if her overt possessiveness was going too far. Fortunately, Sakai quickly regained her composure. She shifted the conversation toward the upcoming school term, working to lighten the atmosphere. Since they were attending different schools, Sakai couldn't resist teasing them about their separation. You won't be able to have lunch together at school. Setsuna won't get to feed Haruto with her homemade bento every day. Isn't that a shame? Or walking to and from school together like in manga? Such a missed opportunity. If only you were attending the same school. Her mischievous grin aimed at Setsuna was Sakai's small attempt to salvage her pride. But Setsuna delivered a final, decisive blow. Tonight, I'm staying over and sleeping with Haruto. Sakai's smile froze. Sakai utterly defeated. Chapter 26, my friend called out her daughter's boyfriend's name in her sleep. Another workday had came to an end. Unlike her usual routine, Karamai didn't head straight home, nor did she go to Haruto's apartment as she had the day before. Instead, after wrapping up some tasks at the office and enduring the long hours until the end of the day, she finally felt the weight lift off her shoulders. She picked up her bag, bid farewell to her colleagues, and made her way to a restaurant she rarely visited. The family restaurant Radish was an establishment inherited by Yuko, the second daughter of the Inoue family, and part of the legacy left behind by their grandfather. Mai stood in front of the familiar sign, recognizing it immediately. Her own mother, Inoue Kagura, ran a similar restaurant. The family's history, however, was tainted by the infamous Tamaru Sawego, a man who embodied recklessness and ruin. His mismanagement of the family's businesses, combined with blind support from Mai's mother and grandmother, had plunged the family into a period of overwhelming debt and hardship. During those dark days, Mai's childhood had been anything but easy, shrouded in struggle and shadow. Though the family eventually overcame their difficulties, relying on the remaining inheritance left by Inouge, their once mighty fortune had dwindled, leaving behind only a few family restaurants as remnants of their former glory. That grim history had shaped Mai's decision to leave her family's business as soon as she could live independently. She now lived away from the restaurants with her daughter, Karasetsuna. Among the sprawling branches of the Inoue family, Mai maintained occasional contact only with Yoko, primarily due to their children and shared connections from the past. This led to the pair forming an unusual friendship, with rare meetings and phone calls to catch up. Today, Mai found herself at Radish because of a particular issue with her daughter. Unsure how to face Setsuna at home, she chose instead to seek out Yoko, her mother's sister and someone who was technically her equal in age. By familial terms, Mai should have addressed Yoko as aunt. But their bloodlines were far more tangled. Tamaru Sawego, father to both Yoko and Mai's mother Kagura, had not only fathered Kagura but had later fathered Mai with Kagura herself. This labyrinthine lineage blurred familial boundaries, leading the two women to forego conventional titles and treat each other as friends rather than relatives. As Yoko, dressed in her usual work attire, observed her staff and the flow of customers, she noticed Mai entering the restaurant. Yoko. Mai greeted as she walked in, catching her friend's attention. Mai, what brings you here today? There's something I want to talk to you about. Do you have a moment? The restaurant was relatively quiet, as it was just past the end of the workday. With only a quarter of the seats occupied, there wasn't much for Yoko to supervise. Since it was rare for Mai to visit, Yoko naturally chose to handle the matter personally. Of course. Come with me. Leading Mai to a quieter, more secluded corner of the restaurant, Yoko brought over 2 cups of coffee. She placed one in front of Mai and the other in front of herself, studying Mai curiously. Did something happen? That man, has he been in contact with you recently? That man was Mai's way of referring to her former lover, the father of Sakai and Kirasetsuna, and Yoko half-brother, Shun Hazama. Contact. We haven't been in touch, but recently he was seen near the restaurant. He even came inside and said he wanted to work here. Yoko was rubbing her face in frustration. She had long since lost interest in that man. She felt that rather than waste time on such a fickle man, it would be better to find a younger, cuter guy and dive into a passionate romance. The restaurant? Mai's expression immediately turned cold as she glanced around the room. Don't worry. I turned him down. He still stays here on his own, though. He only shows up on weekends, And he's not here today. Seeing Mai's reaction, Yuko quickly reassured her. Hearing those words from Yuko, Mai began to calm down. She sighed, looking down at the coffee in front of her. You didn't come here just to talk about that man, did you? Of course not. It's just, I'm not sure how to bring this up. Oh? Does it have to do with love? Seeing the troubled expression on her friend's face, Yoko's curiosity was piqued. She leaned forward, placing her hands on the table, and looked at Mai with interest. Actually, there's a new tenant in the apartment across from mine. A young boy. A young boy? Yoko's eyes flashed with interest. She had spent years raising her own daughter, and now that her daughter had grown up, Yoko's loneliness over the past decade or more had started to resurface. She longed to share her thoughts with someone, and the mention of a young boy immediately caught her attention. What kind of boy is he? Thinking about Haruto, Mai's face flushed slightly, her expression soft and youthful, yet filled with a hint of tenderness and shyness of a girl. This made Yuko even more intrigued by the boy. He's a graceful and clean-looking young man. He has a sense of composure that most people his age don't, almost like a mix of youth and maturity, which makes you feel safe around him. And then? Setsuna confessed to him. Yuko fell silent for a moment, then took a small sip from her coffee, thinking deeply. At first, he rejected Setsuna's confession, but I'm not sure if it was her persistence or what. He said that if I approved, he would date Setsuna. Did you oppose it, or did you agree? I agreed. At this point, Yuko, having noticed the underlying feelings Mai had for the boy, could already tell that this story was turning tragic. So your daughter and the boy you like know, your neighbor are now dating? Yes. Mai glanced at Yuko, pausing for a moment before nodding silently. You want to ask me how to make them break up? No, that's not it. I have another question for you. What's the question? With a slight flush on her face, Mai clenched her fist lightly, then coughed softly. She seemed embarrassed as she slowly spoke. I have a friend. That friend isn't you, is it? Of course. It's not. Looking at the reddened cheeks and her friend's flustered gaze, Yuko smiled dryly, knowing that Mai wasn't the best at lying. She sighed, accepting that it was indeed about Mai herself. So, what happened to this friend of yours? Well, she talked in her sleep one night. What did she say? She called out her daughter's boyfriend's name. How does she know that she called out her daughter's boyfriend's name while asleep? Because her daughter heard her? Yuko fell into a long silence, staring at Mai with a look of sympathy for the friend she was talking about. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the complicated situation. Chapter 27, Setsuna is not that kind of girl. After hearing Mai's words, Yuko was momentarily stunned. She looked at her friend in front of her, took a pause, and her gaze wandered slightly. It's not uncommon to fall for a younger man. Yuko herself liked younger men. Compared to those middle-aged men who would often stare rudely at people while ordering in restaurants, she found the cute, shy young men who looked down in embarrassment much more to her liking. However, the fact that the boy she had become interested in was her daughter's boyfriend, and that she had called out his name in her sleep, that left Yuko unsure of how to react. So, your friend called out her daughter's boyfriend's name in her sleep and her daughter heard it, right? Mai held her coffee cup with both hands, feeling the warmth, her emotions complex. She nodded silently. Right now, my friend doesn't know how to face her daughter. She's been avoiding going home after work, worrying about what to say to her daughter about this. Seeing Mai nearly admit it was herself, Yuko sighed, looking down at her brown coffee, her reflection faintly visible. She was silent for a while. Why not just tell your daughter that you like that boy? Are you trying to get me to cut ties with Setsuna? You admitted it. Mai let out a long sigh, propping her face up with one hand, her expression troubled as she absent-mindedly stirred her coffee. As for Yuko, she couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if she herself fell for the same boy her friend liked. It would probably be quite a mess. So, what's the boy's name? Mai looked at Yuko, her eyes suddenly cautious and wary. Why are you asking that? I just want to get to know him a little better. You never know when we might meet again. If I end up liking him too, wouldn't that be a problem? Mai reluctantly agreed with Yoko's logic. Unlike Mai, who hadn't really thought about these things, Yuko had often mentioned her desire to date a younger man. If Yuko met Haruto, well, Mamazi Haruto. His name is Mamazi Haruto. Remember it, and absolutely don't make a move on him. Yuko nodded, her left hand giving an okay gesture to show she would never steal her friend's man. So, back to my friend. Are you still pretending it's not you? How am I supposed to face Setsuna when I go home? Later that evening, Kai was getting ready to leave Haruto's house. But as she stood up, She noticed Setsuna was still sitting in Haruto's lap, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Setsuna? Yes, Seikai? You're not serious, are you? Seeing Setsuna sitting still in Haruto's lap, not planning to leave with her, Seikai asked. What? Staying here overnight? Looking down at Setsuna in his arms, Haruto's expression was a little unfocused, his mood complex. He hesitated, not immediately offering his opinion. As for Setsuna, she sat there in Haruto's warm embrace, looking at Seikai with a completely natural expression. Of course. Good night. What else could Seikai say? They were a couple, and no matter how intimate they were or what they did, it was entirely normal. Plus, Setsuna's mother had already given her approval, so Seikai had no right to stop her. With complicated emotions, Seikai slowly left the Haruto's house, said goodbye to the couple, and closed the door behind her. The house was now empty except for the two of them. After about half an hour of silence, Haruto called out softly. Setsuna? Lowering his head, Haruto could smell the unique fragrance of Setsuna's hair. His hands were wrapped around her slender waist, feeling her warmth and the fragrance that only someone as petite as Setsuna could give. He had to admit it was a completely different feeling than holding Sayuri. Seikai's been gone for a while now. It's getting late, you should probably head home. If you don't, my san might start to worry about you. It's fine. Leaning against Haruto's chest, Setsuna's face was gently flushed. She snuggled into his arms, breathing in his scent, her mind blissfully free of any thoughts except wanting to stay close to him. Mom's already agreed to our relationship. Even if I stay here tonight, she won't mind. Haruto looked at her, his expression stunned. The situation was becoming a little complicated. It seemed that Setsuna wasn't just trying to assert her position as Haruto's girlfriend to Seik, she really intended to spend the night here. Haruto's purity was in grave danger. At the same time, when Setsuna decided to stay overnight, Mai had just returned home. Looking at the dark house, which should have been lit by now, Mai guessed that Setsuna hadn't come back yet. Usually, by this time, she'd be home. Her eyes glanced at the apartment across the street, though the curtains blocked her view, she could still see the soft light and, vaguely, a silhouette behind it. At Haruto's place? Silence. Mai took out her keys and entered her house, feeling a little conflicted. She hadn't expected that just after they confirmed their relationship, Setsuna would be so clingy to Haruto. She wondered if her daughter would get disliked for being so forward. Thinking about what Haruto had said to her before, Mai's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Maybe she still had a chance. That's right. Once Haruto got tired of being affectionate with Setsuna, that would be her chance. Though she felt a slight sense of guilt, Mai tried not to think about the troublesome details. She quickly changed out of her work clothes, put on her loungewear, and began preparing dinner. However, as she finished cooking, Setsuna still hadn't come home. Mai couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on with Setsuna? Why hasn't she come home yet? Could it be? No way. If that's the case, things are moving way too fast. Impossible. Setsuna is not that kind of girl. Chapter 28, wasn't it Haruto in the morning? After a long time without hearing from Setsuna, Mai couldn't help but begin to worry about her daughter. Thoughts of unease crept into her mind, and she even started to wonder if her daughter had already with Haruto. The unease in her heart made her want to visit Haruto's house to check if her daughter was there. However, the thought of potentially walking in on something she didn't want to see made her hesitate. Her emotions and thoughts became chaotic, and after a deep breath to calm herself, Mai sat down quietly on the sofa in the living room. After a while, she picked up her phone. She remembered exchanging contact information with Haruto when she visited him last time. She found him in her contacts, and thankfully, she hadn't given him a nickname like Dear or Cutie, which could have raised suspicions if Setsuna saw it. Mai dialed Haruto's number and slowly sat down on the couch, waiting for the call to connect. Can I put it in now? Yes, you can put it in now. Before Mai could speak, she heard the familiar voices of her daughter and Haruto, and the conversation seemed off. Her mind went blank. Sitting there in the living room, Mai stared at the phone in her hand, unable to snap out of it. Should I put it in now? Yeah, go ahead, Setsuna. Wait. That shouldn't have been Haruto. Suddenly, it dawned on Mai where the misunderstanding had come from, and her thoughts became clearer. She heard the bubbling of water in the background on the other end of the call and guessed what was going on, though she wasn't entirely sure. Haruto. Are you cooking with Setsuna? Yes, Mai-san, Setsuna is still with me. Sorry for not contacting you earlier. She's making dinner here, and if you don't mind, you're welcome to join us. I see. I understand now. Well, I'll come over shortly. Alright, I'll. Wait, don't put that in directly, you need to check inside slowly. The call ended, and Mai sat there, reflecting on their conversation. Her face turned a little red, realizing how impure her thoughts had been. Although the two were officially in a relationship, they had only known each other for a few days, and this was just their second day officially together. It was too soon for her to worry about things progressing so quickly. I have to trust Setsuna more. With a small sigh, Mai stood up and walked toward the bathroom. She needed to freshen up and get ready. Haruto likes my natural look when I'm at home, so I'll keep it simple. For a long time, Haruto had lived alone, and because of the limited budget, he often had to cook his own meals. He had even bought several cookbooks and spent time learning how to cook. During holidays, he would help out at a nearby cooking school for housewives. Though Setsuna was skilled, Haruto was actually the better cook. Haruto is really good at cooking. Under Haruto's guidance, Setsuna carefully placed vegetables into the pot, covered it with a lid, and then looked up at him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and for a moment, Haruto was at a loss for words. Back in Itamari, my mother and I used to cook together, so I'm somewhat good at it. Do you think I could learn to cook with you every day, Haruto? Looking at Setsuna beside him, Haruto smiled gently, meeting her pure gaze. Of course, we can do this every day. Haruto. Just as Setsuna was about to close her eyes, preparing to ask for a kiss in the warm atmosphere, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Setsuna blinked, her excited expression fading into a colder, more indifferent one as she turned her gaze to the door. Mom? It's probably Mai-san. I'll get the door. Noticing Setsuna's reaction, Haruto relaxed. It seemed that continuing down this path might lead him to be conquered by this little girl, but now he was relieved. He walked over and opened the door. Good evening. Sorry for the trouble, Mimizu-kun. Standing at the door in her casual clothes, Mai had a warm, mature presence. Her soft smile made Haruto feel a sense of familiarity, and his heart, which had been stirred by Setsuna, calmed down. Good evening, Mai-san. Haruto smiled as he greeted her and invited her in. Mai nodded and stepped inside. She glanced at her daughter, Setsuna, who was standing at the stove, wearing an apron and busy preparing dinner. Seeing that Setsuna was fine and still busy with the meal, Mai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her fears were unfounded. Nothing had happened yet. I'll go prepare some tea. After Mai entered the apartment, Haruto, as the host, went to prepare the tea. Mai's gaze lingered on Haruto for a moment before shifting to her daughter, who was still struggling to reach the stove due to her height. Do you need help, Setsuna? As Setsuna turned to face her mother, she stared at her with a blank expression. Mai felt a slight chill in her heart as she met her daughter's eyes. Wasn't it Haruto you were calling in the morning, and now it's Mimizu-kun? Chapter 29, Why not just stay, Mom? Mai felt slightly awkward as she looked at her daughter sitting next to her. She carefully glanced back at Haruto, who was pouring tea, and it seemed that he hadn't noticed their conversation. Setsuna had spoken softly earlier, and since Haruto was in the living room, it was likely he hadn't overheard anything. Setsuna, this morning, I had a dream about the future and thought that you and Mimizu-kun were already married, so I referred to him by his first name as his mother-in-law. You should understand, as a mother, the kind of expectations I have for the next generation. Trying to hold back her embarrassment, Mai adjusted her mood and expression before explaining seriously to her daughter. Setsuna glanced at her mother, and just as Mai was about to continue explaining, Setsuna looked away and lifted the lid of the pot in front of her, scooping some food to taste. She seemed satisfied with the flavor, placing the spoon aside. Leave the rest to Mom. With that, Setsuna walked towards the living room. Mai felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed her daughter wasn't concerned about what had happened earlier. As someone who had raised Setsuna for many years, Mai knew her daughter's temperament well. As the pressure lifted from her heart, she quietly began to serve the stew from the pot, placing a bowl for the dish beside her. She didn't need to worry about finding the proper utensils. Sitting at the table, looking at Kiramai and Setsuna on his sides, his eyes fell on the dining table in front of him. There was a whole pot of tofu and stewed meat, with some pickled radishes and miso soup on the side. It was more than enough for the three of them. Originally, Haruto had planned to prepare dinner as a thank you to Setsuna for bringing her meals recently, but she hadn't expected to have both Kiramai and her daughter have dinner at his house. The food was sufficient, but there was an odd sense of tension in the air. Sorry, am I causing any trouble for you, Mimizu-kun? Noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Mai took the initiative to speak up, looking at Haruto, who was sitting silently and staring down at his plate. With Mai's question, the mood lightened slightly, and Haruto turned to her, shaking his head. No, it's not a problem at all. I'm really glad to have both you and Setsuna here for dinner. It's much better than eating alone. How about, in the future, Mimizu-kun just comes over to our house for dinner? It's always just Setsuna and me, so having you join us would make things a lot livelier. What do you think, Setsuna? Upon hearing Haruto's words, Mai thought of an excuse to invite him to their home more often, glancing at her daughter to gauge her reaction. Setsuna remained silent but looked expectantly at Haruto. Wouldn't it be too much of a bother? Haruto asked. No, it feels empty when it's just Setsuna and me at home. If Mimizukan is willing, that would be wonderful. Mai responded enthusiastically. Seeing Mai's warm invitation, Haruto glanced at Setsuna, who was sitting beside him, and nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll be happy to come by more often, if you don't mind, Setsuna, Mai-san. With Haruto's agreement, Mai felt a sense of satisfaction. She looked at her daughter, wondering if this would eventually lead to something more. As her thoughts wandered, she quietly continued eating dinner. During the meal, Harut seemed particularly composed, behaving with more attention than when he was alone. Meanwhile, Mai and Setsuna both acted more reserved than usual. The three of them ate in silence, not discussing anything further until the meal was finished. Although Mai and Setsuna had intended to help clean up, Haruto politely declined, because the space was too small, and insisted on doing it himself. This left the mother and daughter sitting in the living room, facing each other. Setsuna, usually a well-behaved and sweet daughter, now seemed to create an inexplicable sense of pressure. Mai, feeling the weight of her daughter's gaze, remained calm outwardly, but inside, she felt uneasy. Why is Setsuna staring at me so much? Did she figure something out? No, I didn't say anything strange besides calling Haruto's name this morning. With her thoughts in disarray, Mai couldn't think of what to say to her daughter. After a while, she finally spoke. So, Setsuna, don't you start school tomorrow? Shouldn't you get some rest soon to prepare for tomorrow's ceremony? It's not urgent. Besides, tonight, I'm staying here to sleep with Haruto. Mai's voice faltered as she heard this, and she stared at her daughter, speechless. Setsuna? Yes, Mom. You just said you're going to sleep. With whom? Mai tried to keep her expression neutral, but it was hard to conceal her shock. She needed to confirm whether she had misunderstood. Setsuna, sitting across from Mai, remained completely calm, as if it were a trivial matter, and repeated her statement. Tonight, I'm staying here to sleep with Haruto. With Mimizukan? Mai struggled to maintain her smile, but it was forced. Her daughter's words left her uncertain of how to respond. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she looked seriously at Setsuna. Setsuna, do you understand what you're saying? Yes. Do you know what sleeping together means? Yes. Then, Setsuna, even though you and Haruto are dating, you can't rush things like that. It takes time, you have to go slow. Trying to reason with her daughter, Mai noticed Haruto, who had been quietly tidying up in the kitchen, glance at them. Mimizukan, you didn't agree to this, did you? At the kitchen counter, Haruto, who had hoped to remain unnoticed, looked up when he heard Mai's question, glancing at Setsuna before shaking his head. I didn't agree to anything. What are you staying overnight for? Setsuna, however, turned her gaze toward Haruto as well, asking her own question. But when we talked about it earlier, Haruto didn't refuse. Faced with Mai's objection, Setsuna remained calm and gave her response. The obedient and well-behaved child that Mai had always known was now starting to go against her wishes. This sudden change made Mai feel irritated, and she furrowed her brow as she looked at her daughter. Setsuna. Haruto, who noticed that Mai seemed to be getting upset, also thought that Setsuna staying over at his place wasn't really appropriate. Not wanting to cause any tension between the mother and daughter, he was about to speak up and help Mai persuade Setsuna win against the angry Mai. Setsuna calmly responded. If Mom is so worried, why don't you just stay here too? The clear, soft voice of the young girl echoed in the room, and the whole space fell into silence. Haruto, who had originally intended to intervene, blinked and stared at Setsuna, sitting in the living room. He hadn't expected her to rebut Mai in this way. Haruto was at a loss for words, expecting Mai to be angry. But when he glanced at her, instead of looking furious, Mai appeared deep in thought, as though she were hesitating or struggling with something. Chapter 30, Would you like to stay here tonight? Mimizukan, is it alright? After a moment of hesitation, Mai seemed to agree with Setsuna's suggestion. Her gaze shifted to Haruto, who had just stepped out of the kitchen, as if seeking his opinion. Not only Mai but also Setsuna turned to look at Haruto, both waiting for his response. I only have a single bed, and I haven't prepared any extra bedding. While it's fine for me, it would be difficult for either Setsuna or Mai-san to stay over tonight. Realizing that agreeing would bring trouble, Haruto decisively used the excuse of his unpreparedness as someone who had just moved to Tokyo to express his inability to host them overnight. Mai glanced around the room, her eyes lingering on the single bed in the corner. It was clearly only big enough for one person. She and Setsuna had overlooked this very practical issue when making their suggestion. In that case, why don't Haruto stay over at our place tonight? You can share a room with me," Setsuna proposed, pivoting her approach. Haruto was left speechless, not knowing how to respond, while Mai's expression became more serious. She stared at her daughter with a calm yet firm gaze, very different from her earlier demeanor. "That's enough, Setsuna. Tonight, you're going to sleep at home like a good girl. Tomorrow is your school's opening ceremony, and you wouldn't want to leave a bad impression on your classmates on your very first day, would you?" Setsuna, who had been on the verge of arguing further, fell silent under her mother's calm yet commanding gaze. "If you can't make a good impression on the first day, the rest of your school life will be much harder. Mom doesn't want her daughter to face bullying at school. And Haruto isn't in the same school as you, he won't be able to help you if anything happens. Do you understand? In schools across this country, bullying wasn't uncommon. While it wasn't unique to this place, the issue often seemed more pronounced here, especially with the groups that could form among students." I understand." Setsuna finally relented, her reluctance evident. She turned her gaze toward Haruto. "Then I'll go home tonight. Tomorrow, after school, I'll come see you again." "All right. Thank you for having us tonight, Mamazu-kun. Setsuna and I will take our leave now," Mai said, standing up and bidding farewell with her daughter. "You're welcome. Thanks to you both, I didn't feel lonely in Tokyo." "Good night, Setsuna, Mai-san," Haruto replied, walking them to the door. He watched them leave, his eyes following until they entered their apartment across the hall. Setsuna waved goodbye before closing the door, and Kazuta returned the gesture with a small wave before finally shutting his own door. In her room, Sakae had been observing the scene with a pair of binoculars. When she saw Setsuna and Mai leaving Haruto's apartment together, her heart sank. They didn't stay over at his place? Watching Haruto and Setsuna exchange waves from their respective doors, Sakae's chest tightened with a pang of jealousy. She tossed the binoculars onto her bed in frustration and lay back on the mattress, staring blankly at the faint patterns of moonlight on her ceiling. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Setsuna and I are both students at Sakakino Academy, while Kazuto is at Toyosaki Academy. We won't see each other on the way to or from school. Maybe I'll still have a chance? A mix of resentment and longing filled Sakae's thoughts. She didn't understand why, after the same brief acquaintance, Haruto had chosen Setsuna over her. But giving up so easily felt wrong. She couldn't shake the bitterness in her heart, as she drifted into an uneasy sleep. After seeing Mai and Setsuna safely home, Haruto returned to his now quiet apartment. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he let the silence wash over him. The room felt particularly empty after the earlier liveliness. Setsuna's opening ceremony is tomorrow, but mine isn't until the day after. I guess the schedules are different? It wasn't unusual for different schools to have varying start dates in late March and early April. Still, Haruto found himself thinking about Setsuna, who would be stepping into a new environment. Setsuna should be fine. Right? He didn't know why he was worrying so much about her. Lying back on his bed, Haruto stared at the ceiling before shutting his eyes, his thoughts lingering on the young girl. Just as he began to relax, the vibration of his phone interrupted him. Buzz pulling it out of his pocket, he flipped it open and answered. A soft, familiar voice greeted him. Souvenir. Mitsuha. Didn't I already send something to Itamari? Oh, but it hasn't arrived yet. His younger sister complained over the line, her tone both annoyed and playful. Blame the post office, not me. Haruto replied dryly. It's all your fault for sending it too slowly, so I haven't received it yet anyway. You need to send more. I've already decided what I want this time. I'm hanging up. Wait. What is it now? Settling back on the bed, Kazuto couldn't help but recall the younger days when he and Mitsuha had lived together in Itamori. Just one. Get me a souvenir from Tokyo Station, one of those special suites. Click. Listening to the disconnected tone, Mitsuha froze in disbelief. That jerk of a brother. Mitsuha. Chapter 31, Makoto's first appearance and exit. Today, Setsuna was going to attend the opening ceremony. He woke up early in the morning and went to the bathroom. After washing up, he looked at himself in the mirror. Facing his still young face, his eyes seemed a little tired. Despite his efforts to settle back into his previous life, an inexplicable fatigue continued to weigh on him whenever he awoke in the middle of the night. Even though he had returned to his former timeline, the traces of his experiences, things that time itself couldn't erase, lingered in his heart. After giving his cheeks a light slap to shake off the drowsiness, Haruto stepped out of the bathroom and checked his wallet. The aftermath of some recent shopping had left him with limited funds. Though there was still a small amount left, it wasn't enough to be carefree about. I could always resort to that if things get really bad, he muttered to himself. Shaking his head, Haruto dismissed the thought, finding it too degrading to entertain seriously. After sitting quietly in his room for a while, he felt that his whole condition had almost recovered. He stood in front of the mirror again, looking at his gentle expression. Haruto nodded with satisfaction and left his room. Last night, despite hanging up on Mitsuo's call, Haruto couldn't ignore her request for a souvenir. She had specifically mentioned the specialty desserts from Tokyo Station. Nearly every Shinkansen station offered unique local treats, from Osaka and Kyoto to Nagoya. However, Haruto was currently in Tokyo, so Mitsuo wouldn't expect him to travel across the country to fulfill her cravings, at least not during the start of the school term. Maybe during the holidays. Haruto thought with a wry smile. Tokyo's Bunkyo Ward, located just north of Chiyoda, wasn't far from Tokyo Station. From his place, it didn't take long to get there via the subway from Korakuen Station. What cost him most wasn't the travel time but the dwindling balance in his wallet. Thinking of not just Mitsuo but also Yotsuya and their mother Futaba, Kazuto bought 2 sets of souvenirs. After mailing them at the post office, he stared at his now empty wallet and let out a sigh. "Yo, kid." The sudden voice startled him. Haruto turned to see a stylishly dressed middle-aged man in a sharp suit standing beside him. "Is there something you need?" Haruto asked, his tone guarded. The man gave him a smile, the kind that felt both inviting and unsettling. "My name is Yutaka Hayama. I run a host club in Shinjuku." Haruto's expression shifted slightly. "I'm underage." Hearing the word host, Haruto immediately understood what kind of establishment the man ran. Without hesitation, he rejected the offer. Hayama, however, smirked and tilted his head, casting a sly glance toward the sky before looking back at Haruto. "Being underage doesn't matter. A moment ago, you looked like you were worried about money, weren't you?" Haruto frowned. "I'm not interested in being a gigolo." Unbothered, Hayama pulled out a sleek business card from his pocket and handed it to Haruto. The card bore his name and a black swan emblem, giving it an air of elegance. "You don't have to be interested right now. Keep this card. If the day ever comes when money troubles you, call this number. We can talk then." Making a phone gesture with his hand, Hayama walked off, leaving Haruto holding the card with a conflicted expression. Initially, he planned to toss the card in the nearest trash can. But after a brief hesitation, he slipped it into his pocket instead. Returning to his apartment, he decided not to linger on the encounter. A new term, a new school, a new environment. Everything felt unfamiliar to Setsuna, leaving her slightly uneasy. Though there were a few familiar faces, none were in her class. "Setsuna." The sudden voice pulled her out of her thoughts. "Sekai." Sekai Sei stood beside her, smiling warmly. "Have you checked the class assignments yet?" "No, not yet," Setsuna admitted. "Me neither. Let's go together." "Okay." Seeing Sekai, her close friend and almost a sister to her, helped tease Setsuna's nerves. The two walked toward the crowded notice board where students were eagerly searching for their names. Amid the bustling crowd, they began their search. "Have you found your name yet, Setsuna?" "Not yet." "What about you, Sekai?" "I'm still looking." "Oh. I found your name. Setsuna, you're in class 3. What about you?" "Let me see. Ah, here it is. I'm in the same class as you." Sekai Seing's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. She hadn't expected to be placed in the same class as Setsuna. Excited, she turned to her friend with a bright smile. "That's great. We're in the same class, Setsuna." "Yes, I'm so glad. We can be together again, Sekai." Looking at her friend's delighted expression, Sekai felt a wave of happiness. The two had been through so much together, and being in the same class brought a sense of comfort. Sekai continued scanning the class assignments, hoping to find other familiar names from their previous school. However, as she went down the list, her initial excitement faded. It seemed that apart from herself and Setsuna, none of the other familiar faces from their old school had been placed in class 3. Some were in other classes, and others hadn't even enrolled at Sakekino Academy. "I thought we'd have more friends in the same class," Sekai murmured, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nearby, faint murmurs from a group of students caught her attention. "Did you hear about it?" "Hear about what?" "On the way here, 2 boys from our school got into an argument and fell onto the train tracks." "No way." "One of them hit the back of his head when he fell, and the other was hit by the train. It was horrifying. I think I'm going to have nightmares tonight." The hushed conversation piqued Sekai's curiosity. She glanced toward the source of the voices. The speaker, a young man, seemed to relish the attention he was getting, especially from the intrigued girls around him. Encouraged by their stares, he leaned in closer to his friends and shared more details. "I heard their names, too. One of them was Makoto. And the other was Taijuke. I'm pretty sure about that. I was right there when it happened." Later that morning, during the opening ceremony, the rumors were confirmed. Some of you may already know about the unfortunate incident that occurred this morning. The principal said, his voice somber. 2 of our new students, Makoto Ito and Taijutsu, were involved in an accident on their way to school. Due to rushing, they fell onto the train tracks. One sustained a fatal head injury from the fall, and the other was struck by an incoming train. It is a tragedy for our school community. We urge all students to learn from this and prioritize their safety at all times. That is all. The hall fell silent as the weight of the announcement sank in. Setsuna and Sakai exchanged uneasy glances. The start of the new term, which should have been a time of excitement, was overshadowed by this grim news. Chapter 32, Between Me and Her, Who Looks More Likely to Have a Boyfriend? Makoto was only 15, wasn't he? Poor Moeko, I can't imagine how she must feel after losing her child. One middle-aged woman said. And wasn't she raising another daughter on her own? That irresponsible man abandoned them, didn't he? Or maybe he's already passed away? It's just Moeko and her 2 children now. But with her son gone, only her daughter is left. Heaven has been so cruel to her, replied another. On his way to Sakakino Academy that afternoon, Haruto overheard the conversation between 2 housewives. Curiosity piqued, he glanced in their direction, but the women had already walked out of earshot. A mother who's lost her son? A single parent raising 2 children, and now the son has passed away in an accident. The fragmented bits of the conversation lingered in his mind. Though his old-fashioned phone could technically access the internet, Hazama rarely used it for anything beyond contacting his family. He had no television in his apartment, so he was entirely out of touch with recent news. The morning's incident 2 boys fall onto train tracks had stirred small discussions online. But to Haruto, who lacked access to current events, it was nothing more than a passing curiosity. Still pondering the exchange, Haruto reached the white-walled perimeter of Sakakino Academy and came to a halt. So this is Sakakino Academy. Setsuna goes to school here, he murmured, looking up at the imposing structure. Checking the time on his phone, he decided to wait quietly nearby. After the opening ceremony, the new students returned to their classrooms, led by their teachers. Once there, everyone was asked to introduce themselves. During Setsuna's turn, her flat, emotionless tone left the class with an impression of indifference. Meanwhile, Sakai's bright and bubbly personality won her instant popularity with both boys and girls. And Setsuna and I have been close friends since childhood, Sakai concluded with a smile, trying to prevent Setsuna from being misunderstood or isolated by her classmates. Her final comment caught the attention of the class, who turned to glance at the contrast between the quiet, expressionless Setsuna and the lively Sakai. Then, it was Kotanoa Katsura's turn. Kotanoa Katsura, age 15. Please take care of me, she said softly as she stood. Her gentle, angelic appearance captivated the class, especially the boys. Even Sakai found herself stealing a second glance at the serene girl. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Katsura blushed and lowered her head. It wasn't until the teacher tapped the lectern lightly that the other students reluctantly shifted their gazes away. When Katsura raised her head, her eyes met Sakai's. Sakai flashed a warm, friendly smile, which startled Katsura at first. But after a brief hesitation, she responded with a shy, tender smile of her own. During the break, the teacher asked the boys to help with some heavy lifting, while the girls remained in the classroom. Sakai, ever the social butterfly, pulled Setsuna along to Kotanoa's desk, where the quiet girl sat alone. Kotanoa Katsura. May I help you? Katsura asked nervously, her polite tone putting a slight distance between them. Sakai sighed internally at the formality but didn't let it deter her. Glancing at Setsuna, who was as silent as ever, Sakai realized she would have to take the lead. So, Kotanoa-san, do you have a boyfriend? Sakai asked with a mischievous grin. The bustling classroom fell silent. All eyes turned toward them, brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Katsura, already flustered, turned an even deeper shade of red. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Why do you ask that? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakai found Kotanoa's shy reaction utterly endearing and waved her finger playfully. Because Setsuna and I want to be friends with you. And isn't love the best icebreaker for girls to bond over? That's why I asked. Or, does talking about it bother you, Katsura? Sakai's sudden shift from Kotanoa-san to Katsura caught Katsura off guard. But despite her embarrassment, Katsura felt warmth from Sakai's friendliness. No one had ever been so straightforward in wanting to be her friend before. Looking up at Sakai's earnest expression, Katsura felt her heart soften. Though she was still blushing furiously, she gave a tiny nod. No. I don't mind, she replied in a small voice. So? Do you have one? Sakai pressed. Katsura shook her head, her cheeks still flushed. And no. I don't. What? Someone as cute as you doesn't have a boyfriend? Sakai teased, feigning surprise. My parents are quite strict. Katsura admitted. So I've never had much interaction with boys. I see. Then, Katsura, let me ask you something. Who do you think looks like they have a boyfriend, me or Setsuna? The classroom fell silent again. Katsura blinked in surprise at Sakai's sudden, bold question. Her eyes darted between Sakai's mischievous smile and Setsuna's sigh of resignation. Katsura had no idea how to respond, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Chapter 33, together here and there. The lively and outgoing Sakai say ing and the quiet, reserved Setsuna. When it came to guessing which one might have a boyfriend, almost everyone in the class, including Katsura, leaned towards Sakai. Hey, Nanami, who do you think is more likely to have a boyfriend? A girl with looped braids tied with beads turned to the short-haired, tomboyish girl next to her. Leaning her cheek on one hand, Nanami Kanraji glanced at Sakai and Setsuna before settling her gaze briefly on Katsura. After a moment of thought, she gave her analysis. Normally, someone with an outgoing and proactive personality like Sakai's would be more popular. It wouldn't be surprising if she had a boyfriend. That's what most people would think. But if you want an interesting twist, maybe it's actually the quieter Setsuna who's secretly dating someone. Her detailed reasoning made Hikari Kuroda, the girl with braids, nod in agreement. That does make sense. But what if Sakai anticipated that everyone would think that way and asked the question precisely because the answer is actually her? Nanami fell silent, dropping her hand from her cheek as she considered Hikari's counterpoint. Elsewhere in the classroom, other students were quietly speculating. Most kept their thoughts to themselves, waiting eagerly for Katsura's answer and, more importantly, Sakai's revelation. Katsura, the one put on the spot, hesitated. She didn't want to upset either of them by guessing incorrectly. Clasping her hands nervously, she studied the two girls in front of her. Sakai with her mischievous smile and Setsuna, who seemed indifferent yet occasionally glanced her way. After much deliberation, Katsura finally spoke. Maybe. Both of you have boyfriends? Her unexpected answer caused a stir. Many students raised their eyebrows, surprised by the bold guess, but some began nodding, considering it a plausible twist. Sakai, however, blinked in surprise before breaking into a sly grin. Oh, a daring guess. Well then, time to reveal the truth. She raised her voice theatrically, and the classroom fell into silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Ta-da, since you guessed wrong, I won't reveal the answer. Maybe if we get closer, I'll tell you someday, huh? The collective sigh of disappointment from the class was almost audible. Their curiosity remained unfulfilled, and they could only wonder about Sakai and Setsuna. Katsura, too, found herself intrigued. As the conversation wrapped up, several other girls gathered around the trio, drawn by the lively energy. For Sakai, Setsuna, and Katsura, it marked the start of their first connections in this new class. That afternoon, with no major lessons on the first day, classes ended early. The students began heading home, while club members stayed behind to promote their groups to potential recruits. Sakai and Setsuna, who lived close to each other, naturally decided to head back together. Katsura, having packed her things, was preparing to leave when Sakai suddenly appeared behind her and threw her arms around her in a hug. Gotcha. Eek. Caught off guard, Katsura let out a small, startled yelp, causing Sakai to grin mischievously. What a cute reaction, Katsura, say ing-san. Sakai. Just call me Sakai. Sakai-san. Could you let me go, please? Let go? But you're so slender, and your skin feels so soft. I bet all the boys in class are dying to hug you. I don't think I can let go. Katsura's cheeks turned bright red as she stammered, clearly overwhelmed by the teasing. Alright, that's enough. A sharp flick landed on Sakai's head, causing her to release Katsura with a startled yelp. Turning, she saw Setsuna standing there, hand still raised. Ow! Setsuna, that hurt. That's because you were bothering Kotonoa-san. Setsuna replied calmly. Katsura, now free, gave Sakai an unsure look, though Sakai quickly laughed it off and apologized with a sheepish grin. Sorry, Katsura. I was just joking around. Katsura hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly, her face still pink. Where's your house, Katsura? Sakai asked cheerfully. School's done for the day, and if we're heading in the same direction, we could walk home together. Is that okay? Katsura looked at Sakai, then turned to Setsuna as if seeking confirmation. Of course. Sakai said with a thumbs up. After Katsura explained where she lived, Sakai paused, her brow furrowing as she tried to place it. That area sounds familiar. It's part of the new residential district. Setsuna offered, they've built some luxury apartments there recently. Realization dawned on Sakai. She gave Katsura an appraising look. Wait. Are you a rich girl? Katsura's face flushed again. She shook her head modestly, but her shy demeanor gave her away. Setsuna, observing how easily Sakai made Katsura blush, sighed inwardly, unsure what to make of the timid girl. Well, it's a little out of the way, but it's close enough to our route home. Want to walk together? Really? That'd be nice. Katsura's shy smile hinted at her happiness. Throughout her school life, she'd never had friends to walk home with, and the offer left her both excited and nervous. Sakai simply flashed a grin and gave her a thumbs up in response. Meanwhile, waiting outside the school gates, Haruto checked his watch impatiently. Several girls had tried striking up a conversation with him, but he politely declined each time. Glancing at the white school building, he wondered what was taking Setsuna so long. Chapter 34, could it be that Makoto-kun? Hoping to make it in time for the end of the opening ceremony, Haruto had been standing at the gates of Sakekino Academy for nearly an hour, waiting for the announcement signaling the end of the school day. Finally, the bell rang, followed by the chatter of students leaving the school. "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone," he said repeatedly. This was the phrase Haruto had uttered the most that day to the female students who stopped to ask why he was standing there. Most would leave after hearing his explanation, but one girl didn't take the hint. "Waiting for someone from our school? I might know them. Want me to help you check inside?" "No, that won't be necessary," he replied politely with a small smile. Haruto maintained his polite demeanor as the girl moved closer, but just as he was trying to figure out how to create some distance, he caught sight of the person he'd been waiting for leaving the school building. "The person I'm waiting for is here. Excuse me." With that, Haruto excused himself and walked toward the gate. The girl, Atomikitsu, watched him leave with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Her curiosity only grew when she saw him walking away with 3 girls from her school. A little sister? Doesn't seem like it. Could it be a girlfriend? Her gaze lingered on Haruto and the 3 girls, their faces now etched into her memory. Tomorrow, she resolved, she'd ask around to find out who they were. Oblivious to the attention he'd drawn, Haruto approached the person he'd been waiting for, Setsuna. She had just stepped out of the school gates, chatting with Sakai and an unfamiliar girl. "Setsuna," he called. The sound of his voice startled Setsuna, who was standing beside Sakai, listening as Sakai and the other girl Katsura talked about their interests. When she turned to see him, her surprise turned to happiness. "Haruto? Why are you here? It's your first day of school. I was curious and wanted to see how you were doing. Looks like you've already made some friends," he said, glancing at her companions. Overcome with happiness, Setsuna stepped forward and opened her arms wide. "Setsuna? Mimizu-kun, you're not seriously going to? Here, in front of everyone?" Sakai, taken aback by Haruto's sudden appearance, couldn't hide her envy. She was impressed by the thoughtfulness of someone who'd come all this way just to pick up Setsuna. Seeing Setsuna's open-armed gesture only deepened her feelings of jealousy. Katsura, meanwhile, observed the scene silently, her eyes flickering between Setsuna and Haruto. Though she didn't know him, their closeness was evident. Recalling the earlier conversation with Sakai, Katsura began to piece things together. "Is he Kira-san's boyfriend?" she asked hesitantly. Sakai wanted to deny it but couldn't bring herself to. Before she could respond, Haruto wrapped his arms around Setsuna in a brief hug. After letting her go, Setsuna regained her composure and turned to Katsura with a calm smile. "Yes," she said simply. Satisfied with indulging Setsuna's small act of affection, Haruto turned to Katsura. "Mimizu Haruto. May I ask your name?" "Kotanoa Katsura," she said, bowing slightly. "I'm in the same class as Saiyajin-san and Kira-san. Nice to meet you." The name sounded vaguely familiar to Haruto, though he couldn't immediately place it. As he studied Katsura's delicate, angelic face, she began to fidget under his gaze, her cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment. Before he could dwell on it, his attention shifted to Sakai, who was watching him closely. "What is it?" Setsuna asked, noticing his unusual reaction. "Nothing," Haruto replied, shaking his head. He was surprised to see Katsura and Sakai together, but it wasn't something that concerned him. The 4 of them began walking home together. Katsura, who seemed uneasy around men, stayed close to Sakai, while Haruto walked alongside Setsuna, keeping a respectful distance from Katsura. Sakai, ever the conversationalist, kept the mood lively, chatting with Katsura about various topics. Setsuna occasionally chimed in, while Haruto only spoke when directly addressed. "By the way, Mimizu-kun, did you hear about what happened today?" Sakai asked suddenly, turning her attention to him. "What happened?" "There was an accident at the train station. 2 of our students fell onto the tracks." Haruto nodded, recalling the snippets of conversation he'd overheard earlier. "I heard about it. 2 students passed away, right? Were they from your school?" Yes, they were new students. Their names were Makoto Ito and Taiki Taijuke, I think. Sakai said. Haruto's steps faltered for a moment before he quickly recovered. He remembered overhearing the name Makoto earlier but hadn't thought much of it. Now, hearing the full name, he realized it was that Makoto-kun. His gaze drifted to Katsura, only to find her looking at him. Their eyes met, and Katsura quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing red. Haruto couldn't help but glance at Sakai, who was walking beside Katsura. For some reason, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. It wasn't just his imagination. His neck and stomach felt strangely cold. Almost as if a blade's edge was pressing lightly against his skin. Chapter 35, Kiramai, gave up thinking from Sakakino Academy, heading east. Haruto and Satsuna returned to their apartment. As newly acquainted classmates, Satsuna and Sakai invited Katsura to visit Satsuna's home. However, due to the need to take care of her younger sister at home, Katsura reluctantly declined the invitation. She promised to meet again another time and headed home. Sakai initially wanted to stay with Satsuna but, noticing Haruto beside her, decided against it after some thought. She left with Katsura, as their routes home coincided. After the two left, Satsuna turned her gaze toward Haruto standing beside her. Her clear, glistening eyes looked at Haruto, and their meaning was obvious. Without needing further explanation, Haruto understood her intention and led Satsuna into his apartment. "Haruto, you kept staring at Katsura earlier," Satsuna remarked as she stepped into the apartment. She had just removed her shoes, her over-knee black stockings brushing against the slippers as she put them on and entered the living space. Haruto turned to glance at her, his calm expression giving nothing away. He nodded slightly, neither denying nor avoiding the topic. "Since she's a new friend of yours, and she seems like a soft-spoken, graceful young lady, I was just a bit curious," he replied. "Then why did you look at Katsura and then Sakai right afterward?" This had been bothering Satsuna since their walk home. She'd held back her question earlier, waiting for a private moment to bring it up. Haruto's reaction during their conversation with Katsura and Sakai had puzzled her. His fleeting expressions of surprise and thoughtfulness didn't go unnoticed. The real answer, of course, lay in Haruto's awareness of the tangled web of emotions between the two girls. But given that nothing had happened yet, and perhaps never would, he chose a simple explanation to brush off the question. "Because Katsura's personality is so different from Sakai's. I was surprised they became friends so quickly," he said with a light smile. Satisfied with the answer, Satsuna let it go. Haruto seized the opportunity to change the subject. "So, how do you feel about starting at a new school and meeting new classmates?" he asked. Satsuna paused to reflect on her day. The experience hadn't been particularly exciting. Her gaze shifted back to Haruto as she moved closer, her pale legs carrying her toward him. With a gentle push, she made him sit on the edge of the bed and settled herself in his lap. It felt strange at first, being surrounded by unfamiliar people. But then I met Sakai and others, so it wasn't so bad. "It's okay," she said concisely. Her words, though simple, conveyed her mixed feelings: initial loneliness tempered by newfound companionship. "Impressive," Haruto said with a small chuckle, his hand lightly caressing her head. The affectionate gesture made Satsuna close her eyes, a small, contented smile playing on her lips. "Tomorrow, it'll be your turn to start school," she reminded him softly. "Yeah, my first day," Haruto replied, leaning back slightly. "I doubt I'll see anyone familiar. Gaifu is pretty far from here. Good luck," she said, looking up at him with sincere encouragement. Her words brought a warm laugh from Haruto. Tomorrow, he'd meet Sawamura Arari, something that made him feel a mix of anticipation and nervousness. For now, though, he looked down at Satsuna, wondering how things would unfold. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The two simply sat there, with Satsuna nestled in Haruto's arms, enjoying the tranquility. "Haruto," Satsuna called softly. "Let's do it." Haruto's mind went blank for a moment. He blinked, unsure if he'd heard her correctly. Looking down, he found her gaze fixed on his, unwavering. "Do it?" As if worried he hadn't understood, she repeated herself. "Let's do it." Haruto's expression shifted from confusion to surprise before finally settling into calmness. "No," he said firmly. "Do you not like me?" Satsuna asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. "That's not it," Haruto replied quickly. "Don't you have school tomorrow?" "I can take a day off," she said nonchalantly. "But tomorrow's the official start of the school year. If you skip, people will start labeling you as a delinquent," he pointed out. "I don't care," she said, her determination unwavering. Haruto looked at her resolute expression, torn between amusement and exasperation. They'd only known each other for a week, and she was already so forward. It wasn't that he didn't like her, He just couldn't understand why she was rushing things. "I care," he said gently. "I don't want people at school looking at you strangely. Besides, it's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday, and then it's the weekend. Can't we wait until then?" "The weekend?" "Yeah." Setsuna's eyes brightened, and a small smile spread across her face. She nodded in agreement. Turning to face him fully, she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his chest. "It's a promise, then." "It's a promise," Haruto said, chuckling softly. That evening, Setsuna returned home with a spring in her step and a heart full of excitement. She greeted her mother, Mai, who was busy preparing dinner. "Mom, can I marry Haruto now?" Mai nearly dropped the salt she was holding. She turned to face her daughter, her expression a mix of shock and confusion. "Now? Absolutely not. You're only 15, and he's 16. You'd need to wait until you're at least 16, and he has to be 18. That's the legal requirement for marriage," Mai explained, her voice tinged with a mixture of amusement and concern. "But why are you suddenly asking this?" Glancing at her daughter, Mai noticed her unusually rosy cheeks and an expression that was both shy and excited. Setsuna seemed different tonight, more radiant. After a moment's hesitation, Setsuna shyly recounted her and Haruto's promise for the weekend. "We made a promise," she said, her voice brimming with anticipation. "A promise? This weekend, Haruto and I are going to graduate together." "Graduate? What are you talking about?" "School just started." Mai's initial confusion gave way to realization. She froze, the salt spoon trembling in her hand. Turning slowly, she stared at her daughter in disbelief. "Setsuna. You don't mean..." "What's wrong, Mom?" "The graduation you're talking about. You mean the academic kind of graduation, right? Virginity?" Mai's thoughts completely froze. Chapter 36, Sawamura Sayuri, I'm still young. The moment Setsuna stepped into the bathroom, Mai watched the door close. The soft glow of warm light seeped from within, and Mai found herself walking back to her own room in the quiet of the apartment. A deep sense of confusion filled her. She wanted to march straight up to Haruto and ask him why things had progressed so quickly. They had only been officially dating for 2 days, yet they were already advancing to such an intimate stage. However, confronting him directly felt inappropriate. Back in her room, she closed the door, picked up her phone, and stared at Haruto's contact info. Her thumb hovered over the screen for a long time, but she couldn't figure out how to frame her question. She sighed helplessly, looking at the name Mimizu Haruto on her phone, then set the device aside and lay down on her bed, closing her eyes. As Setsuna's mother, she had watched her daughter grow up since she was little. How could she not understand her daughter's personality? Setsuna was clearly smitten with Haruto. Was it really her place to intervene? In truth, it was her own inappropriate feelings toward the boy that had led her to act out in various unnecessary ways recently. Although her actions hadn't caused her daughter any harm, continuing down this path would only result in hurting Setsuna in the future, especially when she knew there could never be a future between her and Haruto. For now, I should stop doing unnecessary things. Just watching over my daughter like this isn't so bad. If she poured all her love into Setsuna and let her and Haruto continue their relationship, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad thing. From a mother's perspective, at least for now, Haruto seemed like someone dependable enough to entrust her daughter's happiness to. Unaware of Mai's inner thoughts, Setsuna soaked in the warmth of the bathtub. Submerging her face into the steaming water, she felt the heat envelop her as her mind raced with plans for her upcoming graduation with Haruto. The day after tomorrow, I will be with Haruto. Meanwhile, Haruto sat quietly in his room. Fresh out of his own bath and dressed in his pajamas, he gazed at the calendar on his desk. Tomorrow was the day he would head to Toyosaki for the school entrance ceremony. It's really just a formality, he thought. Though having to meet Ariri again is a bit awkward. But it should be fine. She doesn't know me, after all. And besides, he opened a notebook on his desk, its pages filled with his personal goals. Considering his future plans, Haruto realized he needed to make up for what he'd forgotten over the years and improve his academic performance. His goal was to bring his deviation score up to at least 60. Back in high school, he remembered his deviation score being around 53 or 55 at best. Now, if he were to attempt the same material, he doubted he'd even hit 40. For admission into the elite S-ranked liberal arts programs at Waseda University, the Cultural Conception program required a deviation score of 69.3, while the Composite Culture program needed 65. Even the A-ranked Rikyo University's liberal arts programs required a deviation score of 68 for intercultural exchange and 60.3 for cultural communication. Haruto wasn't too worried about liberal arts subjects. Writing had always been his forte, and he retained a strong grasp of literature and history. But mathematics and science, which he rarely used in daily life, had faded from his memory. To catch up, he would need to dedicate a significant amount of time and effort, probably 2 to 3 months of hard work with proper guidance. I'll need to make a study schedule. Even if it's just a little each day, as long as I stick to it, I should be able to hit a deviation score of 60 before graduation. Haruto's thoughts were entirely consumed by academics and qualifications. In this country, one's education and alma mater held great importance, even in politics, where Tokyo University and Waseda University were considered breeding grounds for future politicians. While Mai and Setsuna were both thinking about him, Haruto's mind was solely focused on how to improve his deviation score. Surrounded by the study guides he'd purchased, Haruto carefully drafted his study plan late into the night before turning off the lights and drifting into sleep. Early the next morning, Haruto woke up before his alarm could ring. Glancing at the time on his desk, he breathed a sigh of relief, got out of bed, and headed to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he examined himself in the mirror, ensuring everything looked fine. Returning to the living room, he took his black school uniform freshly cleaned and pressed from the coat rack. Even as he buttoned up the stiff jacket, he couldn't help but lament the uninspiring design. These uniforms are really plain. The girls' uniforms. Well, they're not much better either. He recalled his 3 years of high school. The school uniforms never left much of an impression, though some girls managed to make them look good simply by being beautiful. Eri, for instance, was undeniably stunning, and the uniform only seemed to enhance her radiance. But since meeting Sawamura Sayuri and becoming her boyfriend, Haruto had only ever seen her as a daughter. His gaze toward her was filled with paternal affection rather than romantic interest. During that time, thanks to Sayuri, Haruto and Eri had grown close, their bond more sibling-like than anything else. On holidays, Eri would even stay at his apartment. That was until the day he confessed his relationship with Sayuri to her. I'm thinking about the past again. It's all in the past now. Rubbing his face to dispel the lingering memories, Haruto grabbed his bag, wallet, and phone, making sure he hadn't forgotten anything, before heading out toward the school. As he stepped outside, he coincidentally ran into Setsuna and her friend, Sekai Saying, who were also on their way to school. Good morning, Setsuna, Saying. Just call me Sekai. Sekai replied with a smile. So, Mamazu-kun, today's your first day, right? Are you excited? Sekai had been walking to school with Setsuna as usual, but she was surprised to run into Haruto. Curious, she asked about his feelings regarding the new chapter in his life. Just a little. Haruto admitted. He then turned to Setsuna, gently patting her head. Feeling the softness of her hair beneath his palm, he looked into her eyes and smiled warmly. Have a great day at school, okay? She nodded. You really seem like a doting father, Mamazu-kun. Sekai teased. Watching Haruto gently pat Setsuna's head with that affectionate smile, it didn't feel like a couple's interaction. Instead, it reminded her of a loving father comforting his daughter. Meanwhile, at the Sawamura residence, Sayuri stood by the doorway, watching Eri put on her shoes. Eri, it's your first day of school. Want me to walk you there? She asked, her tone cheerful. As expected, Eri declined. No need. I can handle it myself, I'm not a kid anymore. By the way, there's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, so don't forget to attend. You're right. Sayuri said, smiling fondly. My Eri is already a capable high schooler, huh? You're even at the age for romance. If you meet a boy you like at school, remember to act fast, or someone else might snatch him away. Eri sighed at her mother's playful teasing. I'm heading out. Have a good day. Sayuri waved her off with a bright smile. When the door closed, however, her expression turned more serious. She placed a hand on her chest, her heart racing for reasons she couldn't understand. Why is my heart beating so fast lately? Could it be? No. I'm still young. Muttering to herself, Sayuri briefly entertained the thought that she might be entering menopause. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Absolutely not. Chapter 37, that's right, let's cover up the past with a more indifferent reaction. Azusa. Kyo. Luck was on Eriri's side on her first day at Toyosaki Academy. Right at the bulletin board displaying the class placements, she ran into her two close friends. Naturally, she eagerly asked which class they had been assigned to. Kyo and I are in the class next to yours, Eriri. Sorry, but if we want to be in the same class again, it'll have to wait until next year. Satami Azusa replied with a wry smile. The three of them had been in the same class throughout middle school, so hearing this, Eriri froze for a moment. Following Azusa's gesture, her gaze trailed toward the list to confirm what she'd said. Azusa and Kyo had been placed in Class C, while Eriri found her name under Class D. We're not in the same class, huh? Oh well, it's not so bad. If it's next door, we can still meet up during breaks. Ariri said with a shrug. True. Still, Ariri, it seems like you're as popular as ever even at a new school. Kaio remarked. Kaio glanced around, noticing the attention Ariri was drawing from many of the nearby students. Though she'd known since middle school that Ariri was popular, she hadn't expected such a crowd to gather on the very first day of high school. Even Azusa and Kaio, by association, found themselves subjected to curious stares from strangers. Although Kaio wasn't exactly shy, being under so many watchful eyes left her feeling a bit uneasy. Ariri, on the other hand, was entirely unfazed, having grown used to such attention over the years. After confirming her class on the bulletin board, she waved goodbye to her two friends and headed toward the school building. She's gone. Well, shall we head to our class and check it out? It'd be nice to meet some new classmates early. Azusa suggested. Yeah. Huh? Wait, Azusa. Kaio suddenly called out. What is it, Kaio? Just as they were about to walk off together, Kaio turned back, her attention drawn to someone in the crowd. That guy. Kaio said, nodding toward a tall, composed-looking boy who had just approached the bulletin board. Which one? Before Kaio could elaborate, Azusa instantly spotted the boy she was referring to. He stood out not only to them but also to many other girls who were discreetly glancing his way. Haruto was well aware of the attention. It wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Back in middle school, there had been a fair share of girls stealing glances at him. But now, in high school, their stares seemed more frequent and much bolder. Focus, Haruto reminded himself. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, he calmly stepped up to the bulletin board. Navigating past a few girls who appeared to be inching closer, he scanned the list. Class 1D. His eyes quickly skimmed the names, stopping abruptly at one that felt all too familiar: Sawamura Ariri. For a moment, his gaze lingered, and his expression grew more complex. Even though he had braced himself for this moment before coming to school, the sight of her name stirred something deep within him. The question weighed heavily on his mind: how should I face her? What should I say? Taking a quiet breath, Haruto moved his gaze further down the list, passing over other names: Akiko Nakano, Nino Nakano, Miku Nakano, Yatsuba Nakano, Itsuki Nakano. The quintuplets? He blinked. I remember Akiko the most, she was always the mature one. His thoughts wandered briefly. Putting all 5 of them in the same class, did the school admin think this was funny? It wasn't the siblings themselves that posed a problem, it was their abysmal grades. The 5 of them combined were practically a nightmare for their homeroom teacher, Mr. Fukuhara. Haruto vaguely recalled the man's hair thinning visibly after the first round of exams. Smiling faintly at the memory, Haruto moved further down: Akahiza Yashe, Yuji Sakamoto. He chuckled under his breath. These two were inseparable, so much so that some had jokingly speculated about their relationship. Wherever Akahiza went, Yuji was sure to follow. The irony was that Akahiza was hopelessly dense academically, while Yuji was a bona fide genius. Further down, Haruto spotted his own name. He paused briefly before continuing, scanning names like Naruyuki Uiga, Futaro Asugi. Ah, the unsung heroes. Along with Yuji, these two single-handedly elevated the class's academic standing, saving it from being dead last in the grade. After reading through the familiar list, Haruto sighed and turned toward the school building. Several girls nearby exchanged glances, seemingly considering whether to approach him, but they hesitated too long. By the time they decided, Haruto had already disappeared into the crowd. Azusa, you're in high school now. Shouldn't you go talk to him? Kaio teased lightly. Did you go talk to him? Azusa shot back, raising an eyebrow. The two exchanged a glance before sighing in unison. He was looking at the class D list earlier, wasn't he? Kaio asked. So he's in the same class as Ariri? A sly grin crept onto Kaio's face as her imagination ran wild. If he's in the same class as Ariri, maybe I can ask her to introduce us. Don't be ridiculous. Ariri wouldn't care about something like that. Azusa remarked, though she, too, couldn't help feeling tempted. If she's not interested, maybe we can try something ourselves? Let's see how it goes. Kaio agreed, following Azusa as they headed toward their classroom. Meanwhile, Haruto approached the door to Class 1D. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, trying to mask the tension that had been building. As he stepped inside, the familiar sounds of a lively classroom greeted him. That's totally Yuji's fault. Sure, I might have been late, but barging into my room and ripping the blanket off me is crossing the line. If I didn't, you'd have slept through the entire day, you idiot. The heated argument between Yuji and Akahiza filled the room, drawing amused yet exasperated glances from the other students. Hazuto barely spared them a glance. His eyes had already found someone else, a blonde girl sitting by the window, her chin resting on her palm as she gazed out blankly. Ariri. It had been so long that Haruto could barely remember the last time he had seen Ariri. Now, seeing her again as her high school self, his gaze was filled with conflicting emotions. He quickly averted his eyes, unwilling to dwell on the past. Following the assigned seating chart, he found his place the second to last seat by the window. Quietly, he settled in, refraining from greeting anyone. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed out the window, letting his thoughts drift toward the uncertain days ahead. If I don't know how to handle this, then I'll do nothing for now. Let things play out naturally, and when the time comes, I'll figure it out on the spot. Haruto took a deep breath, his expression calm but his mind restless as he waited for what this new chapter of life would bring. Chapter 38, Ariri gradually understands everything. Next, we will have the speech by the representative of the new students. After spending some time in the classroom, Ariri, perhaps distracted by the many unique personalities around her, had failed to notice Haruto's presence entirely. The noisy classroom quieted down when their homeroom teacher, Shun Fukuhara, walked in. After a brief self-introduction, he led the students to the school auditorium. The first and second-year students were already there, welcoming the newcomers with applause. The first years entered and took their designated seats. Due to his height, Haruto stood at the back of the line, while Ariri, in the middle, was separated by a considerable distance. Once seated, they were far apart, something Haruto quietly found himself relieved by. He looked ahead toward the stage, where a girl slowly stepped up to the podium, standing under the collective gaze of the audience. "Hey, Yuji," whispered Akahizayashi, "that girl is really cute, don't you think?" "Is she?" Yuji Sakamoto replied nonchalantly. Haruto glanced briefly at his two classmates. Akahiza seemed overly enthusiastic, while Yuji appeared indifferent. Shaking his head slightly, Haruto refocused his attention on the girl at the microphone. "Please welcome our freshman representative, Ryo Futaba, for the opening speech." Haruto watched the gray-haired, glasses-wearing girl at the podium before closing his eyes. Her voice resonated clearly throughout the hall, but Haruto's mind drifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, the whispers between Akahiza and Yuji continued, but Haruto paid them no mind. The opening ceremony dragged on for nearly 2 hours. By the time Fukuhara led them back to their classroom, most of the students were fighting off sleep. Even the excitement of starting high school couldn't compete with the drowsy effect of a long speech. Back in the classroom, Fukuhara introduced himself once again before writing his name on the blackboard. Haruto's eyes drifted to Fukuhara's head, noticing his full head of hair. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, knowing that in a month, Fukuhara would be visibly balding due to the stress of managing their class. As the introductions began, Haruto observed his classmates one by one. "I'm Akiko Nakano, the eldest sister. Pleased to meet you. Futaro Isugi. My goal is to get into a top-tier university. Nice to meet you. I'm Aoi Hanami. High school is a fresh start for me, so I hope we all get along. Please take care of me. Nino Nakano. Yotsuba Nakano here. Please don't mix me up with Akiko or the others, okay? Let's get along. Hideyoshi Kinoshita. I'm a guy, so don't get it wrong, okay? M. Minami Shimada. Please take care of me." The self-introductions continued, with each person revealing a bit about themselves. The atmosphere became lively when Akahizayashi stood up. "This is Akahizayashi. Now that I've made it to high school, I'm hoping to have a sweet romance. Oh, and Yuji, do me a favor and drop dead." The class erupted into laughter, while Akahiza shot a glare at Yuji, who raised an eyebrow and stood up. "Oh? Is that a challenge, Akahiza? Looks like I went too easy on you last time." The banter continued until Fukuhara had to step in and restore order, though the light-hearted exchange had noticeably eased the tension in the room. "Ariri Sawamura. Pleased to meet you." The blonde-haired girl introduced herself, drawing the attention of nearly everyone. The boys were captivated by her looks, and even the girls seemed curious about her. Haruto sat quietly, waiting for his turn. When it finally came, he stood up with a faint smile. "I'm Mimizu Haruto, from Itamari, Gaifu. I'm looking forward to these 3 years in Tokyo and hope to build good friendships with all of you. Please take care of me." His clear voice and polite demeanor left a strong impression. His delicate features and deep, story-filled eyes caught the attention of many of the girls in the room. Until now, Haruto had been sitting quietly by the window, unnoticed by most. His sudden introduction revealed the presence of a strikingly handsome boy in their class. The girls exchanged glances, while the boys sized him up, but no one seemed to harbor ill will except Ariri. Her gaze lingered on Haruto, her expression distant and confused. For reasons she couldn't explain, her mind conjured an image of a dark room, one that had been appearing in her dreams lately. That fleeting image shattered, replaced by a cascade of fragmented memories and unfamiliar feelings. She stared at him with wide eyes, her lips trembling as she softly whispered his name, Haruto. She didn't know why, but the name felt natural, as if it had always been etched into her heart. She stared at the boy blankly, whispering his name softly, as if she remembered something. Chapter 39, Ariri is starting to speed things up. Hey, Haruto, in our class full of cute girls, isn't there at least one you like? The girl sat beside the boy, sketching for a while before stopping. Her thoughts were all over the place, making it hard to focus on drawing. She turned to the boy next to her and finally asked the question that had been lingering in her heart. They were close to graduation now, and if she didn't get an answer soon, Ariri felt she wouldn't be able to let it go. So, in this rare moment when they were alone, she mustered the courage to voice her doubts. Even though he was undeniably good-looking, Haruto hadn't dated a single girl throughout their time at school. The only people who seemed to stay close to him were her and her mother. While there were rumors about them, Haruto had always cleared them up. Why the sudden question? Haruto paused his writing and turned to look at the girl beside him. Living alone in Tokyo for so long. Don't you feel lonely? Not really. I have you and Sayuri-san by my side, don't I? Hearing this, Ariri's face flushed red. Her heart raced, and she couldn't suppress the emotions welling up inside. Just as she was about to confess her feelings, Ariri, Haruto, lunch is ready. Come down and eat together. The scene abruptly shifted to another moment. You're really not planning to continue your education? With your grades, getting into a top university would be a breeze. Why would you choose to give up now? Ariri stared at the boy in disbelief, unable to understand his decision. Continuing my education is a good thing, sure. But I already have something I want to pursue. Something that matters more. So. I'm sorry, Ariri. I'll have to break our promise to attend the same university. Hearing this, Ariri clenched her fists tightly. A series of scenes flashed before Ariri's eyes. Back home, she found her mother and Haruto sitting together in the living room. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Why did you call me back so suddenly? And why is Haruto here? Well, Ariri, there's something I need to tell you. Her mother said, her voice hesitant and her expression complicated. Actually, I've been in love with someone for a long time. I just didn't know how to bring it up. But now that you're about to graduate from university, I think it's time. As her mother lowered her head, struggling to find the right words, Ariri's gaze instinctively shifted to Haruto. Haruto. The boy avoided her eyes, but after a moment, he stood up and gently patted Sayuri on the shoulder. The intimate gesture shattered something inside Ariri. I'm sorry, Ariri. Haruto said softly. I didn't mean to hide this from you. Actually, Sayuri-san and we've been in love since high school. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Ariri screamed, tears streaming down her face. What kind of joke is this? I'll never accept it. She fled from the house, tears blurring her vision. I'm sorry, Ariri, you're my daughter, but Haruto is the one I love. I just don't know how to go on living without him. I'm sorry, Ariri picked up the note left on the coffee table. Her mind went blank. She rushed to her mother's room, only to find it empty. Then she turned toward the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, she hesitated. Her trembling hand slowly pushed the door open. The last scene in the memory was the same as the nightmare that had haunted her. Dressed in her old high school uniform, Ariri stood in front of a mirror in her mother's bedroom. She had found the spare key to Haruto's apartment and tucked a small knife into her pocket. She arrived at his door in the dead of night, unlocked it, and quietly stepped inside. The room was a mess, cluttered with empty cans and magazines. Guided by the pale moonlight, she found him curled up on the floor, his arms wrapped around his knees like a wounded child. Tears slid down her cheeks as she knelt beside him, her voice trembling as she whispered, "It's okay. It won't hurt. I'll stay with you. Forever. I love you, Haruto." In the final moments of her memory, she saw their blood slowly mingling on the floor. As her strength faded, her lips curved into a faint smile. We're together now. Haruto. Ugh. Ariri snapped back to reality, clutching her mouth. Her whole body trembled as she gasped for air, overwhelmed by nausea. Tears streamed down her face as she dry-heaved, unable to stop the waves of pain and disgust washing over her. Are you okay? Would you like some water? A gentle voice pulled her back to the present. A warm, steady hand rested on her back, gently soothing her. That voice. She'd heard it countless times in her dreams. With trembling eyes, she turned to the boy beside her. Haruto? The hand on her back froze. Haruto, who had been tending to her with concern, faltered for a moment at the sound of her voice. He offered a soft smile, pretending as though nothing had happened. It's impressive you remember my name, Sawamura-san. You fainted during class earlier. For a moment, I thought my name triggered some kind of physical reaction. He joked lightly. Still disoriented, Airi looked around at the stark white walls. She realized she was in the school's infirmary. As the weight of her earlier memories and emotions slowly began to lift, she felt a sense of clarity return. I fainted? The school nurse checked you out and said you're fine. But to be safe, they've already contacted your mother. She should be here soon. My mom. Airi muttered, lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Haruto stood up. Well, since you're okay now, I'll head back to class. The nurse will be back shortly, so you won't be alone. Okay. Airi said nothing more, watching as Haruto walked toward the door. As his figure receded, Airi couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness and sadness in her heart. She wanted to call out to him, to stop him from leaving, but the words refused to come out. All she could do was watch as he disappeared from sight. Not long after Haruto's figure disappeared, Airi still hadn't seen any sign of her mother. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing closer to the infirmary. The calm and unhurried steps were definitely not those of Sayuri Sawamura rushing to check on her fainted daughter. Under Airi's curious gaze, a woman in a white coat entered the infirmary. She had short blue hair and a modern, stylish look that seemed far removed from the typical image of a doctor. In her hand was a steaming cup, the faint brownish color of the liquid hinting it was coffee. Has he already left? That boy. Huh? Airi blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected the first thing the nurse said to be about Haruto, who had just left moments ago. The school nurse strolled leisurely to Airi's side, looking down at the girl sitting on the infirmary bed. She tucked one hand under her arm, her lips curving into a faint smile. When you fainted, he was really worried. The nurse said casually. He carried you straight to the infirmary in his arms, completely panicked, demanding that I check on you right away. He was sweating and looked utterly anxious, genuinely concerned about you. You two must be new students, right? It's only the first day of school, and you're already dating? Or have you been dating since before? Before? Hearing the nurse's question, Airi froze. Her mind replayed fragments of the bizarre dream she had earlier, leaving her feeling utterly perplexed. Chapter 40, I was unconscious, how could I have any feelings about it? Sayuri Sawamura had been at home, enjoying her afternoon tea and deliberating over what outfit she should wear to the parent-teacher meeting at school the next day. However, her peaceful afternoon was disrupted by a sudden phone call from the school, informing her that Airi had fainted. Momentarily stunned, Sayuri immediately rushed to the school. When she arrived at the infirmary, she saw an unexpectedly modern-looking school nurse standing beside her daughter, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. Airi. Are you alright? What happened to you? Sayuri approached the bedside anxiously, inspecting her daughter closely. Mom. Airi, who had been chatting with the nurse Takeshimayo about her condition and the boy who had carried her to the infirmary, mistaken by the nurse as her boyfriend, turned her attention to her mother. As her eyes met her mother's, memories of the strange dream she had during her unconsciousness flashed through her mind. Her expression grew complicated, and guilt and nostalgia flickered in her gaze. Unable to say anything, she lowered her head in silence. The atmosphere in the infirmary became tense and subtle. Nurse Mayo, sensing the delicate mood between the mother and daughter, quietly excused herself and left. Sayuri, affected by her daughter's sudden silence, sat down on the edge of the bed and observed Airi. Outwardly, nothing seemed amiss, but the unusual quiet worried her. Are you sure you're alright, Airi? There's nothing wrong with my body. Airi replied softly. I was just a little tired. Nurse Mayo checked me earlier and said everything is fine. Do you want to go home and rest? Or perhaps we should go to the hospital for a proper checkup? If something's wrong. Sayuri's concern made Airi feel conflicted. She raised her head slowly, meeting her mother's worried gaze, as if wanting to ask something. However, after a brief hesitation, she looked down again. No, it's fine. Today's the first day of school. It wouldn't feel right to leave early. If we're going to do a checkup, let's wait until after school. Alright, we'll go to the hospital together after school. Sayuri agreed. Placing her hand gently on Airi's pale arm, Sayuri gave it a comforting rub. Take care of yourself, Airi. The images from Airi's dream of Haruto and the future lingered vividly in her mind. But she dismissed them as mere coincidences, not something prophetic. Dreaming about the future was something straight out of manga and light novels, not real life. In the real world, there was no place for such supernatural events. Deciding not to dwell on it, Airi returned to her classroom. As she stepped inside, it happened to be during a break between classes. Immediately, her classmates swarmed around her with concern. Among them, Yotsuba Nakano, a cheerful girl with a green ribbon in her hair, was the first to approach. Hey, Sawamura-san, right? How are you feeling now? Ariri smiled faintly, appreciating the concern. I'm fine now, thank you. Her eyes, however, scanned the room, searching for a familiar figure, the one who had carried her to the infirmary. Oh, so you're okay now? That's a relief. Yotsuba beamed. You scared everyone when you fainted in class. No one knew what to do. Then, out of nowhere, Mimizu-san stood up, looking super cool. Before anyone could react, he picked you up and carried you out of the classroom, saying, I'll take her to the infirmary. Mimicking Haruto's decisive tone, Yotsuba straightened her posture, glanced dramatically at the door, then broke into a laugh. It was like something straight out of a manga. From the corner of the room, Amitaru Nozaki, who had been quietly drawing, perked up at the mention of keywords like manga and cool. He glanced curiously in Yotsuba's direction before returning to his work, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Ariri's emotions grew complicated as she listened to Yotsuba's account. She glanced around the classroom again but couldn't spot Haruto. If you're looking for Mimizu-san, Yotsuba said, noticing Ariri's wandering gaze. He left the classroom after the last period. Maybe he went to check on you in the infirmary? Are you really feeling okay? This time, another girl who bore a striking resemblance to Yotsuba joined the conversation. Nakano-san, right? Ariri hesitated briefly, recognizing her as one of the Nakano sisters but unsure of her name. Nino. She's Yotsuba. The girl replied, pointing first at herself, then at her sister. Can't you tell just by looking at us? Ariri studied the two girls carefully. If she got to know them better, perhaps she could tell them apart. But for now, she could only manage a general sense of their different personalities. I'll remember. Nino and Yotsuba. Nino nodded, her sharp gaze fixed on Ariri. Her serious expression left the latter feeling a little uneasy. So, what was it like being carried by a handsome guy like Mimizu-san? Ariri froze, staring at Nino in disbelief. The question was so direct it left her speechless. I was unconscious. Fair enough. With a shrug, Nino turned and walked away. Yotsuba watched her sister leave, then glanced back at Ariri with an apologetic smile. Don't mind her. She's like that. Chapter 41, Are you interested in us sisters? In the quiet stairwell, Haruto leaned against the window, watching the slender figure of Sayuri as she walked away from the schoolyard towards the gate. The familiar silhouette, the graceful movements, it all stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. But I can't go back to those days. Resting his hands on the windowsill, Haruto continued to watch the figure fade into the distance, letting out a slow breath. After a moment, he turned around and made his way toward his classroom. Haruto entered the classroom just in time, slipping in through the back door and returning to his seat unnoticed. Ariri, who had been keeping an eye out for him, spotted him just as the lesson began. Even though a sense of curiosity lingered, she couldn't get any answers. After half an hour of introductions to the various subjects and hearing about the teacher's plans for the year, the class transitioned into a break. Haruto sat at his desk, pondering whether to introduce himself to his classmates. Just as he was thinking about this, a familiar figure appeared beside his desk. The golden hair that reached her waist made it obvious who it was, and even without looking up, Haruto knew it was Ariri. He smiled and looked up at her, his expression calm. Is something wrong, Sawamura-san? About earlier. The fainting. Thank you. Ariri said, her words hesitant. As she looked at Haruto, his face seemed to overlap with the one she had seen in her dream when she fainted. Her heart began to race, and she wanted to talk to him, but the dream had been just that, a dream. She wasn't sure how to approach the situation. Haruto, noticing her slightly conflicted expression, also felt a bit nervous after hearing her call him Haruto earlier. It's nothing. Haruto said, smiling lightly. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing when a classmate fainted. I was just doing what anyone would have done. Ariri remained silent, her gaze fixed on him for a while before finally speaking up. Have we met before? As soon as the question left her lips, she noticed that several people had begun to turn their attention to them. From her seat, Nino Nakano, who had been observing the situation, leaned her chin into her hand and let out a thoughtful hum. Nino, being quite the appearance-driven person, had already taken a keen interest in Haruto when she first saw him enter the class. However, she hadn't expected another girl to approach him before she had the chance. Still, the way you're trying to get close is kind of low-key. Nino mused silently. Haruto, who could sense that Ariri was testing him, smiled faintly and gave a vague answer. I've only been in Tokyo for a week, so maybe you saw me around the local shopping street? Tokyo really is an amazing city. Everything is so expensive. Just buying some daily essentials almost emptied my wallet. He didn't deny that they might have met before, but his answer didn't align with what Ariri was actually trying to ask. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she processed his words. Have you heard of Sayuri? She asked. No, I haven't. Haruto replied. Ariri fell silent, meeting his warm, smiling eyes for a moment before quietly returning to her seat. She had no more questions to ask. The other students in the class couldn't quite understand the awkward tension between them, but they could sense something was off. However, their curiosity was short-lived, and they quickly turned their attention elsewhere. Hey, Nino, you've been staring at that Mimizu guy for a while now. Are you interested in him? It was Akika Nakano, who had approached her sister. She'd noticed Nino's lingering gaze on Haruto earlier. Nino glanced at her sister and casually responded, I'm a little interested, but if you like him, I'm happy to let you have him. Akika raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She smiled and leaned in closer to Nino. Really? Since you're not interested, I'll take my chance, then. Do as you like. Nino said nonchalantly. Nino had only a mild curiosity about Haruto, not enough to say she liked him. But if Akika was genuinely interested, she had no problem letting her sister make the first move. Akika smiled and, after a quick glance at Nino, walked confidently over to Haruto's desk. Not long after Ariri had left, Haruto found himself approached by yet another girl. Hey! Did that Sawamura girl thank you earlier? Haruto turned his head and saw Akika standing beside him. Having already met the 5 Nakano sisters, he could instantly recognize her. Akika Nakano-san, right? Wow, you recognized me right away? Akika was surprised, but also impressed that Haruto had remembered her. Because you have a strong personality. Haruto replied with a smile. It's easy to recognize someone when you pay attention. Calling me Nakano-san is a bit formal. Just call me Akika, and I'll call you Haruto, alright? Sure, that's fine. You can call me whatever you like. Haruto's calm answer to Akika's playful question caught her off guard. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze flicking to Nino, who was sitting not far away. When their eyes met, Akika's eyes narrowed with a mischievous gleam. Nino, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a bit irritated by her sister's antics. Akika then turned back to Haruto, clearly enjoying the situation. So, since you could recognize me, do you think you could identify the other 4 in the class? Haruto didn't miss a beat. He raised his hand, pointing out where each of the remaining sisters sat. Nino with the princess-style hair, Miko with her long hair covering one eye, Yotsuba with the medium-length hair, and Itsuki with the little hairpin on her head. Akika blinked, surprised by how Haruto had easily pinpointed each of the Nakano sisters, and even named them with precision. She hadn't expected him to recognize all of them on the first day, let alone remember their names and individual characteristics. Haruto, for his part, didn't look two-faced. He had spent some time noticing the details of the people around him. But Akika's expression shifted to something more teasing. A sly grin crept onto her face as she leaned closer, whispering in Kendo's ear with a playful tone, "You've been paying so much attention to us 5 sisters. Could it be that you're interested in a sisterly meal?" Her tone was mischievous, and the way she teased him made the air between them feel just a little more charged. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle at the boldness of her remark, but he also understood that it was just another playful test from Akika. Chapter 42, When You Feel Lonely, You Can Came to Me. The playful banter between Akika and Haruto continued to linger in the air, the tension between them evident despite their light-hearted words. Akika's teasing had caught Haruto off guard, but he remained composed, offering her a response that was both calm and nonchalant. Still, there was a subtle spark of curiosity between them, one that neither could fully ignore. Such a bold idea, even if a boy has such a fantasy in his heart, he would never say it out loud casually. But it was simply said by the girl next to him. Haruto had to admire Akika's boldness. However, he had this thought before. At this original point in time, he was just an ordinary high school boy who had just arrived in Tokyo and had no feelings for Sayuri. After entering a new environment, meeting new classmates, and getting to know the Nakano sisters, it was normal for him to have some fantasies, right? You could say he was vulgar, but at that time, he did wonder if dating one of the 5 sisters would trigger some special side story, leading to a harem ending like 5 lovers. But plans cannot keep up with changes. When he was planning to date a random girl in the class, he inexplicably fell in love with the mother of the girl in the class, which led to a bad ending. That sounds good. Haruto looked at Akika beside him and expressed his opinion on her guess. Oh wow, how daring. Akika was momentarily stunned, looking at the boy before her. She couldn't help but smirk. She hadn't expected someone to respond to her teasing so directly. She had used similar words to tease others before, but they always responded with either an embarrassed silence or a quick no way. Or a simple blushing silence. But here was this boy, giving her an answer without hesitation. Was it because he wasn't worried about causing any strange rumors, or was he simply naive? But I already have a girlfriend, so forget it. Akika blinked, looking at the boy with a confused expression, tilting her head slightly. "Did I hear that right? She's very cute, child," she said, still trying to make sense of it. "Child? Excuse me, how old is your girlfriend?" At first, Akiko thought she must have misheard, but after hearing the boy's comments about his girlfriend, her eyes widened. It was as if something wasn't quite right, and she almost felt ready to call the authorities. "We're both first-year high school students, attending the nearby Zakekino Academy." Akiko began to feel like something was off. She recalled what little she knew about the boy. He was from Gaifu, having just arrived in Tokyo after the spring break. Did that mean he had gotten a girlfriend during that short time? Haruto, you've never been to Tokyo before, right? I just arrived a week ago." Looking at Haruto's calm smile, Akiko realized she had misjudged him. She had assumed he was a shy, innocent boy from a small town, but now she saw him as something else, someone who'd managed to get a girlfriend in just 1 week. Akiko stared blankly at him, unsure of how to respond. "In just 1 week, you got a girlfriend?" Haruto understood her shock, even without needing to say much. Most high school students were still relatively conservative, especially those who were just entering high school. Even a month of getting to know someone before starting a relationship was considered normal for many. But getting into a relationship in just a week? That was hard for Akiko to wrap her head around. "No, it was only 2 or 3 days. We live nearby, so she confessed to me after getting to know me. It was a bit of a surprise, but after getting her mother's approval, we started dating." Parental consent. Akiko was completely silent, her mind racing. She didn't know what to say, so she raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. "How's it going? Did you succeed?" Nino, with a faint smile on her lips, glanced at her sister, who seemed lost in thought. She couldn't understand what had thrown Akiko off so much, given how energetic her sister usually was. Hearing Nino's voice, Akiko looked at her, resting her chin in her hand, a slight glint returning to her eyes. She narrowed her gaze at her sister, a sly smile forming on her lips. "It's a pity he doesn't like girls like me. But it's impressive that he recognized all 5 of us sisters after just 1 introduction." "Recognized all 5 of us?" Nino asked, surprised. "I had him identify us just now. He didn't make any mistakes. He even understood our characteristics clearly. When I asked if he was interested in any of us, he said he was more interested in you, Nino." Akiko couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Earlier, when she had asked him about his interest in the 5 sisters, he had shown some curiosity. Now, telling Nino that he was particularly interested in her, was there any harm in that? But there was something odd about it. Akiko's gaze shifted toward Haruto, who was staring out the window, seemingly unaware of their conversation. He must have caught Akiko's sly grin, and now she wondered if he'd take her words seriously. "You're lying to me," Nino muttered. No. He is really am interested in you. If you don't believe me, just ask him." Nino didn't believe it, but she didn't pursue it further. She simply ignored Akiko. Meanwhile, Akiko returned to her seat with a playful grin. Surely, a little prank on her sister couldn't hurt, right? Perhaps. As the school day came to a close, Haruto had gotten to know most of his classmates to some extent, even if only at the surface level. Sitting behind him, Amita Uronozaki hadn't had much direct interaction with him, but Haruto had learned enough to understand his personality and profession. He didn't care too much. As the school bell rang and the students filed out, Haruto didn't see Setsuna anywhere. "Didn't your girlfriend come to see you?" Akiko asked suddenly, appearing behind him with a mischievous smile. "She's already started school. Since our schools are far apart, we probably won't run into each other on the way to or from school," Haruto replied. "That's a shame. If you feel lonely, you can ask me to keep you company," Akiko teased, making a scissors hand gesture. Haruto stared at her for a while, then nodded slowly. "I'll think about it." With that, he started to walk away. Akiko watched him leave, deep in thought. He won't take it seriously, will he? Chapter 43, Takazurugi, take care of yourself. My friend Sekai and Setsuna left school together. However, due to a message from her mother, Sekai and Setsuna didn't spend their usual time together. Instead of letting Setsuna go home on her own, Sekai hurried to her mother's restaurant to help out. Although there were employees working at the restaurant, on busier days, Sekai was often called in by her mother to assist. As usual, Sekai entered through the back door, made her way to the staff room, changed into the restaurant's uniform, and was about to head to the dining area to help. However, her eyes unexpectedly fell on her mother's office. Mom must be in the office right now, I guess? She planned to check in with her mother about her work for the day and let her know she had arrived at the restaurant. I don't know why she's in such a rush. But just as Sekai approached the office door, ready to push it open, she overheard a familiar voice, the voice of Setsuna's mother, Karimai. Last night, Setsuna came home and asked me when she could marry him. She casually mentioned it, and then said they planned to graduate together this weekend. You could have just stopped her right there. Sekai's mother, Yuko, responded with a casual tone. Sekai, standing outside the office, felt a deep sense of confusion. She quietly moved closer to the door, trying to listen to the conversation. How could I stop her? I already agreed to their relationship. So, eventually, this day would come whether now or later. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Mai sighed and rubbed her forehead, clearly troubled by how to handle her daughter's situation. After work, she rushed over to Yoko's restaurant, hoping to discuss things. Rather than a formal discussion, it felt more like an outpouring of her concerns. So, have you completely given up? Setsuna loves him so much. Rather than my own feelings, it's more important to make sure Setsuna doesn't get hurt. Then why did you come to talk to me today? To tell me your daughter's relationship is progressing and now they're ready to take things to the next level? Yoko looked at Mai with a confused expression. Mai bit her lip, sat down in a chair with a defeated look on her face. Knowing my daughter is about to graduate, how could I not feel anything? If Sekai started dating someone, and within a week, they were planning to take things to the next level, could you really pretend you didn't know? They're already high school students. What happens at that age isn't such a big deal. Didn't we also have daughters while we were still in high school? Yoko responded casually, not particularly concerned. Even though she had never forgiven that man, it didn't prevent her from accepting that her daughter might date someone during high school and something happened with the person she liked. Standing outside the office, Sekai felt a storm of thoughts in her mind. Setsuna. Is she going to graduate with Mimizu-kun? Riji? Hearing someone call his name, Takazu Riji, walking home, turned around and spotted Haruto standing behind him. Isn't it the first day of school for you? Riji asked, noticing Haruto's school uniform. It just started today. Isn't your school starting next month? Haruto replied. Not until next month, around a week from now. You guys started pretty quickly. Riji hadn't seen Haruto in a while. Despite the school uniform not being particularly stylish, Haruto still managed to look sharp, which made Riji feel a bit envious. He wasn't expecting to look like a model, but he did wish his gaze wasn't so intense. Are you heading home? Or going somewhere else? Actually, there's a sale at the shopping street today. I need to pick up some groceries, and I have some coupons that are about to expire. Want to come with me? Sales, huh? Haruto thought about the food still in his fridge from when he last went grocery shopping with Riji. They still had some, but since there was a sale, it seemed like a good opportunity to stock up on a few things. Alright, let's go check it out. Here, these are the coupons. Riji pulled out some coupons he had from a previous shopping trip and handed them to Haruto. Haruto thanked him, took the coupons, and the two of them made their way to the shopping street. Even though Haruto still had food in his fridge, once they entered the supermarket and saw the sale items, fresh ingredients and discounted products, he couldn't resist. By the time he realized it, he had already bought a pile of groceries, vegetables, and fruits, and was walking home with Riji. Is it really okay to buy so much? Is one person going to be okay with all this? Riji asked, noticing the full bags. Looking down at the shopping bags in his hands, Haruto forced a smile. It should be fine. Besides me, my girlfriend will be coming over for dinner, so the food should be used up pretty quickly. Girlfriend? Takazu Riji glanced at the boy in front of him. He was about the same height as Haruto and remembered that the last time they met, a girl had confessed to him. For a moment, Riji felt a bit envious. He had never experienced being confessed to by a girl. The one from last time? Riji asked. Last time? Haruto was puzzled. You know, the girl with long black and curly hair. Riji said, recalling the image of Sekai. Haruto's body stiffened at the mention of Sekai, and he quickly shook his head. No. That wasn't her, that's my girlfriend's friend. Riji fell silent, studying Haruto, unsure whether he liked his girlfriend or her friend. Although they had become friends, it wasn't really his place to comment on such matters. The air grew quiet for a moment as Haruto wondered why Riji had assumed Sekai was his girlfriend. Before he could dwell too much on it, Riji spoke up, his voice carrying a note of concern. Take care of your health. As a friend, Riji could only give such a subtle reminder. Chapter 44, A caring man always makes people fall in love with him. After parting ways with Riji, Haruto returned to his apartment. He set down his bag and immediately began sorting the vegetables and meat he had bought, preparing to store them properly. Some went into the fridge for preservation, while a portion was set aside for tonight's dinner. Because of the ongoing sales, many of the vegetables were incredibly cheap. He hadn't been able to control himself and ended up buying more than he originally planned. Handling all these ingredients alone would be a bit much. To avoid wasting them, Haruto decided to prepare enough food for 3 people. He would send a portion to the Kira household so that Kira Mai, who worked all day, wouldn't have to worry about dinner when she got home. About an hour after he got back, the doorbell rang. Haruto, who was handling meat at the moment, glanced at his hands covered in egg wash and ground meat. He quickly rinsed them off before heading to the door. When he opened it, he found Setsuna standing outside. She was still in her dark school uniform, having not yet changed out of it. Seeing the girl at his doorstep, Haruto smiled and welcomed his girlfriend inside. "You're making dinner?" Setsuna asked as she stepped in. "Yeah." Haruto nodded, walking back to the kitchen and continuing to prepare the meal. "On my way home, I saw there was a sale at the shopping district, so I bought some ingredients. But I ended up buying too much, so I'm making extra to bring to your house." "Meat?" "Fresh meat. I'm making hamburger steaks." Setsuna nodded and joined him at the kitchen counter. Because the space was a bit cramped, their bodies were practically pressed together. She watched curiously as Haruto mixed the egg and meat together by hand, thoroughly blending the ingredients. "You're really good at cooking," she said, admiration clear in her voice. "Well, I helped out at home a lot when I was younger. I think I mentioned it before?" "You did, but I still think it's impressive," Setsuna said. "It's like you can do everything, even though we're almost the same age." Haruto was actually a year older than her. Back in Itamori, students in the same grade were usually around the same age. Some were a year older, and the younger ones were about 2 years younger than him. Itamori had very few young people, which led to a slight disparity in age among classmates. But after moving to Tokyo, Haruto found that almost all his classmates were younger than him. Life in Itamori was too quiet. Haruto said while kneading the meat. "There wasn't much to do, so I spent my time reading or helping out at home. The town didn't even have a proper supermarket. You had to take a 2-hour bus ride just to go shopping." As he spoke, memories of his life in Itamori resurfaced. Since moving to Tokyo and finishing high school, he had only returned to Itamori 3 or 4 times. The last time had been with Sayuri, when they had gone back to face his parents. His eyes held a hint of nostalgia. He understood his parents' perspective, but his father's strong opposition had triggered his rebellious streak. Even as an adult, it was hard to stay rational all the time. Sayuri had tried to mediate, but for Haruto's father, it was difficult to accept a daughter-in-law who was almost the same age as his wife. That visit had ended in an argument. Afterward, Haruto and Sayuri left Itamori and continued living in Tokyo. Then came his confession to Eri, and what had started as a simple recollection of life in Itamori had led his thoughts astray. He fell into silence, mechanically kneading the meat, unintentionally ignoring Setsuna beside him. Feeling a little left out, Setsuna poked his waist with her slender fingers. Snapped out of his thoughts, Haruto turned to look at her. "What were you thinking about?" she asked. Her clear, water-like eyes studied his face as if trying to peer into his heart. But his heart was locked up tight. Haruto gave her a small smile. "Just thinking about my family in Itamori. I miss my little sister." Eiku. Far away in Itamori, Mimizu Mitsuo sneezed while holding a large package that had just arrived from Tokyo. She wrinkled her nose and turned to her younger sister. "Yatsuo, were you talking about me behind my back?" "Huh?" Yatsuo looked up at her, puzzled. "You're way too sensitive." "Sure, I think you can be clumsy and a bit of an airhead sometimes, but I wouldn't actually badmouth you." Mitsuo narrowed her eyes at Yatsuo. That was a pretty harsh thing to say. But if Yatsuo denied it, then it must be someone else. Could it be that jerk Haruto? After a moment of thought, Mitsuo was convinced. That guy must be talking about me in Tokyo. Humphrey. What did he send us, anyway? Yatsuo ignored her sister's accusation and curiously peeked at the large package in Mitsuo's arms. Even though she hadn't asked for anything, she still felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. It's probably filled with his own weird interests. Mitsuo muttered. Like books. Or more books. And maybe. She had only asked Haruto to send some Tokyo souvenirs, but based on his usual personality and interests, she could already guess what was inside. She glanced at the box in her arms, wondering if she should just throw it away before even opening it. Knowing him, there's a huge chance it's all study materials. Especially for you, Yatsuo. Since you just started school, he probably bought you a whole stack of brother would never do something like that. Yatsuo puffed up her cheeks in protest, glaring at Mitsuo for even suggesting such a thing. Who knows? Mitsuo teased, grinning mischievously. It wasn't often that her usually mature little sister reacted like this. Meanwhile, back in Tokyo, Haruto remained blissfully unaware of the things being said about him in Itamari. He continued cooking, teaching Setsuna how to prepare the meal as well. After more than an hour, he finished making extra portions of food, which Setsuna then carried home. That evening, when Kurumai returned home, she found her daughter waiting for her in the living room, with a table already set. "Did you cook dinner today?" she asked. "Haruto thought you might be tired from work, so he made extra food and told me to bring some home," Setsuna explained. Haruto? Mai's emotions were complicated. She walked to the dining table and tasted the food. It was just as delicious as the meal she'd had at Haruto's place last time. She had already convinced herself not to dwell on it any longer, but now, her heart wavered again. Chapter 45, Say ing Sekai, walk with me for a while Sekai, I'm going to take a bath first. Go ahead. Watching her mother casually unbutton her blouse and head toward the bathroom, Sekai sat in the living room, absent-mindedly staring at the TV screen. Ever since she had helped out at the restaurant and overheard the conversation outside the office door, she couldn't stop thinking about it. From what she had gathered, it seemed like Haruto and Setsuna's relationship had already reached a critical point, just one more step, and they would officially be together. An inexplicable frustration welled up inside her. Even her favorite TV show couldn't hold her attention. She sat in silence on the sofa, lost in thought about the two of them. After a long while, she couldn't take it anymore. She got up and walked to her room, picking up her telescope again. Crouching by the window, she looked toward Haruto's apartment, where the lights were still on. Across from him, the Kira family's home was also illuminated. Sekai bit her lip as she gazed at the glowing windows, then slowly leaned back onto her bed. In her mind, Haruto's face appeared, followed by Setsuna's. She tossed and turned, unable to shake the heavy feeling in her chest. It was suffocating. Sitting up, Sekai glanced around her room before quietly stepping out. Dressed in simple loungewear, she walked to the bathroom door and gently knocked on the glass. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." "I'm going out for a bit. It's late. Isn't it dangerous to go out now? Can't you wait until morning?" "I'm just going to the convenience store. I'll be back soon." Say ing Yoko, who was sitting under the warm shower, rinsing her long hair, knew her daughter's personality well. There was no stopping her once she had made up her mind. Since the convenience store wasn't far from their house, there wasn't much danger. "All right, but come back soon. Oh, and pick up some sanitary pads for me while you're there." "Got it." Sekai returned to her room and considered what to wear. It wouldn't be appropriate to dress up too much if Haruto noticed, it would seem suspicious. After some thought, she settled on a simple lavender dress, grabbed her wallet, and left the house. Click. The door closed behind her. Stepping outside, Sekai took a deep breath of the cool night air. The gentle breeze brushed against her face, but it did little to ease her conflicted feelings. Biting her lip, she slowly made her way down the stairs. At the convenience store, she wandered among the shelves, making no move to pick up the items her mother had asked for. Instead, she reached for 2 identical bottles of iced tea and walked to the counter. "That'll be 160 yen. She pulled some coins from her wallet, handed them to the cashier, and took the 2 bottles in her hands. As she stepped out of the store, she glanced up at the streetlights overhead. Then, without hesitation, she walked forward, vanishing into the darkness. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Haruto sat alone in his room, flipping through the textbooks that had been distributed earlier. He let out a sigh. Most of the content had completely slipped from his memory. Some parts, thanks to his past efforts in studying, were still somewhat familiar. But as he skimmed through the material, the thought of having to relearn everything from scratch weighed heavily on him. "This is necessary if I want to avoid a bad ending," he muttered under his breath, trying to motivate himself. Determined, he refocused on the textbook, but after just 3 pages, drowsiness crept in. Closing the book, Haruto let out a deep sigh. The passing marks of 60, that was going to be a tough challenge. He set the textbook aside and decided to take a short break. Just as he was about to get a glass of water, the doorbell suddenly rang. Surprised, he glanced toward the door. Who would come looking for him this late at night? His first thought was Setsuna, or maybe even Mai. Curious, he made his way to the door and opened it, only to find Sekai standing there in a simple dress, quietly looking up at him. "Good evening, Mimizu-kun," she greeted with a smile. "Is Setsuna not here?" Peeking past him into the apartment, Sekai's gaze eventually settled on Haruto himself. He blinked in surprise. She was the last person he expected to see tonight. "Setsuna's at home," he replied after a pause. "If you're looking for her, you're in the wrong place. I thought she might be here," Sekai said lightly. "But if she's not, that's fine. Can I come in and sit for a bit?" Haruto hesitated, then shook his head. "It's already late. It's not safe for a girl to be in a guy's room at this hour. Where do you live?" Sekai tilted her head slightly, her smile unchanged. "Oh? Are you saying Mimizu-kun would do something to me?" Haruto wasn't sure why she had come, but given the time of night, there was no way he was letting her in. It just didn't seem like the right thing to do. It's not about whether I'd do something to you, say ing-san. It's just that, at this hour, it's not appropriate for me to let you into my room. You know about my relationship with Setsuna. She wouldn't be happy if she found out. Sakai smiled faintly. Setsuna is lucky to have such a thoughtful boyfriend. I understand. In that case, would you take a short walk with me instead? She held out a bottle of iced tea toward Haruto. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking it over. She wasn't asking to come inside just for him to walk with her for a while before taking her home. That didn't seem like a problem. All right. Give me a moment. He stepped back inside, closing the door behind him. While Sakai waited quietly outside, Haruto changed into something more suitable, threw on a jacket, and grabbed some loose change and his student ID from his wallet. Then, he returned to the door. When he stepped out, Sakai was still waiting patiently. He locked the door behind him before turning to her. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I was the one making an unreasonable request. Sorry for the trouble, Mimizu-kun. Now then, shall we take a little stroll together? She once again offered him the bottle of tea. This time, Haruto hesitated only briefly before accepting it. And with that, the two of them descended the stairs, stepping into the quiet night. Chapter 46, A Girls Gathering to Strengthen Friendships. As they left the apartment, Haruto walked alongside Sakai, accompanying her home. On the way, they passed by a small park. At Sakai's suggestion, the two decided to take a short break there. She headed straight for the swings, smoothing down the back of her dress as she sat. With a gentle push, she began to sway, the hem of her skirt fluttering with the movement. Haruto, following behind, found his gaze naturally drawn to her radiant smile. Of course, the fair skin peeking out from beneath her skirt was eye-catching as well, but he only allowed himself a quick glance. Just 2 glances. You came to this park often, say ing-san? He asked, searching for a topic of conversation. Not really. Sakai replied, swinging gently. I stop by every now and then if I'm passing through, but I usually just stay home. I don't go out much. She had noticed his fleeting glances. Though it made her a little shy, it also gave her a boost of confidence. At the very least, she knew he wasn't entirely indifferent to her. Even if it was just physical attraction, that was still better than nothing. Tomorrow afternoon starts the weekend break. Have you made any plans for a date with Setsuna? She asked casually. Haruto considered her question seriously. Until now, he hadn't thought much about it, but since they were dating, he figured he should at least plan something. The problem was that he hadn't received his royalties yet, meaning his wallet was feeling a little light. Besides, he and Setsuna had already made plans for the weekend, so there didn't seem to be any real need for an extra outing. Not really. But I do have plans with Setsuna already, so I won't be going anywhere this weekend. Hearing this, Sakai's mood sank slightly. She recalled the conversation she had overheard at the restaurant earlier. Keeping her expression neutral, she gave a small nod. I see. So you already have plans with her. That means I won't be able to invite Setsuna out this weekend. She sighed lightly, then continued, I was thinking of organizing a little outing to help everyone in class get to know each other better. We've only just started high school, after all. It'd be nice to bond with our classmates. Even Katsura is free this weekend. Haruto remained silent, lost in thought. Sakai seized the moment to press on. Everyone in our class is still pretty unfamiliar with each other. If we don't start socializing now, things might get awkward later, don't you think? She sighed again, giving him a wistful glance. It'd be great if we could have a girls' gathering or something just to build some friendships. Haruto looked at her, then frowned slightly. For some reason, it felt like she was subtly trying to push him into canceling his plans with Setsuna so she could attend this girls' gathering instead. Still, he had to admit, she had a point. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give up his time alone with Setsuna. He just wasn't sure how to bring up the idea of her joining a girls' event. In truth, he wasn't in a rush to take that final step in their relationship. Even though his body was young and his energy high, he wasn't that desperate. He wanted to be considerate of Setsuna's future. Making friends early in high school was important. If she missed this chance because of him, it might make things difficult for her later on. Seeing him seriously contemplating the idea, Sakai felt a twinge of jealousy. She hadn't expected Haruto to be so thoughtful about Setsuna's well-being. She pursed her lips, her gaze wavering. But if Setsuna can't come, then I suppose we'll just have to. It's fine. Haruto interrupted. Setsuna can go to the girls' gathering. It's just a daytime event, right? You don't mind? Even though you'd be missing time alone with her? Haruto smiled faintly, his expression calm. Just because we're dating doesn't mean we have to be together every moment. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Besides, even if we're apart during the day, we'll see each other at night. Sakai's smile froze. She had carefully set up this plan to delay their relationship from progressing further, only to realize she had overlooked one crucial detail. They lived so close to each other. Even if she kept them apart during the day, they could just meet up at night. There was nothing she could do to stop that. Something wrong? Haruto asked, noticing the change in her expression. Snapping out of her thoughts, Sakai quickly forced a smile. No, it's nothing. I was just surprised by how much you care about Setsuna. If you didn't truly like her, you wouldn't think about her this much. She paused, then asked, have you ever thought about marrying her? Haruto blinked. That was a sudden jump in conversation. No, not really. I mean, we're only 16. Setsuna is only 15. It's not something we need to think about yet. At the very least, we'd have to wait 2 more years before even considering it. 2 years, huh? Sakai's eyes glimmered, as if she had just seen a new possibility. Yeah. Haruto nodded. At the moment, my san doesn't seem to oppose me dating Setsuna, but my parents back in Itamori might have stricter opinions. My mom will probably be okay with it, but my dad. He might be a little more difficult. He sighed. If they don't approve, I might have to stay in Tokyo permanently. Sakai tilted her head, a little puzzled. Why would their disapproval mean you have to stay in Tokyo? As someone who had lived in Tokyo her whole life, she couldn't quite grasp Haruto's attachment to his hometown in Itamari. Chapter 47, What bad intentions could Sakai say ing have? Spending about half an hour in the park, Haruto decided it was getting late and walked Sakai back to her apartment. Mimizu-kun, why don't you came to my house and sit for a while? Just as he was about to leave, Sakai stopped him and invited him to her home. Haruto glanced at the girl standing behind him, then shook his head slightly. It's already late. We should rest early, there's school tomorrow. Good night, say ing-san. Good night, Mimizu-kun. After saying goodbye, Haruto disappeared into the darkness, out of Sakai's sight. Back in her apartment, Sakai closed the door behind her and saw her mother, say ing Yoko, sitting in the living room. Fresh out of the shower, she was watching a late-night TV show. When Sakai entered, Yoko turned her head slightly to look at her daughter. You're home late. Where's the sanitary pad I asked you to buy? I forgot. Yoko's lips curled into a faint smile as she observed her daughter in her long dress. She didn't press for details. Instead, she got up from the couch, turned off the TV, and walked toward her bedroom. Well, go to bed early. I know. Sakai watched her mother disappear into her room, then turned off the living room lights and entered her room. As she reached for the light switch, she hesitated. Instead of turning on the light, she walked over to her bed, picked up a binoculars, and climbed onto the mattress, her sock-covered feet stepping lightly as she made her way to the window. She positioned the telescope and peered outside under the glow of a street lamp. A lone figure walked down the road. In just a minute, Sakai spotted Haruto in the distance. She silently watched his back disappear into the night. The emptiness she had felt upon returning home slowly faded, replaced by a quiet sense of fulfillment. One hand lightly grasped the hem of her skirt, hesitating as she lifted it slightly. Meanwhile, Haruto, on his way home, had the strange sensation that someone was watching him. He glanced around but saw nothing unusual. His gaze briefly flickered toward Sakai's apartment, but it was completely dark. Frowning slightly, he shook off the feeling and continued walking, his mind still replaying images of Sakai from earlier. He had a vague idea of her feelings for him. But since he was already dating Setsuna, there was no way he could reciprocate them. So, no matter how many hints Sakai dropped, he acted as if he was completely unaware. Throughout the evening, she had subtly implied at least 5 times that she wanted a boyfriend like him. At least 10 times, she had closed the distance between them, letting their bodies brush together only to pull away just as quickly. What a headache. Because of Sakai and Setsuna's friendship, Haruto had to consider Setsuna's feelings as well. That was why he hadn't outright rejected Sakai's advances, nor had he encouraged them. He wouldn't deny that he found her attempts somewhat enjoyable, but he remained firm in his stance. By the time he reached his apartment complex, the lights in the Kira residence across from him were already out. He went inside, took a quick shower, and then went to bed early. The next morning, Haruto woke up early, washed up, put on his school uniform, and stepped outside. As he left, he noticed 2 familiar figures standing together, also on their way to school, Setsuna and Sakai say ing. Good morning, Mimizu-kun. Sakai greeted him with a bright smile as soon as she noticed him. Haruto nodded. Good morning, say ing-san. Morning, Setsuna. Good morning, Haruto. Setsuna responded. The moment Haruto saw them, memories of his conversation with Sakai the night before surfaced in his mind. Didn't she mention organizing a small girls' gathering today? I might be home late today. He told Setsuna. If you need me, Just come over in the evening. I probably won't be around in the afternoon. Setsuna blinked, slightly puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. Okay, got it. Well then, I should get going. You two shouldn't be late either. Waving a small goodbye, Haruto walked off in the direction of his school, leaving the two girls behind. Sekai watched his retreating figure before turning to Setsuna with a smile. Let's go, Setsuna. We should head to school too. Setsuna nodded. On his way to school, Haruto still wasn't sure what he was going to do in the afternoon. He just didn't want to return home too early, so Setsuna wouldn't worry about skipping the girls' gathering. When he arrived at the classroom, a familiar voice greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. Good morning. Turning toward the voice, he saw Akiko Nakano. He hadn't expected her to be at school so early. A quick glance around the room revealed that she wasn't the only one. Nino Nakano was also already there. Good morning, Nakano-san. Eh? Weren't you calling me Akiko last time? Why so formal all of a sudden? Ah, my mistake. Good morning, Akiko. Much better. You can even call me On-san if you want. Akiko grinned playfully. Haruto, who was technically older than her, was momentarily at a loss for words. He simply nodded in greeting before heading to his seat. His gaze briefly swept over Ariri's empty desk. She hadn't arrived yet. After settling in, Haruto took out his books and glanced out the window at the bright blue sky. As he absent-mindedly stared outside, he began planning how he would spend his afternoon. Footsteps echoed behind him, followed by the sound of something being placed down. Out of the corner of his eye, Haruto caught sight of Amitaru Nozaki arriving in the classroom. Recalling Nozaki's profession, he was a manga artist. Haruto's mind suddenly filled with countless ideas. Chapter 48, a simultaneous gathering from both sides. Revisiting the knowledge that he had nearly forgotten, Haruto sat and watched the teacher begin a lesson. Most of the class, excited by the new school year, eagerly took notes on their notebooks. Haruto glanced down at his own notebook, unsure of what to write. This was, in a way, his third time attending high school, and it felt like time was flowing backward. He took a deep breath and slowly wrote something down. When he looked up, his eyes caught the brief gaze of a blonde girl with twin tails. Ariri. She quickly averted her eyes. Since leaving the infirmary yesterday, Ariri had avoided direct contact with Haruto, though she frequently stole glances at him, always keeping an eye on him. Haruto, who had complex feelings toward Ariri, wasn't sure how to respond to her gaze, so he pretended not to notice it. After some time, Haruto reconnected with most of his classmates and made friends with some of the more approachable ones, like Akahiza Yashai and Yuji Sakamoto. He also got along with Yuki Ikuno, who had a warm and gentle personality. The student sitting behind him, Umtaro Nozaki, had a quieter, more reserved demeanor. Haruto couldn't find a topic to bond over with him, so they simply exchanged introductions as a way of getting reacquainted. As for Futaro Asugi, their relationship was rather indifferent. Even back in middle school, they barely spoke. Asugi's personality was clearly dull and twisted, and Haruto had no real desire to get to know him unless absolutely necessary. Hey, Haruto, do you have any plans this afternoon? At lunch, Yashai approached Haruto's desk, inviting him to hang out. He glanced at Nozaki, who was seated behind Haruto. Hey, Nozaki, why don't you join us? No, I have something I need to take care of. I can't make it. Nozaki's response was a bit of a surprise, but Yashai nodded understandingly. Alright, no problem. Maybe next time. Haruto, how about you? Yashai had grown more familiar, calling Haruto by his first name. Haruto smiled and agreed. I don't have any plans for the afternoon. Would it be alright to visit your house, Yashai? No problem at all. My parents are out on a business trip, and my sister is studying abroad. The house will be empty, so you're welcome to come over. Yuji is the only one who visits regularly. By the way, Hideyoshi, do you have any plans this afternoon? Yashai asked a boy who was packing up his bag. Hideyoshi, with a delicate, almost feminine appearance, was a former middle school classmate of Yashai, and he overheard the conversation. I've got to visit the theater club in Toyosaki. I might join, but have you guys thought about joining any clubs? You should join one now that we're in high school. Huh, clubs? Sounds like a hassle. Yashai grimaced. He didn't want to sacrifice his precious gaming time at home, and immediately shook his head. Nope. Not joining any clubs? What about Yuji? Yashai asked. I'm like him. Yuji said with a defiant laugh. I don't plan on joining any clubs. I'd rather go home early and relax than be stuck running errands for upperclassmen. Hideyoshi wasn't surprised by their answers. He turned to Haruto. What about you, Haruto? Haruto had been part of the literature club in his previous life, but he rarely attended meetings. He'd essentially been a ghost member, only showing up when there was something important to handle. As of now, I haven't thought about it. I'll consider it. If you're unsure about which club to join, why not join the theater club with me? Hideyoshi suggested, eyeing Haruto. I think you'd do great in there. Drama club? I'll think about it. Haruto's non-committal response made Hideyoshi realize that Haruto wasn't interested in joining the drama club. He wasn't holding out much hope for the consideration Haruto had mentioned. After school, Haruto, Yashi, and Yuji headed toward Yashi's house. On the way, they stopped at a convenience store to grab snacks before continuing their journey. It's a shame Hideyoshi couldn't come. If only we could get him to wear a dress. That would be perfect. Yashi lamented as they walked. Yuji didn't respond, but Haruto glanced at Yashi and stayed silent. Though he'd seen Hideyoshi dressed as a girl before, he didn't find it particularly interesting. Even though Hideyoshi's cross-dressing looked very feminine and gentle, Haruto felt that something was missing, like the mature elegance of a woman. Girls gathering, huh? Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Sekai Seiyang had organized a gathering with the girls from the class. Besides Katsura, there was also Hikari Kuroda and Kanraji Nanami, with 5 girls in total attending. Other girls could have been invited, but Sekai felt 5 was the perfect number. Adding more might complicate things and make the atmosphere more troublesome. Chapter 49, Who Doesn't Want a Sweet Romance? The gathering was originally planned to take place at Sekai's home, but after thinking about it, she realized it might be a bit awkward to bring everyone there so soon. So, she changed the location to her family's restaurant. She hadn't told anyone in advance that they would be going to her family's restaurant. When they arrived and saw her mother, Yoko Seiyang, working in the restaurant, the others finally realized that it was a family business. I've passed by here before, but I didn't know it was your family's place. This is a surprise, said Nanami Kanraji, glancing at Sekai as she watched her mother go to work. Kanraji had often come to the restaurant to relax but hadn't realized the owner was Sekai's mother. Hikari Kuroda, who was sitting beside her, looked equally surprised. She looked from Sekai to her mother, and then back to Sekai, realizing that they shared a resemblance. Your mom looks so young? I couldn't tell she was married. I actually thought she was your sister earlier. Hikari said with a grin. Sekai chuckled at her classmates' comments, feeling a bit embarrassed, but didn't respond to Hikari. Instead, she gestured for everyone to find seats while she went to get drinks. Setsuna and Kotonoa sat together, while Nanami sat with Hikari. Looking across the table at Kotonoa, Nanami propped her chin in one hand, studying the high-class girl across from her with an amused expression. I never expected you to come to something like this, Kotonoa. I always thought of you as a more aloof, cool type of girl. Seems like I was wrong. Eh? Kotonoa blinked in confusion, not realizing that others saw her that way. Well, you look like a high-class lady and are a bit shy, so I figured you'd be the type who's hard to approach. I used to think you'd be cold and distant, but it seems I misunderstood. Nanami said with a grin. Hikari, sitting next to Nanami, also smiled and shared his own impression of Kotonoa. Is that really how I come across? Kotonoa asked, surprised by how others viewed her. Sometimes, I'm not sure how to interact with others. I get nervous and hesitate, unsure of how to start a conversation. By the time I think of something to say, they've already walked away. Kotonoa explained, looking down at her hands resting on her knees. Growing up sheltered by her parents, Kotonoa spent her time studying or attending various hobby classes her parents enrolled her in. But as she grew older, she realized she had no close friends. Even at home, she found it difficult to connect with her parents and often spent time with her younger sister instead. Setsuna, sitting next to Kotonoa, couldn't help but feel a bit of similarity between them. Sekai came over with juice and tea for everyone, sitting next to Kotonoa after handing out the drinks. After everyone thanked her, she asked what they had been talking about. Upon hearing the discussion about Kotonoa's first impression, Sekai nodded in understanding. Did everyone feel that way? But I think Kotonoa is just a bit shy. Once I started talking to her, I realized she has a really nice personality. Kotonoa blushed at Sekai's words and lowered her head, her fingers nervously fiddling with the fabric of her skirt. By the way, about that topic you and Kotonoa were discussing last time. Sekai, between you and Setsuna, who is dating? I've been dying to know. I even spent all of yesterday thinking about it. Hikari asked, eager to know the answer. Kotonoa, already aware of the answer, looked up at Sekai, then at Setsuna, but didn't say anything. Sekai, feeling a bit of bitterness about the question, smiled and gave her answer, though it wasn't without hesitation. Well. Sekai paused, feeling a bit awkward. With Nanami and Hikari's eyes fixed on her, Sekai smiled and said, I haven't started dating anyone yet. Hikari and Nanami's eyes then turned to Setsuna. Earlier, they had wondered if Setsuna had a boyfriend, and Nanami's earlier guess was spot on. Setsuna took a small sip of her juice, offering no special reaction to their probing gazes. Does Setsuna already have a boyfriend? What's he like? Is he handsome? Does he go to our school? Hikari shot question after question, leaning closer as she eagerly sought details about Setsuna's love life. Her curiosity was so intense that it caught Setsuna off guard. Sekai, sitting next to them, glanced at both Hikari and Setsuna. Beneath her smile, there was a touch of bitterness. She wished someone would ask her those questions, too. As she glanced at Setsuna, she started to think about what she could do to spend more time with her tonight. Chapter 50. Anyone who prioritizes legs is a heretic. Kahisa's home was in the western part of town, while Haruto's apartment was located in the south, two completely opposite directions from the school. After stopping by a convenience store to grab some snacks, the three boys made their way to Kahisa's place. Initially, the plan was to just survive the afternoon with instant ramen, but as soon as they stepped inside, Akahisa went straight to the fridge and started pulling out fresh ingredients. Watching him move towards the kitchen counter, Haruto suddenly recalled, oh right, Akahisa was actually great at housework. Akahisa, you can cook? Haruto asked, a little surprised. Time had blurred a lot of his memories, but in his previous life, he had learned about Akahisa's cooking skills during the school festival. Their class had set up a maid and butler cafe. And it was only then that everyone realized Akahisa had some serious culinary talent. Hearing Haruto's question, Akahisa lifted his head. Instead of looking proud, he just sighed with a resigned expression. Well, I wouldn't say I'm particularly skilled. It's just, my mom and sister are both pretty bad at housework. They're kinda clumsy, and as for my dad, he's just plain lazy. So, all the chores ended up falling on me. Recalling the years of suffering he had endured, Akahisa's lips twitched slightly, his eyes filled with a deep sense of melancholy. Without another word, he went back to cleaning the seafood, his movements steady and efficient. Feeling a bit of sympathy, Sakamoto Yuji silently patted Akahisa on the shoulder, as if to console him. Well, it's probably because of that your family trusts you to live on your own, right? Yuji pointed out. Huh. Yeah, you've got a point. Akahisa, being the optimist he was, quickly bounced back after hearing Yuji's words. His mood instantly lifted, and he sped up his food prep with newfound energy. Need me to help? Haruto asked, stepping forward. No need, I don't need any help. Haruto, just take a seat and wait to taste my cooking. Oh, right, Haruto, this guy's fridge has some drinks inside. Want to give them a try? Drinks? Seeing Sakamoto Yuji's mischievous grin, Haruto walked over to the fridge. He pulled the door open and was surprised to see several cans of beer sitting inside. Turning around, he looked at Akahisa and Yuji. You guys drink? Akahisa, who had just finished prepping the ingredients, glanced over at the fridge and sighed. Nah, that's just some leftover beer my dad didn't finish before he left for an overseas business trip. Haruto stared at the beer for a moment. It had been a long time since he last drank. But after a brief hesitation, he silently closed the fridge without taking any. Oh, by the way, I've got a bunch of manga in my room. If you get bored, feel free to check them out. There are tons of good ones. Yeah, just make yourself at home. Yuji added casually. With the two of them being so welcoming, Haruto settled onto the couch in the living room. A game controller sat on the table in front of him, so after asking Akahisa for permission, he turned on the console and started playing by himself. About 30 minutes later, with Yuji helping with some of the food prep, Akahisa took care of the rest on his own. Meanwhile, in the living room, Haruto and Yuji were engaged in a PvP match. Unfamiliar with controller-based games, Haruto was swiftly taken down by Yuji's fluid combos. At that moment, Akahisa's voice came from the kitchen. Lunch is ready. Since there weren't too many ingredients, I just made some seafood rice. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot. Yuji put down his controller, gave Haruto a thumbs up, then got up and headed to the dining table. Haruto, still staring at the game screen, let out a long sigh before following suit. As they ate, Haruto glanced at a photo on a cabinet in the living room and casually asked, "Is that your family, Akahisa?" Before Akahisa could answer, Yuji spoke up first. "That's Akahisa's sister. Honestly, the two of them are total opposites, a genius sister and a dumb little brother." "What the hell, Yuji? You're the dumb one." Akahisa immediately fired back. Yuji sighed dramatically. "Alright then, tell me, Akahisa, what was the highest score you ever got in middle school?" "History." Akahisa mumbled. "And? 95 points." Yuji raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He clearly hadn't expected Akahisa to have ever scored that high. "My bad, Akahisa. I might have gone too far. You're not a total idiot. Well, since you apologized, I guess I'll forgive you." Watching their exchange, Haruto wasn't sure whether to laugh or shake his head at their friendship. Meanwhile, Akahiza glanced over at the photo and began introducing his sister. His sister, Akira Yashe, was the complete opposite of him. While Akahiza struggled with grades and could only barely pass by memorizing everything, Akira was an academic genius. She had even been accepted into one of the world's top universities and was currently studying abroad. It's like she got all the good genes, and whatever was left over became Akahiza. Yuji muttered with a sigh. Akahiza silently glared at him, clearly calculating the best way to retaliate. After lunch, the three of them moved back to the living room for another gaming session. At some point, Yuji dug up a stack of gravure photo books and began flipping through them with Haruto. See? A slim waist like this really catches the eye. Yuji commented, pointing at a model in the magazine. I still think legs are the best. Haruto countered. Nice legs, paired with black stockings or white tights way better than just looking at body shape. Anyone who prioritizes legs is a heretic. It's all about the chest. Yuji declared. Once the topic shifted to their personal tastes, neither Haruto nor Yuji was willing to back down. Even Akahiza, who had been focused on the game, eventually joined the heated debate. But before long, the discussion escalated into each of them passionately recommending their favorite photo books and videos, determined to convert the others to their preferences. Chapter 51, Just one night won't make a difference. By the time Haruto left Akahiza Yashi's house, the sun was already beginning to set. Walking alone along the path home, he passed by a wagashi shop and paused in front of it for a moment. After mentally calculating his remaining living expenses, he decided to step inside. Welcome. Behind the counter stood a girl with her hair tied into a side ponytail. As Haruto entered, her gaze lingered on him briefly. For a moment, she seemed curious about the handsome boy who had just walked in, but she quickly withdrew her attention and returned to her work. Is there anything specific you'd like? I can offer some recommendations if you'd like, she said energetically. Haruto shook his head. I'll take a look first. The sweet fragrance of wagashi filled the air. Staring at the neatly arranged traditional sweets in the display case, Haruto realized it had been a long time since he last stepped into a wagashi shop. A distant memory started surfacing in his mind, but he instinctively pushed it away. Whatever it was, it no longer mattered. His expression softened after a brief moment of melancholy, and he refocused on the selection in front of him. He noticed a particular type of wagashi stacked like roof tiles, something he had seen before but never paid much attention to. Curious, he pointed at it and asked the shop girl, "What's this?" Since Haruto was the only customer in the store at the moment, the girl glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Noticing his school uniform from Toyosaki Academy, she guessed he was a student from the nearby area. Following his gaze, she saw the wagashi he was referring to and smiled. That's yatsuashi. It's made from rice flour, sugar, and cinnamon, then baked until crisp. It got its name because its shape resembles a koto, a traditional Japanese zither, and it was named after the famous koto master, Yatsuashi Kenyo. Haruto observed the yatsuashi for a while before nodding. Now that he understood, his curiosity faded, and he opted for something else. He had the girl pack a small selection of yatsuashi along with some inikomachi, then left the shop. Upon arriving at his apartment, he fished out his keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Almost immediately, he started thinking about dinner. Heading over to the fridge, he took stock of the ingredients he had bought during a recent sale. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided on something simple: udon. Taking out the essentials kombu, katsuobushi, and green onions, he set to work. First, he soaked the kombu in water before bringing it to a boil, then added the katsuobushi to create a flavorful broth. Straining the liquid, he seasoned it carefully before pouring the steaming broth over freshly cooked udon noodles. A simple yet comforting dish, clear broth udon. Though not particularly difficult, the process still took time. Since he had nothing pressing to do, Haruto remained at the kitchen counter, carefully watching the broth simmer. Eventually, he sat down at the dining table, enjoying his quiet dinner alone. After the meal, with no plans for the evening, he settled at his desk with a book, considering his next steps. He wondered if he should enroll in a cram school to strengthen his academics. Time slipped by as he read, and before he knew it, night had fallen. A sudden chime from the doorbell pulled him out of his thoughts. Curious, Haruto got up and made his way to the entrance. He had been expecting Setsuna. But when he opened the door, it wasn't her, it was her mother, Mangekyō. "My-san? Is something the matter?" Haruto asked, slightly surprised. "No, nothing urgent. Setsuna called earlier to let me know she's staying over at Sekai's place tonight. I just thought I'd come by and pass the message along." Sekai? Seiyang? Haruto recalled that the girls had planned a get-together today. Mai nodded. When she first received the call, she wasn't sure how to feel. A mix of emotions ran through her, perhaps a bit of disappointment, yet also some relief. After spending some time alone in her house, she had grown restless. Seeing the light on in Haruto's apartment, she decided to step out and pay him a visit. They were supposed to finish up in the afternoon, but apparently, thanks to Sekai's suggestion, they decided to extend the gathering. Now, Setsuna, Sekai, and another girl named Kotonoa will be staying over for the night. They'll probably be back tomorrow. I see. Haruto wasn't quite sure how to feel about this situation. His girlfriend was having a sleepover at a friend's house, and her mother had personally came to inform him about it. That was not a situation most people would find themselves in. Have you had dinner yet, Mimizu-kun? Mai asked after a moment of silence. The gentle aroma of dashi broth still lingered in the air, and she could tell from the faint scent of katsuobushi that Haruto had cooked something simple yet traditional. Yeah, I already ate. What about you, Mai-san? I already. A quiet but unmistakable sound interrupted her words. Mai's face immediately flushed red. She quickly covered her stomach with one hand, utterly embarrassed. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She looked unexpectedly cute in that moment. I made some extra udon. If you don't mind, you're welcome to have some. Mai hesitated, pressing her lips together. Her stomach had betrayed her at the worst possible moment. But after a brief moment of consideration, she nodded. Then, I'll take you up on that offer. She stepped inside, and as the door gently closed behind her, the quiet hum of the evening settled in. Meanwhile, at Sekai's house. It worked. Sekai thought to herself triumphantly. She had only been half serious when she invited Setsuna to stay the night. But to her surprise, she had actually succeeded in convincing her. Now, with both Setsuna and Kotonoa standing in her room, Sekai couldn't hide the excitement on her face. This is Sei-Ing-san's room? Kotonoa had originally only planned to join the girls' gathering but somehow ended up staying over as well. Fortunately, her mother had agreed, given that she was now a high schooler and could have a bit more freedom. Since we're sleeping over together, let's take the opportunity to have some proper girl talk. Sekai grinned, her eyes practically sparkling. Kotonoa couldn't shake the feeling that Sekai's enthusiasm was a bit intense. She instinctively folded her arms in front of her chest, blushing slightly. On the other hand, Setsuna remained indifferent. Initially, she had planned to see Haruto tonight, but after Sekai's persistent persuasion, she had ultimately agreed. Just one night won't make a difference. She reassured herself. Tomorrow, I'll be with Haruto. Chapter 52, Can we talk about something lighthearted? After inviting Mai into his home and letting her settle down in his room, Haruto reheated the remaining broth in his pot. He carefully prepared another bowl of udon and, moments later, placed it in front of her. Thank you. Mai expressed her gratitude before picking up her chopsticks and taking a bite. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but the udon Haruto had made tasted almost identical to the one she had eaten at various restaurants in the past. Does it suit your taste? Haruto poured a cup of tea and set it beside her as he asked for her thoughts. It's delicious. It tastes just like what you get in a restaurant. Did you learn how to make udon from someone, Mimizu-kun? As long as it suits your taste, Mai-san. He smiled lightly at her compliment and took a seat across from her. Looking at the gentle and mature woman sitting before him, Haruto suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he was seeing Sayuri from the past. His gaze softened, drifting into nostalgia. Noticing his dazed expression, Mai instinctively tensed. That absent-minded look in his eyes. It made her heart waver for reasons she couldn't quite understand. She quickly lowered her head, continuing to eat her udon in silence. Yet, inside, her thoughts were a tangled mess. The room fell into an awkward silence. Haruto remained lost in his memories, while Mai, unsure how to break the tense atmosphere, simply focused on her meal. It wasn't until she placed her chopsticks down with a soft clink, signaling that she had finished eating, that Haruto finally snapped back to reality. I'll take care of the dishes. Mai-san, you can rest for a bit. Oh. Well, I appreciate it, Mimizu-kun. Haruto gathered the dishes and brought them to the sink, washing them carefully before placing them in the cupboard. Meanwhile, Mai sat quietly in the room, her gaze sweeping over her surroundings. This was the third time she had been in his room. Yet, each visit felt slightly different from the last. A young man's room. Her daughter's boyfriend's room. As those thoughts ran through her mind, she closed her eyes, taking a slow, deliberate breath, letting the faint scent of the space settle around her. When she opened her eyes again, Haruto had already finished cleaning up and returned to his seat across from her. What do you usually do when you're alone, Mimizu-kun? She asked. When I'm alone. Haruto thought for a moment. I usually just read. There's not much else to do. He had an old feature phone with internet access, but using it felt like navigating an ancient relic. He had no real interest in browsing online with it. He was simply waiting until he had enough savings to buy a proper smartphone. As someone who had reincarnated twice, Harut regretted not having any special knowledge of advanced technology or remembering any winning lottery numbers. Unlike the ambitious protagonists in stories, he was just normal. Even a basic skill like photographic memory was beyond his reach. However, he did possess an undeniably supernatural ability turning back time, though he had no idea how many times he could trigger it or if he even had another chance left. Books? Hearing Haruto's response, Mai turned her gaze toward his desk. Indeed, 2 books were neatly placed on top of it. Reading the titles along the spines, she saw that one was Literary Theory and the other was Being and Time. She hadn't read either before, but just seeing their titles gave her an inexplicable sense of awe. Before you started dating Setsuna, you mentioned that you were planning to take university entrance exams. Have you already decided on your goal? Mai found herself at a loss for conversation upon seeing those seemingly complex books, so she shifted her focus away from them and sought a new topic. Haruto had initially wanted to talk about literary theory and being and time with her, but upon hearing her question, he let out a slight sigh of regret and nodded. My first choice is Waseda University's literature department. But with an entrance passing score requirement of around 70, it's quite challenging. I plan to work toward it over the next 3 years of high school. My second option is Gakushuin University's philosophy department, which has a passing score requirement of about 60, making it somewhat easier. He spoke openly about his plans, and Mai couldn't help but be impressed. Waseda and Gakushuin? Both are very prestigious universities. Yes, they're quite well known, which makes them ambitious targets. I'll need to work hard during high school. I'm also considering where I might find a suitable cram school. You're planning to attend a cram school? Mai was slightly surprised, though at the same time, she found it to be an entirely reasonable decision. Yet, deep down, a complex mix of emotions stirred within her. For students aiming to get into top universities, attending cram school after regular classes for extra lessons was common sense. Almost everyone who set their sights on elite schools did it. Even geniuses couldn't rely solely on their high schools to pass the entrance exams. Especially in this era of relaxed education. Most schools had become far less rigorous. Regular classes no longer placed much academic pressure on students. Only a handful of cram schools with a strong focus on university admissions maintained strict educational standards. Sakakino Academy had a relatively high pacing score, meaning most of its students were already preparing for university entrance exams. Similarly, Toyosaki Private Academy wasn't far behind. However, for those aspiring to attend elite universities, the best option was enrolling in specialized cram schools that targeted top institutions such as Todai Cram School, Kyodai Cram School, Waseda Cram School, Keio Cram School, or Medical Advancement Cram School, among others. Once students entered these cram schools, especially the ones designed for prestigious universities, they would spend at least 6 days a week attending extra classes, often studying late into the night or even early morning. The heavy workload, along with endless assignments, meant that Haruto would have significantly less time to spend with Setsuna. Chapter 53, A Telescope is Only for Watching the Stars. Mai was lost in thought, considering how to help her daughter and Haruto enroll in the same cram school. Otherwise, with the intense schedule of such institutions often extending far beyond regular school hours, Haruto and Setsuna would barely have any time together. Maintaining their relationship would be difficult. Without a cram school, getting into Waseda would be nearly impossible. If he could, Haruto would have preferred to rely solely on reading to absorb all necessary knowledge. It would have been ideal if he were the kind of genius who could simply skim a book once and pass the University of Tokyo entrance exam. But reality was cruel. In terms of academics, he was just an ordinary person, with no special talents to rely on. Hard work was his only option to bridge the gap between himself and others. In this society, family background determined one's baseline, but education set the ceiling. The conversation had taken on a heavy tone. Mai looked at the young man sitting across from her. It was admirable how maturely he approached his future, laying out clear goals for himself. It gave her a sense of reliability, security, even. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel that something was missing. Shouldn't boys his age be more focused on things like romance, friendships, and enjoying life? Haruto was undoubtedly dependable, but Mai worried that such seriousness might make life dull for her daughter. A relationship needed more than just stability, it needed excitement, too. Mimizu-kun, I understand your goals, and it's wonderful to have a clear direction in life. But have you ever considered things like love, personal interests, or hobbies? Her question made Haruto fall silent. Technically speaking, he was just a 16-year-old boy. But with 2 lifetimes behind him, he was closer to 50 in terms of experience. It was an odd contradiction, both young and old at the same time. The idea of falling in love again. After everything that had happened, after all the pain and loss, Haruto found it difficult to open his heart. His relationship with Setsuna had felt more like something that happened naturally rather than a conscious choice. As for personal interests, hobbies, Mai watched as he grew pensive, wondering if she had touched on something she shouldn't have. But when Haruto finally lifted his gaze to meet hers, she felt a sudden shyness under his direct stare. Interests and hobbies, huh? Meanwhile, Setsuna and Katsura Kotonoa stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in warm steam. Sekai remained inside, still toweling off. Kotonoa's cheeks were flushed, whether from the heat of the bath or something else, she wasn't sure. She glanced at Setsuna, who seemed completely unfazed. Could it be that this is normal for girls? For someone like Kotonoa, who had never had many friends, the experience left her deeply unsettled. She hesitated before voicing her concern. This isn't something that happens often, is it? Setsuna, noticing the glance Kotonoa cast her way, gave a small, amused shrug. Don't worry. It's not common among most girls. Sakai just has a weird sense of humor. You're too nice, Kotonoa, that's why she enjoys teasing you. I see. Kotonoa looked back toward the bathroom, where Sakai was finishing up. The girl caught her gaze and smirked. As Sakai emerged, she ran a towel over her damp hair, eyeing the other two girls. You could at least cover yourself with a towel. Setsuna muttered. Sakai raised an eyebrow. Oh, is our little Setsuna embarrassed? It's just us girls. Don't tell me you're still this shy. Setsuna sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Kotonoa glanced down at herself, then at the other two girls, her expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Sakai noticed and grinned mischievously. Hey, Kotonoa, what are your measurements? My measurements? That's a secret. Kotonoa stammered, face turning even redder. Sakai's eyes narrowed in thought. She made a quick comparison between her own figure, Kotonoa's, and Setsuna's. Slowly, she started to frown. Mine isn't small either. So why doesn't he show any interest? After a brief moment of silence, she let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Setsuna asked. Sakai covered her face dramatically with her hands before peeking through her fingers, a wicked smile spreading across her lips. Oh, nothing. I'm just about to teach our dear little Setsuna a lesson with that. She lunged forward, pulling Setsuna into a tight hug and dragging her into the bedroom. Kotonoa, stunned, hesitated for a moment before picking up the towel Setsuna had dropped and following them inside. After a round of playful scuffling, the three girls lay sprawled across the bed in their pajamas. As she rested against the headboard, Setsuna's gaze wandered to the window. Something caught her attention. Wait. Why does Sakai have a telescope in her room? Sakai, who had just been lazily teasing Setsuna, stiffened at the question. Her body tensed, eyes darting toward the telescope by the window. For a brief second, panic flashed across her face. Luckily, it was dark enough in the room that Setsuna didn't notice. Sakai quickly scrambled for an excuse. That's for stargazing. She blurted out. Wouldn't you need an astronomical telescope for that? Setsuna picked up the device and peered through it. Goosebumps rose on Sakai's skin as she watched in horror, her heart pounding. She wanted to stop Setsuna, but before she could think of an excuse, Setsuna adjusted the lens, scanning the night sky. Finding that it wasn't much clearer than her naked eye, she turned the telescope downward toward the city. She traced the familiar streets, seeking out her apartment building. There, she spotted her home dark and unlit. Mom's already asleep? Her curiosity led her to the next logical place. Then, what about Haruto? She shifted the telescope toward Haruto's apartment, where the lights were still on. Setsuna blinked. Chapter 54, 2 rooms, 2 worlds. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Setsuna gazed toward her home. The familiar sight was shrouded in darkness. There wasn't a single light on. Her mother had probably already gone to bed. Pausing only for a moment, Setsuna then shifted her gaze toward Haruto's apartment, curiosity welling up in her heart. A faint glow seeped through the windows and the cracks of the door, a clear sign that her boyfriend was still awake. Setsuna's eyes lingered on that door, her mind wondering. What is he doing right now? Is he thinking about me? The longing within her surged. She unconsciously bit her soft, pink lips, tightening her grip on the telescope. If only she could rush over to him this very moment and stay by his side. Beside her, Sakai had been watching in silence. She wasn't sure what Setsuna had seen, but as she noticed the way the girl was staring so intently, her own nerves began to tingle with unease. Wait. Is she looking at Haruto's apartment? Did she figure out what I've been using the telescope for? Damn it. In her eagerness to make sure Setsuna stayed over tonight, Sakai had completely forgotten to tidy up her room, let alone hide the telescope. Now, anxiety crept into her chest. Meanwhile, lying nearby, Kotonoa tugged at the edge of her bath towel, shielding her smooth skin. She watched as Setsuna peered out the window, while Sekai sat nearby, fixated on Setsuna. Something about the scene felt strangely familiar. In a different part of the city, Haruto was in the middle of a conversation with Mai when his phone suddenly rang, interrupting their discussion. With an understanding nod from Mai, Haruto picked up the call. It was from Mitsuo. The moment he answered, she launched straight into complaints. You only sent 2 packages? I was expecting more. I mean, besides the skincare products and snacks, you didn't send anything else unique to the big city? If you'd convince Dad to send me a little more allowance, I wouldn't mind shipping extra stuff back to Itamori. You've only just moved to Tokyo, and you're already running out of money. Wait. Did you spend it all on adult magazines? It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but unfortunately, his current age made it tricky to buy those sorts of things. Given how young he looked, any store clerk would probably give him a suspicious once-over before selling anything. Some stores might not care, but it wasn't worth the trouble. Glancing across the table, he saw Mai sipping her tea quietly. Refocusing on his phone call, he spoke again. If there's nothing urgent, I'm going to hang up now. It's not that late in Itamori either, so get some rest. Wait, so you really don't have enough money? I have enough to last the month. Next month's allowance should come in on time, so there's no issue. Why? No reason. In her bedroom back in Itamari, Mitsuo reached out and ruffled the hair of her younger sister, Yatsuo. Yatsuo, who had been quietly listening to the call, frowned and shot her sister an annoyed glare. You're the one who wanted to check in on him, Mitsuo said, handing Yatsuo the phone. The younger girl eagerly took it, her voice laced with concern. Hey, brother. How's life in Tokyo? Are you eating properly? Are your classes tough? Compared to Mitsuo's nagging, Yatsuo's questions were filled with genuine worry. Haruto gave her a few brief updates, assuring her that he was doing well. Before ending the call, he reminded her to take care of herself and to keep an eye on their mother's health. That's all you wanted to ask? He checked with Mitsuo before hanging up. Actually, I just thought of something. Yatsuo's question reminded me. Mitsuo's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Have you gotten a girlfriend? Yeah. Hey, I knew you. Wait. What? Beep, beep. The call had already ended. Mitsuo stared at the screen in stunned silence. Then, as the realization hit her, she clenched her fists and took a deep breath. That bastard. Flopping onto the floor, she rolled around in frustration. It wasn't just that he had cut her off so abruptly. The moment she heard Haruto confirm that he had a girlfriend, she felt a heavy weight settle in her chest like something was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Biting down on her blanket, she let out a muffled whimper. Yatsuo, who had witnessed everything, stood up with a look of pure disgust and quickly left the room. Mom. Big brother got a girlfriend in Tokyo. And Mitsuo is losing it again. After abruptly ending the call, Haruto chuckled softly, imagining Mitsuo's furious reaction. He turned back to Mai, who was sitting calmly in the living room, and took his seat across from her again. Your family? Mai inquired, having caught a few keywords like allowance and father from his conversation. Yeah, that was my sister. Would that be Mitsuo and Yatsuo, the sisters you mentioned before? Haruto nodded. When I first came to Tokyo, Mitsuo asked me to send some local specialties back home. I sent a package recently, and she just called to let me know it arrived. You're such a considerate child, Mamazu-kun. It's wonderful that Setsuna has someone like you in her life. Mai's eyes softened as she spoke. It was rare to find a young man so caring toward his family. At least, she hadn't encountered many. Most of the young people she saw on the streets were often complaining about their parents, rarely expressing genuine concern for them. Haruto felt a bit awkward under the weight of her praise. He could only offer a polite smile in response. But you did tell them you're dating Setsuna just now, right? Is that okay? It's fine. It's something my family would have learned sooner or later. Whether they find out now or later doesn't really matter. Chapter 55, You're really just saying that to my face. I guess I should start preparing myself to meet your parents, then. Mai said with a soft chuckle, covering her mouth slightly with her hand. Her body trembled slightly along with the giggle, and the breasts under her clothes bounced with it, drawing Haruto's gaze instinctively before he quickly looked away. Mai, who had been attentively watching him, immediately noticed his fleeting glance. A faint warmth spread through her chest, part embarrassment, part something else entirely. Sekai stirred, reaching out beside her and feeling something soft and warm. As she gradually opened her eyes, she saw the peaceful sleeping face of the girl next to her. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. She instinctively moved closer, tempted to drift back to sleep. But then, the rustling sound of someone getting dressed reached her ears. Opening her eyes fully, she turned her head to see Setsuna already up, buttoning up her clothes. "You're awake already?" Sakai asked, sitting up. "I woke up a while ago," Setsuna replied. "You moved around, so I figured you'd wake up soon." "It's almost 8. Sakai blinked, her mind catching up with the reality of the morning. "It's already morning. And Setsuna's going home." Trying to mask her disappointment, she asked casually, "It's the weekend. Why the rush?" Setsuna paused for a moment, then cast a glance toward the telescope sitting by the window. Although Sakai had previously insisted that she used it to stargaze, Setsuna had her doubts. After all, in all the years they'd known each other, Sakai had never mentioned an interest in stargazing. In addition, after observing her own home and Haruto's apartment last night, Setsuna couldn't help but feel suspicious. "I have plans with Haruto," Setsuna finally said with a soft smile. Sakai felt her stomach twist. "We agreed to spend the day together," Setsuna continued, her voice light but firm. "I want to graduate with Haruto." Since they are already dating and have become each other's lover, she can just tell the Sakai in front of her directly. As she is just a friend, what right does she have to stop her? This is a victory for being a real girlfriend. Sakai's forced smile froze. "You're really just saying that to my face?" Setsuna's expression remained calm, but there was a glint of determination in her eyes. "I figured you might try to stop me again, so I thought I should be upfront with you." Sakai let out a long sigh, ruffling her own hair in frustration. "So, you figured it out, huh? I started noticing it from the way you've been acting lately," Setsuna admitted. "But no matter what you do, it won't change anything. Haruto is my boyfriend." For a long moment, Sakai didn't respond. She simply stared at her childhood friend, emotions churning inside her. Then, finally, she let out a chuckle. "Good luck, then." Setsuna smiled in return before turning to leave. Sakai flopped back down onto the bed, exhaling deeply. She turned her head slightly, eyes landing on Kotonoe, who was lying beside her. Though the other girl's eyes were closed, her lashes quivered ever so slightly. "She's awake, isn't she?" Sakai smirked and reached out, pulling Kotonoe into a sudden embrace. Feeling the warmth of the other girl's body and her slight, startled reaction, Sakai whispered mischievously, "So? Does this count as a breakup? So heartbreaking." "Boo." She felt Kotonoe's body gradually relax in her arms, and a warm fondness settled in Sakai's chest. She really is too kind. Meanwhile, on her way home, Setsuna's thoughts were still on Sakai. She really tried everything, didn't she? But today, it would be different. "Tonight, I have to make things official with Haruto." Even though they were dating, there was still a lingering insecurity in Setsuna's heart. Their time together had been brief, barely a week since they'd met, but something about Haruto drew her in, something she lacked within herself. She didn't know what it was, exactly, only that when she was with him, she felt at peace, content. It was a strange feeling. Illogical, even. But not everything in life could be explained rationally. Soon enough, she arrived home. Stepping inside, she called out, "I'm home." The house was quiet. That's strange. It was the weekend, her mother should be home. "Mom?" Frowning slightly, she walked toward her mother's bedroom and gently pushed open the door. Inside, Mai was lying on the bed, eyes closed, still fast asleep. Chapter 56, Forget It? As the door closed once again, Mai slowly opened her eyes. Beneath her sleepy gaze were faint dark circles, a sign of her restless night. She stared at the doorway where her daughter had just left, then buried herself deeper into the bed. Lifting the blanket slightly, she pressed it against her face, covering her nose and mouth. Breathing in a familiar scent lingering on the fabric, she felt some of her unease and tension gradually fade away. She blinked a few times, exhaustion weighing heavily on her body, and before she knew it, she had curled up beneath the covers once more, closing her eyes. After confirming that her mother was still resting in her room, Setsuna moved carefully through the house, taking extra care not to make any noise. Returning to her own room, she opened her wardrobe and stared at the rows of neatly arranged clothes. She hesitated. Her relationship with Haruto was still new, so new that her understanding of him remained at the level of casual acquaintances. She knew basic details, but his personal preferences, his little quirks, those were still a mystery to her. Standing quietly in her room, gazing at her wardrobe, she deliberated for a long time. Then, she made up her mind. I should just ask him directly. Closing the wardrobe, Setsuna stepped out of her room. She cast a quick glance at her mother's closed door, then quietly made her way to the entrance. Slipping on her white canvas shoes, she stepped out of the house. As she locked the door behind her, she instinctively glanced across the street toward Haruto's apartment. Something was different today. Normally, his floor-to-ceiling windows would be open by this time of the morning, allowing fresh air and sunlight to filter in. But today, the curtains were tightly drawn, concealing the room from view. Is he still asleep? She hesitated. It was already 8:30 a.m. Haruto was usually up by 6, an early riser by habit. There was no reason for him to still be in bed. Her hesitation lasted only a moment before she firmed her resolve and headed toward the stairs. The soft morning light, filtered through the curtains, left the room dim and peaceful. Sitting on his bed, still dressed in his sleepwear, Haruto had been awake for some time but he hadn't gotten up yet. He rubbed his face with both hands, then finally threw off the blanket and rose to his feet. Walking into the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, washed his hands, and splashed cold water onto his face. Raising his head, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. With a tired sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose before instinctively lifting his arm and sniffing himself. A pause. Then, without another thought, he turned on the shower. While the water heated up, he returned to his bedroom and grabbed a set of fresh clothes. Tossing his sleepwear into the washing machine, he glanced at his unmade bed then, on impulse, stripped the bedsheets and pillowcases as well, stuffing them into the washer. The small machine was nearly overflowing by the time he added detergent and disinfectant. Once everything was set, he turned back toward the bathroom and stepped inside. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang just as Haruto was drying himself off in the bathroom. At first, he thought he had imagined it. Ding-dong, the sound came again. Frowning slightly, he stepped out of the bathroom, running a towel through his damp hair as he walked toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he saw Setsuna standing outside. A brief silence. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the door. Standing before her, dressed in nothing but a towel loosely wrapped around his waist, Haruto met Setsuna's startled gaze. For a moment, neither of them spoke. A faint flush rose to Setsuna's cheeks. "Were you in the shower?" she finally asked. Haruto gave a small, amused smile. "Yeah. I wasn't feeling too great when I woke up, so I thought a quick rinse would help. And just as I got out, I heard the doorbell ring. Perfect timing, huh?" His relaxed demeanor only made Setsuna more conscious of his state of undress. Her gaze involuntarily flickered downward. His physique was lean but well-proportioned, his skin smooth, every muscle subtly defined. For the briefest moment, the image of Michelangelo's David flashed through her mind. This was the first time she had ever seen a man's body like this. And it wasn't just any man, it was Haruto. Feeling her face grow even warmer, she hurriedly stepped inside at his invitation. As she changed into house slippers, the familiar scent of his apartment filled her senses. But before she could think too much about it, Haruto casually turned and walked back toward the bathroom. "I'll just dry off and get dressed," he said over his shoulder. "Make yourself comfortable." "Ah. Oh, okay." Despite telling herself that there was no reason to be flustered, Setsuna sat quietly in the room, hands resting on her lap. Meanwhile, behind the closed bathroom door, Haruto exhaled a long breath. He glanced at the mirror, shook his head slightly, then picked up a towel and resumed drying himself off. Roughly 10 minutes later, Haruto re-emerged, now dressed in a crisp white shirt. Setsuna, who had been waiting, couldn't help but steal glances at him as he moved. His every action seemed effortless, natural. After buttoning his shirt, he retrieved a pair of trousers and slipped them on before heading toward the kitchen. He poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Setsuna. Taking a small sip, he casually asked, "Did you stay at Seinji's place last night?" Setsuna blinked in surprise. "Huh? Did my mom tell you?" "You told my san, and she passed the message along. Did you stay over with just Seinji?" There was something unreadable in his expression, but nothing resembling disappointment. Setsuna hesitated, then shook her head. "Kotanoa was there too." Hazuda raised an eyebrow. "3 of you?" She nodded. He had assumed she had only spent the night with Seinji. But now that he thought about it, there was no real reason for Setsuna to stay there unless there was something more to it. A contemplative look crossed Haruto's face as he studied her quietly. Was she feeling hesitant? Regretful? For a brief moment, he wondered if she was having second thoughts. Then, making up his mind, he decided to reassure her. "I have to go to school tomorrow, why not?" "Forget it." Chapter 57, The Temptation of Going Home. Setsuna stared at Haruto, her eyes unwavering, saying nothing. Yet, the silent gaze alone exerted an immense pressure on him. He averted his eyes briefly, finally understanding the depth of her determination. "All right, I get it. But it's still morning, there's no rush. Let me prepare first. Besides, I just washed my bedsheets and covers. They won't be ready until the afternoon at the earliest." Glancing at the washing machine, Haruto's expression turned slightly complicated. He had simply wanted to clean his bedding, never expecting that it would turn out to be an obstacle or, perhaps, a convenience in this situation. His gaze shifted back to Setsuna. Her brows knitted together slightly. She hadn't anticipated this inconvenience, and it felt like everything was working against her today. She looked at Haruto, wondering why he had suddenly decided to wash his sheets today of all days. Though puzzled, she didn't ask. Instead, her gaze fell on the plain white mattress, the duvet, and the pillows resting on top. A sudden sense of restlessness crept into her heart. "My place," she said. Meeting his eyes, Setsuna gently bit her lip before offering a solution. "Let's go to my house." Haruto studied the girl before him and could feel her urgency. He didn't quite understand why she was in such a rush, but the look in her eyes made him pause for a moment. "Your mother is still at home, isn't she? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Then I'll bring my own bedsheets over." That could work. Looking at the petite yet surprisingly stubborn girl before him, Haruto closed his eyes for a brief moment. After some thought, he looked at her again,